98 loyalist skulls in the pile, 98 loyalist skulls. Crush one to dust and drink it with blood. 97 loyalist skulls in the pile. I do love how unconnected to anything that is. The same goes for the timeline, which has, since the last couple of times, advanced, and it is now 1993, December 24th, 23 hours, 46 minutes, and 6 seconds. Okay, now that we have established reality, I believe we can simply begin. Hello there. Greetings and welcome. Today we continue with Root Double Before Crime After Days Xtend edition. But before we do that, we shall catch up with what happened last time. Well, any external things before we do a little recap of what I can remember of the plot. We'll find out how much I remember. But obviously, first things first, there is nothing relevant to catch up on. I've done the best I could in terms of the technical aspects of the audio quality. Any other improvements are entirely up to my own voice and vocal cords. This is the best my technology can do. Now then, let's reset our minds a little bit. Let's escape the chaos of reality into something more predictable, logical, sensible. As is the now established norm, we shall head into the realm of the Onionverse. And this time around, we shall, from the pages of the Onion, we shall actually see what I read this time. That is one improvement another improvement I have made. Realize that I should show you everything that I read. Everything. Now then, as we can see, critical information for everyone to know. NHL gives Kings list of things Stanley Cup is allergic to. June 14th, 2012, 1:23 p.m. That's still always going to mess with me, that American dating system. Anyway, Los Angeles. Moments after the Kings took turns hoisting the Stanley Cup in celebration of their championship victory Monday, NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman gave the team instructions on caring for the trophy and distributed a 6-page stapled document listing everything it's allergic to. First off, I know you guys are really excited, but no latex. Bettman told Kings captain Dustin Brown, puffing his cheeks and gesturing with his arms away from his sides to demonstrate how the trophy swells up. And absolutely no gluten. Seriously, don't even breathe on the cup if you've just eaten pasta, let alone kiss it. Damn thing will be covered in hives for days. Bettman also had every member of the squad practice injecting the Stanley Cup with its EpiPen, instructing the Kings to put the needle through the ring section listing the 1974 champion Philadelphia Flyers, which is already riddled in scar tissue anyway. Excellent. This is the kind of hard and fast reporting we are missing from today. Now then, let's actually turn off the music. As you can see, I'm doing like 3 or 4% because we only need it as ambience. We are here to listen to my voice. This is what these are. My voice reading things, rambling, and basically stream of consciousness. Let's not even pretend it's something else here. Loading thing. Now, memory. I'm gonna try and turn on my memory. So, we are Watase Kasasagi, at least from his perspective, captain of Sirius Squad, here to rescue survivors from a biological and nuclear research facility that has experienced a nuclear meltdown, at least allegedly, supposedly. Oh! Right. Forget logic, forget facts, forget reality. Important to note, telepathy is a thing here. People have telepathy, and fuck knows what else that they haven't told us. And it's treated as a common thing, so... So I'm just gonna have to reset my mind, how I think, because logic and real world does not apply anymore. At least it can't. I was making a lot of assumptions previously in statements and berating things like that's not how the world works and blah 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 blah. And well, no, we have telepathy and probably some other junk. So forget that. Fuck that. Fuck what I think, fuck what I know. That's not relevant. Right. What else? Anyway, yes, that's important. But what else? So, we're in this situation. We are trapped because of a nuclear meltdown, and something called Case N was triggered, which I believe is probably some kind of psychic thing related to that, because it's not just nuclear meltdown. It's obviously sabotage, has to be. The thing. We are trapped down here in the basement levels with 2 squad members. Jun Moribe, a green-haired gal who's got spunk and lots of energy, and Kazami Tachibana, who is a very serious, down-to-earth and experienced rescue operative. She's a lieutenant, but she's a fire sergeant, and Wasasagi is the captain, but he's the fire lieutenant. Well, no, I'm not, no. Anyway, ranks, they're dumb. What else? I'm trying to figure out what else they don't know. We ran into... Oh, we have amnesia. Kasasagi has amnesia. Sort of amnesia. He has a second voice in his mind, but it kind of got dulled by the nanomachine anti-drug thing that this laboratory produced. That's just the thing. Nanomachines, sure, let's believe that. Then there is a little girl that we ran into, tried to save her, well, did save her, who apparently knows Kasasagi and is kind of fearful of him, or something. There's some kind of history that we are not privy to yet. It probably won't be for quite a while. Then, earlier, before the amnesia, God, this is really incoherent and babbling, but look, this is my brain trying to make sense of things that I haven't really thought about for 3 days now. So just bear with me. This is how my brain works. I'm trying to structure it. Before the amnesia, Kasasagi ran into another person, and they had some kind of exchange, confrontation, with a gun that didn't get used at all. Don't know why they showed it at all, but whatever. And he said, "Not you too," in reference to that guy having something that Wasasagi has. Now knowing that telepathy is a thing that's, common, sort of common, among children, not so much amongst adults, presumably that's what Kasasagi and this other guy has, because he said "not you too," and that was a very relevant thing to say. So I'm guessing it's that, related to that at least. Then we are exploring the area, looking for other survivors, trying to get out, figure out things. We ran into a school teacher who's here for some fucking reason. Got invited over apparently, I'm not sure if I believe that still. Then we found a researcher, a local guy. Wait, the teacher's name was Enna Tsubakiyama? We'll see, I don't remember exactly. I think that sounds correct. And the researcher's guy is Keiji Yukita, I think. He's a level-headed dude, I think. He knows his stuff. Seems to. Oh, and the little girl who's probably a super secret experiment in this facility, and probably the reason it got shut down or something, is Yuri. We don't have a last name for her yet. The situation that we are in right now is that the group, those 6 characters, met up in the surveillance room, and they discovered, Kita at least showed, that there's 3 school kids running about. Don't remember the names at all. We haven't met them yet. But they have names and they have faces, and there's 9 characters that are relevant to the story. We've seen all of them, so every other character is either just an extra, or they're gonna die, or they're the villain, or some other whatever. Doesn't matter too much. I mean, it will matter, but, you know, we don't make choices regarding them. Our attitudes, our senses, sympathy system. Choices. And we have begun investigating, scouring the area 3, for more resources and trying to find the other people. And after successfully not dying in one of the areas, we are about to move on to the next area with Kasasagi? Ah, god, I'm already forgetting his name. Tachibana and Moribe. These 3 are the focus right now. We are moving on to the next area, or something like that. Right? That sounds correct. You know more than I do, honestly. But anyway, yes, let's continue. With escape! Well, I mean, we can't escape, it's locked down by bulkheads, but anyway. Moving on, let's move on to the actual here. Transitions. Come on, OBS, you can do it, you did it. Excellent. Alright, so by the time Watase's group made it back to the inner ring, Enna and the others were waiting to greet them. Oh, yeah, it's not. What? Thought it was. Did something happen? I thought I heard an explosion or something. Oh yeah, we opened the door and didn't check our infrared thing, and it caused an explosion. Well, you see, there was this backdraft, and I kinda fucked up. Apparently I didn't die there. I'm guessing I avoided one of the bad endings. It was just, you know, June dying, probably, or something. Doesn't matter. I'm not a completionist, I'm not gonna see all the bad endings. I'm not gonna go for that. Nah. Watase informed Enna, Ukita, and Yuri of what had transpired back in the outer ring. There was that much fire in the outer ring? I don't remember what voice I gave him. It doesn't really matter. I'm inconsistent. There's not gonna be consistent voices ever. Anyway. What's wrong, Mr. Ukita? You seem rather surprised. No, it's not that. Just thinking about how the fire spread further than I had imagined. Well, it is a chaotic situation. You can never predict what's gonna happen here. Plus, it's sabotage, so of course it's... I mean, okay, fine. This isn't reality. We have telepathy and who knows what else. People don't learn their lessons from things, but come on. They reference Chernobyl and they reference the... it's gonna be a pet peeve of mine, probably, for the remainder of this read-along. Anyway. Damn straight. If I had known it had spread that far, I probably wouldn't have gone myself and left you guys behind. I'm also to blame for what happened. Sorry, Mr. Ukita. Let's not dwell on it. It's more important that we make haste with the search, is it not? Then let's get moving on to floor B1 on the door. Wait, what the heck? Eh? A puzzled look formed on Jun's face before she could finish her sentence. Hey, Miss Tsubakiyama, Mr. Ukita, where's Yuri? Oh, she's actually not in the scene. She's usually just forgotten about anyway and just appears for a brief moment. Eh? Taken aback with shock, everyone looked around them. But Yuri was nowhere to be found. Where did she go? Who knows? I don't know. She was right here with us a minute ago. Yuri's peculiar, I think. I swear, I had my eyes on her until just a little while back. Then she ran away. But why? She's holding a lot of secrets. So anyway, what is this? I have no reason to doubt her on anything. I don't know why. I'm sure, fuck it, let's just decide. This system is... yeah. It would require a second playthrough to actually see what changes all this makes, but that's not happening. If you want to see what those changes are, you're gonna have to play it yourself. Because I ain't doing that. Nah. I don't know, but this is bad. It's too dangerous to wander around alone in this place. You're getting my read-along and the path that I choose. That's all. That's all this is gonna be. What she worked about. Enna gasped sharply at Kazumi's words, which I already forgot. Fuck me. What did you even say? Then she ran away? But why? I don't know. But this is bad. It's too dangerous to wander around in this place. Oh, what? Favor Enna +2. Oh, so that's what it does. What? Okay. Sure. Sure. Okay. I'm just gonna accept that as a thing, gameplay mechanic, that really... I don't know the importance of it. I have not realized its importance yet, and probably never will. Because I'm kind of a dumbass with these things. Anyway, Enna gasped sharply at Kazumi's words. Watashi saw what appeared to be a look of guilt cover her face. Eh? Teach, we need to look for her now. You're right. She couldn't have gotten far. The two of them exchanged glances and simultaneously broke off into a run. They heard the other members of the group talking and taking off running soon after. Moribe, Mr. Lukita, let's search too. Roger. Alright, let's hurry. Watashi turned to Enna as they dashed through the hallway. Where do you think Yuri ran off? How would she know this place? Like, she's never been in this place, has she? Question mark, have you? Do you know what this place is? You did seem pretty confident in the scene before the squad arrived. The other perspective about what to do and whatnot. I don't know, but I don't think I heard any security gates opening or anything like that. It was then that Watashi realized it. The security gates and doors to each laboratory made a loud sound whenever they opened or closed. Yeah, they make a nice, satisfying, like, psss sound. It's really nice. It's not as cool as the Star Trek door opening thing, but it's neat. It's nice. I like it. You need to go through a security gate to get out of this area. And Yuri most likely doesn't have a card, which means that she probably can't get out of this area. Well, we don't know what kind of magic power she has. She might be able to walk through walls. Or something. Or teleport. Who knows? I'm not ruling anything out. Now, even though they said, telepathy is scientifically proven, but like, telekinesis, pff, that's all fantasy. Like, you can't introduce fantasy and just throw away other fantasy as fantasy. Like, not gonna work that way. I ain't falling for it. You're a fictional story and you know it. Don't try to mislead me. I know your tricks. I've read tons of manga and seen tons of movies and TV shows and stuff like that. You can't fool me. Well, you can. I'm easily foolable, but still. Did you hear the doors to any of the smaller rooms opening up? No, not at all. So that means she's somewhere here, hiding under the desk or in the ventilation shafts. There was only one answer. Enna's head suddenly shot upwards. Aha, the ventilation shafts indeed. She's gotta be heading for the staircase, which has collapsed and there's a bulkhead up against it anyway. Unlike the mechanical sliding doors that stood in front of every other room, the stairwells had normal, fireproof doors. If you were careful enough to open that door without making a sound, you could get away without anyone noticing. Let's go! Yes! The two nodded at each other and headed for the emergency staircase. When they got there, found her. Oh, that was easy. Yuri was standing in that dim room. Yeah, you're not getting away, little child. What you hiding? Come on now. Although, we're not gonna find out because Watas is kind of the reason why she's being so secretive. But we don't know why. Answers! I want answers. Yuri froze with a jolt. Watasa and Enna ran up the staircase and grabbed Yuri by the arm. Words! Use words! Stop being a trembling little bunny. Yuri, don't go running off like that without saying anything. You had us all worried. Watasa gently put his hand on Yuri's shoulder. Yuri hung her head like a dog that had been scolded. Miss Yuri, why'd you run away from us? I got scared. Of what? That's a lie. What are you afraid of? I mean, okay, she might be actually scared, but... I need answers. Scared? Scared of what? Well, speak! Listen, Yuri, we're not mad at you. You can answer Teach's question. Watasa let go of her arm and spoke with a kind voice. Yuri then nervously started talking as if she had finally prepared herself. Yes, come on. Well, because of that explosion I heard. Okay, fair. Oh yeah, right, that did happen. We opened the door, backdraft, and there was an explosion. Fair enough. Fair enough. Explosion? So you're saying you got scared by that sound and ran all the way here like a little cat or something? Yes. I half believe her. Only half. Watasa and Enna looked at each other. Looks like she's quite the scaredy cat. Yes. There's more to it. There's a lot more to it, but we thought just... okay. Watasa gave a wry smile and turned back to the door. Oi guys, we found Yuri. It wasn't long before they heard the sound of Kazumi and the others running over. As soon as she got there, Kazumi gave Yuri a stern glare. You can't go wandering off by yourself, Miss Yuri. I mean, yeah. We're in a very delicate situation. We're in a predicament. We're in a bind. Didn't I tell you it was dangerous? I'll get mad if you do something like that ever again. You hear me? Yes, Mom. Yuri's voice trembled in the face of Kazumi's harsh scolding. Watase quickly cut in. I mean, she's saying that because she cares. Obviously, we know that. She really cares about everyone's safety. That's why she's scolding you and like, don't be a fucking idiot. Come on. Like, seriously. Hold on, Tachibana. You shouldn't yell at her so much. She kinda I guess she's still a child. So who knows? I can't deal with children. I don't know how to deal with children. I prefer just to not. Let's not. Just no. Just don't leave me with kids. I don't know what to do with them at all. I'm just gonna leave them be. I guess I'm gonna make sure they don't kill themselves or something like that. And don't do anything stupid, I guess, but fucking hell. I can't handle children. Don't like them. They're weird. Kids are weird. Mysterious. They have all these unpredictable thoughts in their minds. What are they thinking? They're probably not thinking much, honestly, but still, it's... It's just... What was that? It appears that Yuri was frightened by the sound of the backdraft I caused, and just started running without even thinking. That's not... like... okay, fair enough, but that's, you know, that's something to learn from and not do again. How old even is she? It's impossible to tell. They're anime characters. It's literally impossible to tell their age. June is 20, we know that. Or 21? So now that's all we know, for a fact. So Yuri could be anywhere between like 12 and 18, for all the fuck we know. Anyway, so basically it's my fault, so if you could ease up on the yelling. Watase said this nervously, seeing as how he'd been on the end of a scolding from Kazumi himself just a few minutes ago. A troubled look appeared on her face. So that's what happened, but it's still more dangerous to go off on your own. She's right, Yuri. You'll be more safe with us than anywhere else. Exactly, these two are actually professionals, they know what they're doing. You're a mystery still. Watase has lost his competence. He's just a blundering buffoon, controlled by a blundering buffoon. Sort of, well, attitudes. Influenced by an idiot. As in me. And then we got someone who knows his stuff, in Ukita. And then someone who is kind of suspicious but seems to be genuine, at least for now, in Ena. I'm in the same situation as you are, and I too think it would be best to listen to the professionals. See, exactly, he's got a head on his shoulders. And a brain. I'm sorry. Yuri was practically shrinking after having every adult in the room scold her at once. Come on guys, we were already gonna go to floor B1 anyway, so why don't we just thank Yuri for saving us some time? Okay. You're being too soft, Captain. If something like this happens again, then we may find a body instead next time. She does have a point. This place is in a constant state of collapse and a radiation leakage and fuck knows what else. And a loose psychic on the loose. A psyker. Yes. A weird boy is on the loose. Is on the prowl. Probably. Something like that. Something like that. Maybe. I get that, but Yuri's learned her lesson by now. Right, Yuri? Has she? I mean, that's only partly the reason why she ran off, so... Yes and no. Yes and no. That's the answer. Yes. And no. She said this in a nearly inaudible voice. Even Kazumi looked a bit embarrassed at herself. Nah, you shouldn't be. As long as you understand, then that's all I ask. Shall we go then? Kazumi took Yuri's hand and ascended the staircase. Arise to the next problems. Jun and Ukita followed after them. Last but not least, Watase and Ena began to walk up the stairs. Just then, Captain Kasasagi... my suspicions are correct, right? What do you know about Yuri? What did you notice about Yuri? Come on. Give me the details. I need to start getting some puzzle pieces. Ena grabbed Watase's hand and whispered that... What is it? About Miss Yuri. Is it just me, or did she just freeze on the spot as soon as she saw you when you were... that bit. Yeah. No idea why. We don't know why. They had an encounter before his amnesia. So we don't know why. We have zero facts on that. It's just my assumptions. Yeah, you're right. It's second time that's happened. Watase suddenly remembered something just as he said that. How she had reacted earlier, and her attitude up until this point. Actually, to be honest, I don't think she's liked me from the moment we met. He doesn't know why. And if he had his memories, he probably wouldn't... okay, we don't know. We don't know. She doesn't like you. Why? Beats the hell out of me. What could it be? Watase started to wonder if Yuri had a problem with him or something. Obviously, it... okay, fine. I'm not gonna keep repeating that, but I will keep repeating that. He looked at Ena's face and asked, "Hey, Teach, is my face scary?" It's not that. Nah, you're just a generic, like, you know, you're just a generic dude. Can you see it? Yeah. See? I mean, you've got a stern look on you, but, like, other than that, you're a pretty boy. Something like that. Like... Current... Oh, they keep track of things. After chapter 1, scene escape... Oh, we're on chapter 1 still. This is what, like, 5.5 hours in? Who knows how many chapters there are? There are tips? Eh? Airjack. Oh, class. Oh, cool. Oh, this is cool. We'll have to go through this at some point. Retrograde includes fiction. Oh man, there's so many entries. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Nuclear reactor scram. What else do we know? Firefighter. I mean, yeah, sure. Sirius. Sure, that's the squad name. Command post. Yeah. Fire extinguishing. How do you even include fiction in that? Category includes fiction. It's... I guess they're... we'll read through these at another thing. A different stream. That'll be like an extra or something like that. But yeah, there's a lot. Vital check of fiction, like, good lord. So we've... Jesus Christ. So, okay, well, this is a progression, I guess. I guess we can look forward to, like, several months of me slowly going through this. We've got, like, 20 out of 167. Oh boy. Well, alright. Well, that's... Yeah, I did not look up how long this one was at all. So I have no idea. And that's good, I like that. I don't really care. I'm enjoying the story so far, so we'll just go until we're done. And that's all that matters. Hey Teach, is my face scary? Scary? No, not really. Well, you look the same you always do. Like a bit of a dunce. Really? Gee. Thanks. I wouldn't call that him dunce. Although I guess with the amnesia he probably does have a dumb look on his face all the time. Watas asked another question as he felt the pain of Enes's thought in his heart. Anyway, I've lost what I tried to say. But then I guess it's not a problem with my face. So what could it be? About the past you don't remember? I will keep picking that up apparently. What indeed? Got any ideas? Nope. Nothing. Nada. Zilch. Kaput. But hey, you're a teacher, right? Has a student ever disliked you for no reason? What goes through the minds of children is literally impossible to know. Enna looked confused about Watas's question. Of course not. My students love me. Okay. Well, good for you then. That's great. Oh, really? Then what's your secret? I don't think she has any. Good question. Well, if I had to say, it's because I shower my students with unconditional love. Sure, I guess I've had teachers that were like, you know, nice, that everyone liked. I guess the homeroom teacher was fine. She was the music teacher as well. Yeah. Yeah, there are teachers like that. They're just really good people. It's impossible to hate them. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Love? What? Yep. Love. I always put the kids first, keep an eye on them, and I always make sure to spare no effort. Ah, what a model teacher. That's great. Even if it's a bit pushy, your feelings will come through to others so long as you actually think about them from the bottom of your heart. Even if it's a bit pushy. Again, another thing. But yeah, I will keep noticing that. It's important to make sure my English does not get worse over time. Another reason why we are reading. Not everyone is perfect. Everyone makes mistakes. There's always tiny mistakes everywhere. And it's important to notice them, to point them out, and to fix them for future reference or something like that. Yes. Huh. So that's it. Be genuine and care, and you'll get rewarded for that. He couldn't say anything for sure, since he didn't know what the normal Enna's relationship with her students was like, but he decided to keep that advice in mind. But at the same time, he noticed a gaping hole in Enna's speech and decided to exploit it. Oh? But you know, for a teacher who's always Keeps an eye on the kids. You sure did a great job on noticing Yuri had run away. Look. Come on. She's not one of her students. And also, crisis situation. Ouch. You just had to hit me right where it hurt. Feeling a bit down now, not gonna lie. Well, let's just make sure we both keep an eye on Yuri from now on. I like that expression on her. Like, although, what am I even saying? I don't want to hear that coming from you. The two of them reached the top of the stairs by the time Enna finished saying that. That was like a 5-minute conversation. Or maybe 3 minutes, I don't know. I interrupted the bit quite a lot, always. And officially reached floor B1. New area, same as the old one. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Area 3 in a ring B1, there were no signs of fire there. Cool, for now. The Procyon reading was only 1792 MSV, so it posed no threat on that front either. Relatively no threat. That's still like 10,000 times higher than, you know, background radiation outdoors. It looks like this floor is safe, for now anyway. Then shall we split into 2 teams and search like we did last time? It takes up too much precious time to decide on teams each time. Let's just get to searching right away. Now it's important to be organized. A disorganized search yields very mixed results. No results, and you might end up doing double work. Yeah, especially seeing as we haven't found even a hint of any AD. God damn it, every time Yuri has like a ... line, like she knows something, she's done something, she's found something or something, but she's not telling us because she has secrets. She's part of this facility in some way. Then we'll take the outer ring, while Moriba's team will cover the inner ring. No one offered any objections. Like last time, they split in teams of Watase Kazami Yuri and Jun Ukita Enna, and began their search of Area 3B1. First, Watase headed towards the outer ring with Kazami and Yuri, but when they tried to open the security gate in the connecting passageway that led to the outer ring, inappropriate authentication, it refused to accept the card. It was a level 3 gate, so a level 4 card should have been more than enough to open it. But even after they put the card in the slot again, the door still wouldn't open. Damn it, the thing must be busted. Are there any other ways in? No. I mean, you can circle around, but you need higher level cards to get there. I'll go check. I mean, probably not. Kazumi said this and took out the map she'd drawn earlier. I mean, it's a circle. So you have to go from, like, what, back to the outer ring, to one of the other outer rings, then back in, and then, like, a pincer movement, or a flanking maneuver. There we go. Flanking, not pincer. We are currently located in. This door won't open. What's more, the security slot in the passage on the Area 2 side was burned down in the fire, so that won't work either. Go through Area 4 to get through Area 3. Now that I think about it, this staircase collapsed too, so we can't get in there from another staircase, can we? Which means that our only choice is to enter from the Area 4 side, though it'll mean taking a detour. Things just keep getting worse and worse, and we're no closer to finding any AT or the 3 kids that we're also searching for. Well, sort of simultaneously. Who knows what they're up to? Who knows how they've survived? So many mysteries. Mysteries everywhere. I just thought, like, although generally speaking, shouldn't have the problem of, like, those fucking mystery boxes in, like, Lost or something, where there's no real answers to Lost stuff or whatever. In my experience, like, these, storytellers in these visual novels tend to answer most things. They tend to have answers for actually everything in the end. They tend to, plan things out, or at least retroactively offer explanations for everything. In sometimes awkward way, but usually it's like, okay, I can accept that. Like, it's an acceptable explanation. And since this is based in reality, I'm having doubts about my own logic here. I said I should throw out logic earlier, so let's throw it out. Let's not make assumptions. They only had 10 minutes left until the effects of their last AD shot wore off. If only we had one more. A shy voice spoke up after Watase had muttered this. What's wrong? If it comes down to it, then why don't I just pass on taking it, so that everyone else will be fine? It's because she's won the experiments and she doesn't really need the things. She knows what they are a bit more. Kind of? Well, anyway. What are you saying, Miss Yuri? We could never let you do something like that. Come on, explain what you know about these AD shots, what they are, and what you are. Come on. She's not going to. She's absolutely not going to. They're not going to surprise me with information. Not this early. Not in Chapter 1. Fuck, we're still in Chapter 1. Yeah. Yuri trembled with a start. She's right. If something like that happens, then I will... No, let's not worry about that until we're out of time for sure. Yeah, you're right. Anyway, let's get back to the inner ring stat. We are short on time. Okay. Kazumi quickly started walking off, followed closely by Watase and Yuri. But Watase felt something was off about Yuri. No shit. What is it about her that's so strange? The fact that she's like this little, maid dress girl in this super secure facility in the basement floor where civilians shouldn't be, or the fact that she's clearly have had previous encounters with you and is not a fan of you. There's a lot of strange things about her. But you're a dumbass, so you don't know what they are. You can't try and even attempt to put two and two together. She was by no means being uncooperative with the search. True, she was very scared, but there was also a kind part of her that tried to put some others before herself, like he'd seen just now. So then, why'd she try to run off by herself? And also that scene. He remembered the look Yuri had given him when they had first seen each other. A look of shock and terror. She was scared. Of Watase, not of the fire. She had definitely been afraid when she saw him. Could it be that she's still scared of me? But if that's the case, then why? But just as Watase thought this... fuck me. Oh dear. That team's in trouble. They all screamed. He heard an ear-piercing scream. Yeah. Automatically corrected that even without seeing it. Ear-piercing scream. What was that? Wasn't that Miss Jun and the others? Yes, it was. We don't know of any other people here. Yuri was speaking in a loud voice for the first time in what seemed like ages. Let's go! Kazumi broke off into a fierce dash without a moment's hesitation. Watase took Yuri by the hand and followed suit. I need to take some water. Oh, that's a loud noise apparently. Jeez, I apologize. I should mute that when I do that. Anyway, that's a mental note for the next time and future ones. They turned the corner to find Jun and the others backing out of a room. Oh, Captain! What's wrong? Did something happen? Well, clearly they screamed. Yes. Ukita in particular seemed quite shaken up, as he started muttering nigh incomprehensibly upon seeing Watase and the others. Everyone, please calm down. Exactly what is it that happened? It was then that Enna mumbled in dazed shock, her face pale. Body. Okay. Well, obviously there's bodies. There was a catastrophe. It's a meltdown. Collapsed. and all that crap. So of course you're gonna find some bodies eventually. Come on. You should have been mentally prepared for that from the beginning. Huh? So many bodies. Okay, the important thing to know is in what condition and how are they located. Because if it's just bodies under some rubble and burnt up and whatnot, you know, as they were trying to escape the room or something like that, but it was blocked off or something. Or if it was a room that we could open that was blocked off for them, then that okay. I'm jumping ahead. Let's not do that. But anyway, all the air in the hallway froze at that moment. Did you say bodies? Yes. We're still in the catastrophe zone. They're in that room. What matters is the condition and the positions they are in. The fact of dead bodies is not really that relevant, honestly, as far as I'm concerned. Were they victims of the fire? Hopefully that would make the most sense and be the least intriguing thing. Although, that would be the least intriguing thing. The image of Natsuhiko and the others, their bodies alright, Natsuhiko, one of the kids we're looking for. And the others, their bodies horribly charred, passed through Wata's mind for a moment. I mean, yeah, it's horrible imagery, burn victims and whatnot, that's just gross. I haven't looked at many of those, but the few times I have seen images of burned stuff, that's not great. Gotta say, not great. Yeah, it's pretty tragic sight. But Jun shook her head. Oh dear. Oh dear. Heads exploded? No. It would make a lot more sense if they were, though. What do you mean? There we go, we got intrigue. You'll understand if you go in there and see for yourself. Okay. This game hasn't currently presented anything that would be super against. That should be fine. Twitch should be fine with what we're about to see, right? Hopefully. Wait, I didn't read that. Fuck me. I keep getting ahead of myself. June looked at the nearby door with a confounded look on her face. The door was already shut, but they could still smell what appeared to be rust coming from it. What's that stench? No sooner had the thought crossed Wata's mind that he was gripped by an inexplicable feeling of terror. He took a big gulp and prepared himself. Oh dear. I think it'd be best if you stayed back here, Yuri. Alright, let's get a view of that unobstructed by me. Okay. And Yuri nodded with a frozen look on her face. Captain, Lieutenant, you ready? As ready as we can be. Yes. Your experience, you should have seen dead bodies before. Yep. Jun walked up to the room and opened the door. Mutilated corpse. Oh, that's a... Okay, that's nasty. A mutilation... What even is that? Those aren't... Are those bullet holes? Horribly disfigured bullet holes, I think. Fuck knows what that is. Yeah, that's pretty gruesome. Alright. That's pretty gruesome. Let's see. Yeah, those are bullet holes. Tons, maybe? Yeah, they should be. That was a fight. That's a yellow dressed person. That's one of the... Oh, that's one of the hazard suits. And the other two are covered in some kind of cloak. Who knows what they are? Who they were? Yeah, we got a murderer on the loose. Or something like that. But yeah, that's a pretty nasty disfiguration. Come on, telekinesis. Come on, it's gotta be telekinesis. Has to be. Come on. The first thing that flooded into his eyes was red. Lots of red. This red is not going fast anywhere. Oh no. This is going to turn crimson into dark into black over time. The room was dyed with the color of blood. Lying close by Watasa's feet in that pool of blood were two crumpled bodies. And there was one more body deeper in the room. A body wearing the same kind of radiation protection suit that Kazami and Jun had shown him earlier. The second she saw it, Kazami shouted, "Uh-oh. It can't be. That's not a shout. That body is Hayami or Dojima." Jun nodded with a look of grief on her face and answered, "Yeah, that's Dojima." Of course. He wasn't a character in the Enneagram, so of course he's going to be a corpse. Or just a background character. And now it's confirmed, a corpse, so we can expect all the other ones who have been named, but not one of the 9, to become corpses. That's what we can expect, and we should expect that. And we should see any other result as either, "Oh, that's so much worse," or "Phew, well, at least they got out scot-free," or something like that. I don't think anyone's getting out of here scot-free. No. I'm not getting those kind of vibes from this. Even the music is ominous. It's saying like, yeah, everyone's gonna get fucked. Let's listen to the music for a moment. Yes. Ominous. Watase gasped at those words. Though he didn't remember the name, the fact that Jun did meant... Don't tell me. Was that man one of our? Yes, he was a member of Team A, just like us. Why did this have to happen? That is an excellent question, Jun. Kazumi and Jun fell to their knees right then and there. What the hell is this? Clearly a horrible murder. Watase had expected that any bodies he would find in this facility would be those who had burned to death, or were crushed, or something like that. But no, this is after the rescue team had arrived. Quite a while after. And who... Okay, we know who this guy is. Who are the other two? Ukita, get in here. Do you know who they are? They look like they're probably security guards, or something like that. But that clearly wasn't the case. Oh no. No. This is a thriller. This is a mystery. This is an action story. Maybe even a horror story. These corpses had lost their lives at the hands of others. Yes, they had clearly been murdered. Murdered. What the hell happened here? It was murder. Of the gruesome variety, Mr. Kasasagi. And the culprit is still in the building. Yes. It was that one you call monster. Maybe. Or it could be one of the... Nah, it's not one of the kids. Thinking brain... No, my brain can't think. No one answered that question. Watase just stood frozen in a daze in that room filled with the stench of blood. Red haze. People had been trapped in a facility with a melted down nuclear reactor. He had thought that was the worst things could get. They were already in hell where a moment's distraction could lead to death. But perhaps fire and radiation were not the only threats to the group's lives out there. There were 8 more hours until the lockdown was lifted. In theory, at least. The life and death drama they were all a part of had only just begun. Right. It's only just begun. 6 hours in and we have just begun. Let that sink in for you. Excellent. We can look forward to the next 8 hours being an excruciating 40 hours. No, not excruciating. I mean, if you find my voice excruciating, but you wouldn't have made it this far if you did. But yes, they will be intense, thriller-filled, exciting, mysterious, and hopefully, eventually, filled with answers. Ah, yes. Excellent. Chapter 1 complete. Wait, what's happening? There's a video happening. Oh, but it wasn't... OBS wasn't capturing the video at all. What the hell? The fuck was that? What? No. I didn't look at it. Yes, let's go back. Let's... Yeah, come on. It's not capturing it. What the hell? No. Okay. You can hear the music. No, we're watching this. No. Okay, I need to fix this. We need to switch over to a different recording method. Obviously, just a display capture. That should work. Okay. Apologies for the little technical. I did not expect this to fuck up like that, interestingly enough. Okay. For some reason, gameplay capture doesn't want to capture that, but just display capture should work. Now, I will go silent and we can enjoy this fancy cutscene properly now. Oh, wait, let's actually turn the sounds up. Sure, so that you can hear everything. No, we don't need the system volumes, we don't need that at all. I don't know if this affects that in any way. Let's just go with that. That seems fine. Okay, well then. Alright, the noises are... Need to bring it all back down. Down. There we go. Now, well, that was exciting. That was a very traditional anime opening. Lots of information there that you kind of have to pause in order to read all of that. And anything. Probably a bunch of spoiled things. I wasn't really paying too much attention. I was mesmerized by all the flashing imagery and stuff like that. And a little bit distracted, I guess. I don't know, it felt like a typical anime opening. And if we judge... fuck, let's not judge. There's still so much left. We got through the intro segment, the minute-and-a-half intro segment of a typical anime episode. Now we're in the main beef of the series. Excellent. Now, also, mental note 2. the full screen game capture does not recognize the the pre-rendered cutscenes, the videos. It switches to something else there. Good to know. Important to know. Although I don't think we'll be seeing any of those again until the very, very end credits video, which, like 40 hours from now, something like that. I mean, in the archive footage, the total stream time's not like real-time 40 hours. As in, not gonna be finishing this up by like, Thursday. Alright. Anyway, corpses. Bloody mysteries. Watase kept himself from shivering and took in the terrifying spectacle that lay before his very eyes. Dear God! The bodies at his feet were wearing what appeared to be white lab coats. Well, now they're stained red. You could not tell that they are white. Oh, I guess I could. You could if you looked hard enough. Fair enough, I wasn't paying attention. It wasn't strange for there to be researchers in this facility. I would expect nothing but researchers and maintenance staff in this facility. And maybe security guards, though. Probably, sure. Typical... what are we thinking? The Half-Life situation. Should be just researchers. What was strange was the fact that their bodies were full of countless bullet holes. Oh, I think the music is still a little bit loud. Don't want that, yes. It's 6%, it should be down to like 3%, there we go. Yeah. Even then, in my ears, it's still quite noticeable. The bodies were full of countless bullet holes. Maybe bullet holes. They might be bullets. Or they might be telekinetically shot gusts of air. They were shot. I mean, this is Japan. So, guns aren't exactly that common outside of like the military. And like maybe specialized units in the police force. That's about it, right? Even like the Yakuza types don't go around brandishing guns all that much. If the Yakuza series of games is anything to go by, guns are a really big fucking deal. It's like, you don't just give your thugs and enforcers guns. Nah, that's a quick way to get on the bad side of everyone. Given that let's start that again. Given that they were lying with their heads turned towards the door, it was possible that they had been trying to escape from the room. The various sized holes in their body, especially the big ones in their stomachs, exposed their innards. Various sized. So yeah, definitely not, shot by guns with bullets. Because, they would have the same size holes unless... Obviously different guns and different calibers and blah 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 blah, but come on. That's obviously not what happened. I mean, it's not obvious, because they ruled out telekinesis as a thing, as a purely science fiction thing, but come on. We know that's not the case. The organ that had shaped whom they once were now What? The organ that had shaped whom they once were now oozed out of their split heads, leaving a slimy stain on the floor. Okay, that's a very fancy way of their brains were leaking out on the floor. Their brains are out. Ugh! Headache! You had a massive headache earlier. He instinctively looked away from the horrible evidence of how the men had died. But further in the room was one other body, the remains of the rescue worker who Kazumi and Jun had called Dojima. He is mutilated by the same telekinesis powers. Those limbs are not bent in the way that they should be bent. His case was even stranger. His limbs were bent in unnatural directions, his fingers broken at their bases as if they had been tortured. Flesh from the nape of his neck had been torn off, blood oozing out from it, and the bones also appeared to have been twisted and crushed. Yeah, that's a nasty way to go. His face was warped in agony. Yeah, he was alive for most of that. And his tongue was sticking out of his mouth in a slovenly manner. What the hell is this? It's a mystery. to ignite our imaginations and to terrify the protagonists. What could have happened to cause him to die like this? Yeah, a fucking weird boy. Having some fun. It was hard to believe any human could have done this, but we have superhumans. So, that logic out the window. It looked more like he'd been grabbed and casually crushed by a giant hand. Yeah. Telekinesis. It didn't feel as if any person could have done an act so horrific. It was more like the work of a monster or something. No, we've established this. At least I have established this and I will not back down from it. Monsters do not exist. Only people do stuff like this. Okay, fine, monsters might exist, but they aren't as scary as people. They just do things. You know, a monster would have crushed and killed everyone the same way because it's unthinking, unfeeling, and it doesn't care. It just does what it does. A person chooses to do this. They choose to riddle some with countless holes in their bodies, and they choose to crush and agonize and torture someone else. A monster doesn't. People do. But the whole thing in general was strange. You don't say! Why was it though that those two had been shot to death while this one had died differently? Exactly. What in God's name happened in here? Which god, though? Which one are you referring to? I mean, fine, this is localization, blah 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 blah, but come on. You're in Japan. Which one of the gods? God of Mount Fuji? Okay, I'm being silly. And weird. Okay, yeah, I know nothing about that. Shinto, I believe it's called. Yeah, I'm very unfamiliar with that. Apologies if I offended anyone, any fans of the god of Mount Fuji. It is a majestic mountain. Seen pictures of it, it's really fucking cool. Anyway, Kazami answered, quietly rising to her feet. I don't know. However, it looks like they had set up a simple makeshift base in this room. When Watase looked at the room more closely, he noticed there were several objects that appeared to be broken equipment. What's this? A jackhammer? They probably brought it here in order to break down walls and doors. Smart. Watase picked it up and pressed its switch, but it didn't respond at all. It looked like one of the bullets had shot the motor right out. That sucks. There were two broken ampules lying nearby. There's AD. There was AD. Ah! One of them had been smashed, like someone had stepped on it. Yeah, cause, you know, just casually, it's just a thing on the ground. That doesn't matter, apparently. The other one was still in its original form, but the container was cracked, the liquid inside leaking out. It appears these are the ones they had been given at the start. Kazami picked up the cracked AD and said that. Just then, Jun broke her silence. Do you think Dojima administered it to those people? Yes, maybe. Dojima probably took those two under his protection and tried to come up with an escape plan. Just like us. Well, yeah, rescue worker, following procedure, and stuff like that. You know, just trying to do the best he can in a situation that's getting wildly out of hand. But this doesn't make sense. Exactly, we have zero facts. Why did Dojima have to die? Because he was in the way. Or something. He tried to stop whoever did this. Maybe. Who knows? We don't know anything. Watase could say nothing as he watched Jun say that and hang her head. He wasn't sad. Well, no, you don't remember what personal connections you had to anything, so of course you can't really be sad other than on a logical level. Like, yes, it's a shame they died, but I didn't know them, and this whole situation's just kind of way too out of whack to be... You know, there's other thoughts going around. It didn't feel real to him, like it was an event that had happened in a TV show, or an anime, or a manga, or or a movie. Which this is, let's not forget. Come on. Stop bringing up fictional stories if you are a fictional story. You are a fictional story, don't pretend you're not. Ignore the fact of fictional stories. Of like your own fictional elements. Just kind of takes me out of it a little bit when you bring those things up. Even though it was his very own squad mate who was dead, he didn't know him, so... To the now amnesiac Watase, the death of his supposed squad mate Dojima felt the same as the death of a total stranger. Well, yeah, he is a total stranger. And he hated himself for that. Well, what can you do about that? That's just how the brain works. It has to protect itself, and it can't just be overly emotional and super attached to everything that it should be sad about, theoretically. Otherwise, we would give in to despair and like just go mad with anguish and just emotions in general. We, like, the ability to disassociate and not feel, you know, sad or emotional or whatever about tragedies that happen to others is a vital survival skill that we have. That's why we can move on. If we don't have that ability, we would be fucking dead long ago. We would all be depressed, we would all be just in a fucking psychotic state from all the grief and anguish and everything else. That's why you can, I mean, the modern information age, news cycle, everything, and knowing all about the tragedies happening all over the world and everything else, that would literally drive us insane if we were all 100% empathetic to everything and everyone's misfortunes. We would not survive that. We have to have this instinct of letting go, moving on, and just not taking it to heart so much. That's important. That is very important. It looks very cruel and unfortunate from, you know, just looking at it like that, but it's necessary. It's weird and it's complicated, but it's essential. It's hard to talk about stuff like that without sounding also like a heartless bastard or something like that, but you know, that's kind of the point. That's kind of the point. You have to be. Otherwise, you're not going to be much of anything. Not for long, anyway. Kazumi gently wrapped her arms around Jun's shoulders as the latter bit her lips. You must have let yourself dwell on this. You must not let yourself dwell on this. Yes, you have to move on. Get out of the situation now, mourn later. Jun is not responding. Well, she's young. She's only 20 or 21 or something like that. A kid, still, effectively. Judging from the fact that there's no sign of Hiyama's body anywhere, he's probably still alive. We can still save him at the very least. Yeah, about that, no. No. The gameplay mechanic spoils that for us. No, he does not survive. I mean, probably not. Yeah. But nah. Let's go for now. If we remain here much longer, then it'll be difficult even for me. Watase and Jun nodded and headed for the door with Kazumi. Kazumi and Jun gave a small salute before they exited. Their final send-off to their colleague who had been killed under mysterious circumstances. All Watase did was just stand by and watch them. But the moment they left the room, Ukita grabbed Watase by the collar. Oi, Captain Kasasagi, what in the world happened here? How the fuck is he supposed to know? Like, you know about his amnesia. What? 3 people are dead, and even the jackhammer's broken. Yeah, that's called chaos. You know something, don't you? Answer me. Just talk already. No, he doesn't. I wish he did, but he doesn't. Not yet, anyway. No, how could I know anything? Kazumi frantically pulled Ukita off of him. Like, I mean, he saw 2 of his colleagues' bodies dead, riddled with bullet holes. What are ostensibly bullet holes, probably not. And you know, and a 3rd body is one of the rescue workers, so it's like, of course he's in a panic. Oh yeah, in his previous experience with Watase, he like shoved him in that security room, took his keycard away and stuff like that earlier, before the amnesia, stuff that happened off screen. So yeah, of course he's got his suspicions of Watase. But anyway, Mr. Ukita, please calm down. Even we're confused about why our coworker was killed. How could I possibly stay calm in this situation? That's fair, that's reasonable. It's a fucking chaotic situation, it's a catastrophe, and now a murder mystery. But before Ukita could continue his ranting and raving... Please stop! Oh, she's a serious face. Ooh. She's determined. The piercing green eyes. Ah, they're kind of dull, honestly. Not that piercing. But her determination. A tearful voice echoed around them. Ah! Yuri? She's speaking up, she's determined. Don't panic. People died there, right? Yes. Yes, they did. If something like that happens again, which it will. It was the first time Watasa had ever seen a look like that on Yuri's face. I mean, you technically know... Well, fine, whatever. Moving on. I don't know what I'm... It was still strained with fear. You only know her for like half an hour or something. But there was a clear, fierce will in her eyes. Like, we don't know anything about her personality. Like the video, the intro cutscene, the anime opening said a girl who doesn't belong anywhere. About Yuri. That's all I got out of that, I think. A rationality returned to Ukita's eyes as soon as he heard her. Yeah, he was just in a bit of a panic, obviously. You know, most people would be. You know, when suddenly, you know, one catastrophe on top of another, it makes perfect sense. Sorry. To think I, of all people, would lose my composure like that, it makes total sense, don't worry about it. Happens to the best of us. In fact, it would be weird if you hadn't lost your composure, even for a little bit. That means you're just a normal, rational human being here. It's only natural. Like, Ukita, Jun, and Kazumi are like the only normal people here. Like, just like, you know, the ones just doing their job caught them in a fucking crazy situation. Watase has the voice in his head that's been suppressed by the AD, nanomachine drugs, radiation, which, who knows what the fuck that is still. Yuri is an enigma. Why is she here? What the hell is she going on about? What does she know? What does she not know? And... Wait. Oh, Enna. Right. She might be a normal person, or she might not be. It's... that ball's still in the air. She seems like a normal person. I guess. But there might be more to her, because she's got connection with, like, all those 3 other kids, who are definitely not normal, because why the fuck are there 3 school kids here? So that's another mystery that will be eventually resolved. It's only natural. By the way, were those researchers perchance acquaintances of yours, Mr. Ukita, in a closed-off research facility like this? To some degree, yes. They at least met during lunch break. No, to be honest, I don't know them. I mean, he might have passed by them in a corridor or something like that, but generally, okay, fine, fair enough. It's a big laboratory. You're not gonna know all of your hundreds of co-workers when doing secret, maybe government research. Eh? Well, it's a big facility, what are you so surprised about? It's not my fault. The odds of ever seeing someone who doesn't work in your area are particularly low in this facility. Yeah, there's like, 7 different security levels. People are probably have NDAs up the fucking butthole. And just like generally like Big Brother type of things on top of that, to make sure they don't talk about things to people who are not authorized to know them. And even then, that kind of attitude develops a paranoia where you just kind of just don't talk about things to anyone, even if you don't have orders not to. It's a big facility and they're doing unethical research. I mean, he doesn't know about the unethical parts, at least not the most unethical ones. He's probably been part of something that's a little bit unethical and probably a little bit dicey, but nothing too major. Nothing that dwells on his heart that much. There was something about Ukita's explanation that didn't sit right with Watase. Again, basic logic escapes Watase. If he didn't know them, then what was he getting so worked up for? They're still his co-workers, and it's very easy to see himself be in that situation. Like, it's very easy. This could have happened to me. Like, this happened after the rescue workers got here, so this could still happen to me now. Like, it's a very simple, train of thought. Like, so of course he's worked up about this. Pure logic. It's just pure logic here. But Edna suddenly cut in. Also just, basic human empathy and stuff like that. Emotions that I'm only somewhat vaguely familiar with. I'm a bit weird. Bit of an alien, I guess, in some ways. Almost. It's weird. My brain's weird. It's wired strangely. But Edna suddenly cut in. But still, why were they killed? Yeah, that's kind of more important right now. Why? How? By whom? Like, okay, the easiest thing we can determine, relatively easy, is how. Okay, no, we can't. By whom? We can't. Why? Absolutely no way to find that out without the other two answers. Questions answered. Perhaps they were trying to steal AD? No. No, I doubt that. There was still AD in that room, after all. The bigger question is why the killer had a gun. At least, it is to me. It wasn't. Oh, right, no. No, that was a pistol at the start. This is definitely the work of a machine gun. Well, telekinesis, but whatever. Good point, Anna says. Ukita's eyes suddenly widened in shock at that moment. Everyone, it would be best to be careful. The killer might still be in this facility. Oh yeah. Unless the killer can walk through walls or teleport or something like that, then they definitely are. They absolutely are. Because bulkheads are in the way of everything. What? What do you mean what? God damn it, Watase. Stop frustrating me with your lack of brain power. If those three were killed after the lockdown began, which they were, because the lockdown happened quite quickly after the rescue workers arrived, then naturally that means the killer is also trapped in this facility, just like we are. Thank you for the basic logic. Yeah, Watase. You get it now? Good. If someone with a gun is lurking around Labo, then it's not just fire and radiation we have to worry about. What the hell are you talking about? He's using basic logic, that's what he's talking about. You're not saying that you suspect my students, are you? This is a large facility. There's a lot of people that were working here that failed to evacuate. Like those two researchers. Who knows how many else? How many more others are still down here? In areas 5 and 6 and N. No, that wasn't what I was getting at. There's no way children could do something so heartless, right? Children often tend to be used as like heartless monsters because they don't have maturity and they can be easily brainwashed and manipulated in fiction. So, I mean, well, we can't rule it out, actually. Don't know anything about those three kids. Although one of them was, had like the personality type of the healer in there. But there might be someone dangerous still in the facility. So all I'm saying is that it might be best not to move around carelessly, even if we are here to search. Huh? Quit acting like a What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean spoiled brat? He's being rational and reasonable. What the fuck are you talking about? That's all the more reason why we have to find my students quickly. Ah, okay, from that perspective. Fair enough, but, still, his point still stands. If we just rush in wildly and just frantically, we're gonna find more problems. Anyway, yes, you have a point, but not as strong as his point. That's all the more reason why we have to find my students quickly. No. I mean, yes, but no. Watase frantically cut in just as it looked like another argument was about to start. Calm down, teacher. What Mr. Ukita's saying isn't really wrong, is it? No, it's not. What was that? Are you two idiots? You are acting a little bit irrational, Miss Anna Tsubakiyama. We've established basic logic here. At least one person is following basic logic. Let's not abandon it. Idiots? I mean, yes, he is, but no. I mean, Watase is. Ukita isn't. Isn't it clearly way too early to assume that the killer is trapped here with us? I mean, it's a dangerous situation with way too many unknown elements. It's, you know, the safest assumption you can make is that there is the most danger ahead of you. If you assume everything is fine, then, you know, open the door and suddenly, hey, there's a gun in my face. And now I'm a hostage or something. You know, it's... Come on, Anna, you're smarter than that, but fine, she's got a lot of empathy, sympathy, emotions towards her students, so she cares. I mean, that's a good thing. That's a good thing, ultimately. I'm on her side emotionally, but I'm on Okita's side rationally. Even the killer should be afraid of the radiation and fires, so what reason would they have had to go out of their way to kill a rescue worker? I mean, exactly, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, he did, or they did, you know, did the killing, despite the, you know, the fire and radiation. So that makes them even more dangerous. That's certainly true, but they still did it, so they clearly do not care about it as much. Like, Watase found himself shutting up Anna's logic, with Kazumi soon backing her up. Really? And so what reason would they have had to go out of there and kill a rescue worker? I mean, sure, we don't know the reason, but we do have the fact that they did go out of their way to kill a rescue worker. Like, that did happen. So, your argument doesn't work because the fact is it did happen. And why is Kazumi backing that up? Yes, and what's more, the 8G Dojima had was destroyed, so clearly the killer doesn't care about it. Like, these things happened. The killer doesn't give a shit about the fire and radiation and killed people, and doesn't care about the AD. So that's a fact, we know that. At least that's the best assumption we have. And we don't know their reason. If Dojima had been killed after the lockdown started, which he did because, you know, the lockdown happened quickly, the killer would have never broken it. We don't know that. You're making an assumption as well. You're making an assumption that the killer knows about the AD at all. Those three were probably killed before the lockdown. Were they? Oh, I guess we just only heard Hayami on the radio earlier. And not Dojima. I think? I don't remember. Sure, let's go with that for now. That doesn't rule out a possibility. I don't know what the culprit's goal was, but if my theory is correct, which it isn't, the story's gonna prove that it isn't because that's the less interesting version, then they should have had plenty of time after the murder to escape. Kazumi's tone was calm, but her eyes were wavering, because the whole murder doesn't make sense, though. Like, why murder a rescue worker and two scientists? Why murder two scientists with a gun, a rapid-fire gun, and then brutally torture the rescue worker? Like, that, yeah, okay, no, we don't have, we have so little information. She too was grieving, and yet here she was, desperately reprimanding Ukita and Enna. But I'm just worrying about your safety as a member of this facility. I mean, this facility's fucked. honestly. It's just survival now. We're just survivors now. Member of this facility means nothing. Rescue worker means only, you know, experience. School teacher means nothing. Just some knowledge about other people. Yuri, the most important character here, but we know nothing about her, so... Like I was saying, the killer's already escaped. We should go with that. No, we should not. That's the worst assumption you can make. That's absolutely the worst assumption you can make. That doesn't make any sense. You have no reason to actually believe that. None. None. That is the dumbest assumption you can make in a situation like this. But before Kazumi could say any more, a beep suddenly echoed through the hallway. What's that noise? Oh, that's my watch alarm. I set it to go off when our last dosage of AD wears off. Taken aback, Watase checked his watch. The digital reading said 10:16 AM on it. I know there are some of you here who took that last AD less than an hour ago, but we should all inject ourselves now just to be safe, but we only have 5 ampules. I see. Let's put this discussion aside for now and administer it to everyone. Problem. Yeah. These are our lives that are at stake here, after all. And yeah, they are. Assuming the killer isn't here is also putting our lives at stake. Jun seemed to have come back to her senses as she quickly distributed AD to Ena, Ukita, and Yuri. Ena and Ukita injected themselves immediately. Yuri doesn't like the thing, she knows what it is a bit more than everyone else. It does more than the radiation thing. Right then. This'll keep us up and running for another hour, eh? Yes, relatively. Yeah. Ena and Ukita muttered that. But Yuri and Yuri alone still hadn't injected herself for some reason, cause she knows she's got tons of experience with this thing. It's not what the research facility says it is. It's not what most of the researchers know what it is. It's something more. It's something more. We don't know what that more is, though. Miss Yuri, what's wrong? No, I don't want to inject it. Come on, tell us. She's not going to tell us why she doesn't want to inject it. She's not going to tell us what she knows. That's not happening because of dumb reasons. They're gonna... Okay, fine, they're gonna be emotional and tragic reasons, but they're also gonna be dumb. You're still saying things like that? Very well, then I'll do it. No, you can't be stubborn. Ah. Just like last time, Kazumi injected Yuri with AD without hearing the latter out. But there were now only 2 AD left. Watase, Kazumi, and Jun exchanged glances. Damn it, now we're too short. What should we do? What should we do? That's already been decided. Captain Moribe. God damn it, you self-sacrificing. You noble-hearted bastard. Come on, Kazumi, you're the most competent one here. You need to survive longer than anyone else. Like, you're gonna keep everyone alive. Watasu is fucking stupid right now, and I mean, yeah, Kazumi and Jun should take it. Watasu is a liability. Like, I'm a liability. Why us? Cause she's the noble hero, self-sacrificing, blah 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 blah. Your body still isn't in perfect shape, so there's no way I can allow you to push yourself. And Moribe has the smallest body among us, so we should assume her resistance to radiation is weak. Okay. I'm just gonna go with that logic, I guess. Sure. But what are you gonna do, Lieutenant? Once Jun asked this, Kazumi held out something to her and Watase. I'll use this. Introducing a new element, surprise! Ah, right, never mind. It was the damaged ampule that had been lying near Dojin's body just minutes ago. It's been exposed to air and radiation, although it's anti-radiation nanomachines, so it should be fine. I mean, it should be fine if it's nanomachines, then like air isn't gonna infect them or some nonsense like that. There's less of a dosage in there. Other than that, yeah, if we believe what's in it, then it should be fine. Only half of it still remained, the other half having leaked out through the cracks in the container. No way. You're not seriously gonna try keeping your body protected with only half a dose, are you? I mean, half a dose is better than no dose. So, I mean, yes, the answer is yes, it makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Ukita? Well, let me think. If the drug's dosage has been halved, then that means the effects should also be halved. Maybe? Maybe, who knows how these things work. Or maybe it'll only be effective for half the time. Honestly, I don't know. Yeah, probably should have tested that. But you are saying that it's better than nothing. Well, obviously, than nothing at all, alright? Well, yes, that's true, but... Wait a minute, it's still way too risky. Is it? If it's nanomachines, they don't give a shit about back... Fine. Jun showed her Procyon to Kazumi. The Procyon reading is currently at 2035 MC. Not only is this level life-threatening as it is, but it's still rising, you know that. She's right. If this AD's effects don't properly manifest, then you'll be exposed. I mean, we're all exposed, regardless of the AD, but still. Then what do you propose we do? The fact remains that we don't have enough AD. Exactly. I'll be taking the damaged AD no matter what you say. Yeah, she's in charge here. She is the most senior ranking officer here, with the most experience, and that stuff. But you're letting your emotions get in the way. No backtalk, Moribe. Ah shit, there's a decision to be made. Ah dear. I hate decisions. I can't make competent decisions. I'm just bumbling through. My brain's not designed to handle complex stuff like this when I'm trying to relax and just enjoy a thriller story. Kazumi's angry shots echoed through the hallway as if to ward off Jun's pleas. Ah, Jesus Christ. Are we gonna let her sacrifice herself with a lesser dose, or are we gonna do it ourselves? You know, Watase has secrets that he doesn't know about his body. He's probably got like super psychic powers as that guy at the start. Not you too. I will not forget that until we figure out what the fuck that is. So, Watase, take hold of the situation. Inject yourself before she can do anything. Aha! Or something like that. I don't know. Yes, I have decided. And if we die, then, well, okay, so be it. Bad choice. We can go back. Kazumi's angry shots echoed through the hallway as if to ward off Jun's pleas. This is an order. You're wasting valuable time complaining about this. I mean, if given the track record of speedy conversations we have wasted in the 5 minutes, maybe 20 seconds of actual time. We're all being exposed to radiation right now, at this very second. If you're worried about me, then please administer the AD right now and continue the search. I mean, that's hard to argue against that logic. Although, what did I fuck up there? Kazumi's face was brimming with determination. She's filled with determination! When Watase and Jun saw that, they realized that there was no use in trying to persuade her. Moribe, let's do as Tachibana says, okay? Okay. Watase and Jun hurriedly injected themselves with AD. Kazumi also injected herself with damaged AD. She then turned to Ukita and the others and spoke. I apologize for causing you trouble. Now, we've all finished injecting ourselves, correct? Right. You're right. Sheepishly looking. They were most likely still taken aback from seeing the altercation between the rescue workers. Ukita and the others were now quiet, like their fight mere minutes ago had never happened. Now then, with that roadblock out of the way, let's talk about our next move. Indeed, Kazumi spoke with a calm voice, betraying none of the anxiety she must have felt from her co-worker's death and the lack of AD. First of all, we've more or less completed our search of Area 3, with the exception of the B1 outer ring. However, we can't get in because the security slot is broken. So we are planning on moving on to Area 4 next. But are all of you non-rescue personnel alright? Define alright. That's a good question, that's a good point. Relatively, we're alive, capable of moving, we can breathe, we are not starving, we are not injured. We have protection, relatively speaking, from the radiation, at least as far as we understand it. What I mean is, if you feel mentally fit to keep on searching. Right after you've seen those corpses, I mean, the alternative is what? Breaking down and crying in a corner or something? That's not helpful. Ukita and Yuri gasped at those words, but in contrast, Enna replied in a subdued tone. She's got students to find. Of course I'll keep on going. Determination! I see. Then come with us. But that killer really could still be lurking around. Yes, he could. They could. Absolutely. They are. Otherwise, this isn't much of a story. You're still on about that. It's a very important point. It's a very critical... Like, just dismissing that is so irrational and irresponsible. I get that you think it's too dangerous to move around, but if you want to stay here, then you're on your own. I mean, staying here is also not a good option because there's nothing here. Moving on is the only option, but it's the manner in which we move on and what mindset we assume when moving on to new areas that matters. If we move on with the assumption that the only things we'll encounter are debris and maybe some fires, we won't be prepared for something worse, like a killer. It's complicated. It's complicated. It's a complicated situation. I don't know how I'd act in the real... Well, it's not a real situation, but still. In a crisis situation like this. But if you don't move, you just might be waiting for death, right? Yeah, absolutely. She is right on that. I agree with her on that. I agree with you on the killer front. He definitely still here. But you can't stay in one place. She's right, and besides, we have no AD right now. To be honest, it'd be better to have an extra helping hand with the search. And like, what else are you gonna do? There's also Lieutenant Tachibana's health to consider as well. We should help with the search to ensure we can get some AD as well. You make good points. Yes, they do, and so do you. Combine those, they are not contradictory points. Okita reluctantly nodded. It seemed even he, with all his stubbornness, had realized how harsh the situation was. What do you want to do, Yuri? She just wants to crawl in a hole and get out of this whole place. She just wants to disappear, I think. Like, she just wants out. She doesn't want to be part of this. She didn't want to be born the way she was born, with whatever is going on with her. Didn't want to be an experiment. Didn't want to be confined in Area N. Even if they gave her like a nice bedroom, it's still a, a prison. And all that. Yeah, see, she just wants to disappear. She doesn't want to answer things. I'll come along with you guys because there's no other rational option, honestly. Yes, it would be much safer that way. Having everyone within eyesight would be best. Kazumi then turned her head. She was looking at the Area 4 connecting passageway. Then, let's head over to the next area. Fortunately, it appears that security terminal is still intact. Yeah. And with that low voice, the group started walking off again. And with that, I believe we can pause for an intermission. Indeed. It's been a little moment. My brain is starting to go a little haywire, unable to read properly and everything else. But yes, this part has been concluded now. There's some other music that I like, obviously. It's always going to be music that I like. If you are interested, you can look it up during the subsequent moments where I ramble and return sometime later to talk about nonsense and read some nonsense. And I guess with that, obviously there hasn't been anything going on elsewhere. Nothing does come up. So, with that, I bid you all adieu for now. Bye bye. See you later at some point. Bye bye now. Enjoy the rest of your day. And remember, drink your water. You're just a houseplant with extended mobility and anxiety. So just drink your water and breathe. Bye bye now. See you later. Okay, for real now. Bye bye. Let's mellow out on the music. The dramatic music that's happening in our ears. A little bit. Okay. Bye bye now for real. Goodbye. Once more. We continue. There's a thing I forgot to do last time, but yeah, my brain gets mushy at the end there, so... the list of music has some interesting names. The Polish ones, I mean. And I'm gonna try and pronounce them. I kinda looked them, the first one up some time ago, when I was looking up, you know, trying to find this music and whatnot. Anyway, I believe it is Krzysztof Wierzyńkiewicz. No, wait, there is no Z. They don't actually pronounce that. It's like a Polish thing, I think. Krzysztof Wierzyńkiewicz. Maybe that's about as close as I'm gonna get. Michał Cilicki, or Cilicki. Cilicki. Could be. And Adam Szkorpa, or Skorpa. Could be various things. I didn't look those up. And obviously, at the very bottom of this list today, music from my people. You pronounce these words as such. Menuets. Viņi dejoja vienu vasaru. That's the Latvian language for you. Repeat after me. Menuets. Viņi dejoja vienu vasaru. We pronounce every single letter in our language. Now we have special, like, those dots for certain words to emphasize their softness or strongness or loudness. But beyond that, pretty straightforward, except for our grammar. It's like one of the most complex fucking things in the world. As bad as German grammar, almost. Or worse. If I recall, German grammar was pretty brutal at times. Although I don't remember much German. I don't know it very well. But anyway, there is nothing else aside to do in this intermission. I hope you had a glass of water and you calm down. Take some deep breaths. There was a lot of excitement and horror in the last part. But before we can get to that, because this is an intermission, and I have decided as such, we have to go through my past, my shame. And we are going through the next short story that I've written sometime in 2017, if I recall. Who knows when? It's horrible. Anyway, text, you can see it this time around. Here's the previous ones. This is in a document that you can access as well. There's a link in the, at least for the archives. Did I put the link in the Twitch thing? Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, it's all everywhere. It's easily accessible. There's this shitty ass poem about fucking nothing, go away. Then there's this awful thing. Awful, go away. God, even one part is so bad I had to comment on about how horrible it is. Anyway, and then we get to today's short story. One of the very few ones that I had a title. After this one and the next one, they will just be numbered, because I couldn't give a fuck to give them titles or anything like that. So, this one is called Fallen. As the skies grew louder with booming impacts, they knew their own god was just as real as those they now followed, and his angels would deliver justice in his name. The old man and what remains of his town will be purged. purged of their taint by holy flame and righteous thunder. They accepted this, just as they had once accepted his benevolence. His hatred will now turn what his love flourished back into ash. Bones of their fallen ones, those they slaughtered, the weak, now cracked under the weight of his mighty warriors. It will be over soon. He would die. His men would all die. Good. His new god cares only for bloodshed, be it his enemies or followers. Blood for the blood god! And much blood was had that day. A bit of a 40k little story. You know what, I don't mind this one. This one's actually fine. It fits with the thing I like my 40k. It's a fun setting. It's really dumb. It has a lot of dumb things. But I love 40k. It's so stupid. I love it. It's brilliant. Now then, we got that out of the way. Good. That means we can get everything else out of the way now as well. Go away you. Go away me. Well, sort of. And let's wait for OBS to do its thing and we can continue. Oh, right, a quick little recap. We completed Chapter 1 last time of this. Well, sort of. We're in after Chapter 2, as we can see here. Scene title, Shortage. Right, that, yes. Good, thank you, scene title. You reminded me of what happened there. So, we saw a murder scene. Two guys got shot by bullets, though probably telekinetic bullets, because there were like 100 holes in there. And the only person we saw with a gun had a handgun. So that's doubtful. And the third corpse, Dojima, yes, Dojima, the one of the rescue operatives, was mutilated and strangled and bent out of shape in all sorts of horrible, horrible ways. I mean, not as horrible as you can see stuff on the internet and whatnot, but you know, as horrible as this game will depict. I think. I hope it doesn't get worse. I'm honestly not a big fan of gore, and you know, we don't need that here. But yes, after that shock, people had a bit of arguments about what to do next and what happened there and blah 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 blah. All that kind of jazz, as you'd expect, crisis situation on top of a crisis situation. But time is running short. We are exposed to radiation at all times, but we only have a limited dosage of anti-drug and nanomachine syringe ampule things. Still calling bullshit on that. Will not until it's proven one way or another. We only had 5. We found a half dose in the murder scene, and Kazumi, being the super brave and responsible and like self-sacrificing type, decided to be the one to inject herself with the half ampule. And now we are heading out to investigate further the areas. Area number 4 and 3 and whatnot, in hopes of finding more resources, the missing children, and hopefully not the murderer. Probably not. Although the murderer is definitely still in the building. It would be very, very stupid to believe that they are not. I disagree with Anna on that entirely. It's nonsense. But that's meta knowledge, and that's like a... Anyway, moving on. And with that low voice, the group started walking off again. 10:22. The group opened the security gate and walked through the connecting passageway. They were totally out of AD. Yep. And they were still in a situation that left no margin for error. Indeed, terrible spot. It's not just for Tachibana, it's an issue that we need to think about in the next hour. The last time they had taken AD was at 10:16 AM. They had to find 6 or more AD by the time their effects were off at 11:16 AM. Even though they had just learned that their coworker had died, there was no time to grieve. Yeah, we can do that later. That was probably why Kazumi was putting on such a brave face. What do you think here? Like, Kazumi is absolutely... like... good on her. But, you know, she's the only... like... The most serious senior member of the squad, serious here, with memories intact. So yeah, leave it to her, I guess. Watase quietly walked over to her and whispered, Tachibana, are you sure you're okay? Captain, your concern is unneeded. It's more important that you worry about yourself. I mean, she is kind of right, you do have amnesia and the second voice in your head, and why does Yuri not like you? Why is she afraid of you? There's a lot more going on with you than Kazumi. Alright, let's hurry on ahead. Yes. Watase and Kazumi said this, then broke off in a run down the connecting passageway. But the moment they rounded the corner, everyone came to a dead stop. Oh. Ah. Okay, it's just an obstacle. Typical video game obstacle. What the? An electric current and water feature. That part of the passageway was partially flooded. A fire hose had been left lying around not too far ahead, and exposed to electric wires. I mean, it's easy, just find the way to unplug the batteries or whatever. Water poured out of it, creating a puddle in the passageway. Or use planks, put something on top of the water. It's very basic RPG puzzle solving mechanics. Oh come on, it's just a puddle, let's get a move on. Do you not see the wires and sparks and stuff like that? Come on, Anna. No, look more closely, Teach. Yeah, it's a death trap. You need something to put on there. Watase pointed to the wall. Although, wouldn't the rescue squad members have like rubber boots? They should be fine with that, right? Right? Or does that... I don't know how... Okay. I guess I'm not... I don't remember how electricity works well enough to make that kind of a comment. Part of it had collapsed, most likely due to an explosion. Something that appeared to be a disconnected cable jutted out of there, touching the puddle and shooting sparks. Is that a high voltage line? Yes, it is. How very inconvenient. What in the world caused this? And why? Perhaps someone was trying to hose down something, and then this happened by coincidence. Sure. Coincidence? Could something like this really have happened naturally? Well, no, it's a sabotage event. Like this whole nuclear meltdown thing and everything else. And this is just inconvenient. He thought this for a second, but then chose not to say anything. And is the audio a little bit loud? It is a little bit loud for my... It's the same volume. I guess it's just the music that's... Oh, that was a jarring transition in the music. Went from this like high-pitched rock and roll guitar riff, shred that guitar to this little digital synthesizer thing. He thought this for a second, among other things, but then chose not to say anything. Well, whatever caused it, we still need to think of a way to get past it. Watase stared at the puddle intently. It's not a difficult puzzle. It was about 5 or so meters wide. Okay, so about a good 3 jumps. You need to make with that, I would say. 2 or 3. If you're really tall and fairly athletic, that's a good 2 jumps, one into the middle and one afterwards. Although, better make it safe in 3. Probably 4 for the shorter people. If one were to get past that and pull the cable out of the puddle, then everyone else could walk through it normal. Oh yeah, that! You just need one person to get through that even. Piss easy. But the problem was that it was right in the middle, in front of the curve, meaning there wasn't any room to get a running start. And you can pick up obstacle stuff. Watase took some lint out of his pocket and threw it into the puddle as a test. Zap! That alone caused fierce sparks to flash and goes up into smoke. Damn it, one step in this thing and we'll be toast. Delicious, delicious toast. When was the last time you had anything to eat, by the way? I'm talking to both the characters in the story and you, who was listening. You should make sure to eat stuff. Don't go starving. If you got nothing else, then just stay hydrated at least. That's gonna help. Are there any other ways into Area 4? Nope, the other one was blocked off. God, that is jarring. This music is making my brain... No. God. The one way to make me just lose my shit is for music to suddenly just chop. Going from one thing to another. All of a sudden, that's just... No. No, my brain can't operate that. It's instantly hate and confusion and befuddlement and just snap like that. No. There should be. It'll be a bit roundabout, but let's take a detour. Oh, there was? Another... I thought this was the okay. As soon as Kazumi said that, words poured out of Watase's head on instinct. Wait, time's too short for that. What do you plan on doing? Oh, come on. Only 5 meters without running start? That distance is nothing to me. You see, what? That distance is nothing to me. That's in quotation marks within a comment line. Watase said those words with a kind of confidence in him. Not only are we pressed for time, but Tachibana and Moribe must be real down after just having lost their squad mate. So I've got to do something myself in order to rally them up. Are you confident in your physical ability like that? He wanted to get rid of the depressed atmosphere that had taken hold of them, even if it meant braving such a great danger. Make some room, guys. Come on, Mr. Rukita, teach you too. Watase forced everyone to move to the edge of the passageway, clearing enough space for him. Wait, Captain, you're not gonna... Jun shouted that once she realized what Watase was up to. So many W's. Watch me, Moribe! Watase ran right up to the puddle with the initial velocity of a 3-step running start and jumped. Ha! Hop! Flap! Pale sparks flew at his feet as soon as he landed. You are wearing rubber boots, right? Watase flinched for a moment, but the shock he was expecting never came. He is wearing rubber boots, I was right. My instincts were right, yet my memory failed. Most likely because the only part of him that had landed in the puddle was his soles. They were probably made out of rubber or something. He heard Kazumi calling out to him from behind. Captain, are you alright? Yes. Basic facts. Electricity doesn't conduce through rubber. The three of you can just walk carefully through the puddle. There is no issue. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm gonna take care of the cable now. Watase then proceeded to pull the cable out of the puddle. Puzzle solved. Piss easy. No need to go about some kind of a thing to disable the electricity from elsewhere. You know, go around the entire dam. Shut down the dam. Blow it up. That's how you turn off this inconvenient thing. This little gate. Okay, it should be safe now, guys. No, hold on a sec, people. I'll go in first to check. Alright, makes sense. June approached the puddle just as Watase had said, and then stepped in it as softly as she possibly could. But nothing happened. I mean, she's also wearing rubber shoes, so it wouldn't. Yeah, it's okay. Looks safe now. Come on, guys, no need to worry. As soon as they heard that, everyone ran through the puddle and up to Watase. Hopefully out of the puddle as well. Safety first. That was a close call, Captain Kasasagi. I think I had a heart attack from just watching that. I pegged you as being more rational than that, but it appears you have this reckless side to you as well. You scared the crap out of me. I mean, I knew your physical abilities were next to none, but still. So even though your memory's gone, you still remember your physical limits, eh? That's our captain for you. I mean, the body remembers, there is muscle memory, so that's completely unrelated to the brain memory. The gloom that had covered Jun's face just minutes ago had receded greatly. Pronounce things correctly, that's kind of the point here. Watase breathed a mental sigh of relief, and then turned to his thoughts. Was it that face that gave me the confidence to think I could pull that off? Then it appeared it was his courage and willpower that determined whether or not he could act. But unlike everyone else, Kazumi's reaction was cold. Well, she does have to be the straight man here. Don't commend his actions, Maribe. And just what are you so happy about, Captain? Look, he didn't die. That's a great reason for celebration. Eh? Disaster sites are no place to show off your physical abilities. If we have a safer plan of action available, then we need to take it. That makes sense, yes. Especially after what you did back in the Area 3 outer ring. Right, that thing. With the fire and opening the door and jumping away, barely surviving that. Though Kazumi's tone of voice was composed, there was a fiery anger behind her words. Yeah, you dumbass, you could have died again. I'm sorry, I got impatient. Again. Not happy about that. Kazumi said nothing and glared at Watase. Those looks say more than words. The rest of the group watched the proceedings from a distance. Finally, Kazumi broke the silence with a sigh. Just so long as you understand that, that's fine. That is fine. Though that said, let us not waste the extra time the captain has bought us. Onwards! Kazumi looked away from Watase in a huff and started walking off. Man, that sucks. You finally did something really cool and all got you as a scolding, eh? Well, it wasn't baseless. What she said was completely right. No matter how much strength and courage he had, unless he could make sound decisions, he was merely putting his own life in danger. Yeah, indeed. That was probably what Kazumi was trying to say. Well, it may have gotten me another lecture, but I'm glad that Tachibana and Moribe look like they're feeling better now. Something else to focus on. Refocus your mind. Reset it to something else. Watase and the others followed Kazumi as that thought passed through his head. The group entered Area 4's inner ring on floor B1. Right. There are 12 ring areas and 2 floors per each, so 24 areas plus Area N. So 25 areas in total, right? Oh, just first time I'm counting that bit. Guess that makes sense. What they found there was essentially the spitting image of Area 3. Well, it is a research facility. It's built for function, not leisure. Jun checked her Procyon. Contamination level is at 2164 MSV right now. So it really is climbing up and up. That's what radiation does. Then we need to hurry. But before Watase could say any more, a voice suddenly came out of his PDA. Oh, it's Hayami, right? This is Sirius Commander Murakami. Oh no. Kasasagi, do you read? Kasasagi, do you read me? Commander Murakami. Ooh. The radio. We must be closer to it then. Kazumi quickly reacted to Watase's surprise. I reported you were unharmed earlier, which is probably why he's contacting you and not me. Please answer him. Yeah. Watase frantically took his PDA out and replied. Yeah, and this is Kasasagi, over. Kasasagi, I've been trying to reach you for a good while. I finally got through to you. The radio waves were clearly in worse condition than they had been in the earlier call. The commander started relaying orders with what little he could get through. Report your status. Alright, actually, we found bodies. Not the most coherent report. What was that? Didn't catch all of that. We found 3 corpses in the facility. And they had all been murdered. One of them was Dojima. What? Can you hear me? We found the bodies of Dojima and 2 researchers. They had all been murdered. Murdered? There were bullet holes in the bodies. The killer might have escaped the facility. Please check to make sure that none of the people who exited the facility have guns on them. They won't. Had a gun? Can you hear me? I repeat. Please check to make sure that none of the people who exited the facility have guns on them. Check for guns, right? Understood. Leave it to me. It seemed he had managed to get the abnormality of the situation through to the commander. Breaking up again, I have a message for you. The commander went for a change of plans, speaking without waiting for any responses. Of Labo's survivors? Amongst the survivors, protect somebody. Probably Yuri? Put priority on protecting the girl. I can't hear you, Commander. Please repeat that. I mean, we have the advantage of seeing the letters that are not cut off, but he probably doesn't. Girl named... Okay, come on. Protect her. Obviously it's Yuri, because who else? Protect the girl. Are you talking about Yuri? Counting on you. Work together with Tachibana and Moribe. You're telling me to work together? Okay, at least he figured out how simple enough. You're telling me to work with them to rescue the survivors, aren't you? Watase glanced at Kazumi and Jun, who both gave him deep nods. I mean, what else could you do here as rescue workers? Got it? Just leave it to me. I'm counting on you. And that's it. The transmission cut there. I mean, we don't know if it's Yuri he wants us to protect. It could be. It might not be. We are just making assumptions there. Watase put his PDA away and turned to the rest of the group. Did you guys catch all that? More or less. You don't even have to ask. Let's hurry up with the search of Area 4. Hey, Mr. Ukita, what kind of area is this? I mean, he has Area 4 clearance, so he should know. Oh, we call it the Brain. Well, that's ominous as fuck. Well, that's fucking ominous. That's a red flag right there, ain't it? For fuck's sake, call it the Brain. The Brain. Brains. The reason why is because this is where we handle most of the data processing, and because we have a supercomputer in here called Brain Cell. The Brain Cell supercomputer, alright. A supercomputer. Where is it? Obviously inside one of the rooms. The mainframe itself is in the outer ring, but it's controlled from right here in the inner ring. It's this way. Follow me. The group trailed behind Ukita as he led the way. He guided them to a nearby door that read System Control Room. Psst, I do like that sound. As soon as he opened the door, the sight of giant screens built into the walls flooded their eyes. Lots of green. Is that a hologram? Fancy, probably pointless, but oh, that depicts the area, doesn't it? Lots of geometry. Let's see. All sorts of doors and areas and stuff like that. And absolutely nothing in the center. What am I? Vast amounts of what appeared to be data flickered on and off at dizzying speeds. Set to auto do that, apparently. Whoa, green again! I was right. This time I know it's not my mind playing tricks on me, that's just the screen filter. Whoa, feels like a military command center. What kind of machine is this? Ah, well, Brain Cell takes care of the batch processing of all the information handled by Labo. When you say all the information, exactly what are we talking about here? All of the research, compile it together, cross-reference, storage, blah 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 blah. I mean everything. From test data analysis, calculations, and even infrastructure systems like the electricity, the lighting system, and the AC, the plumbing, and so on. Centralizing all of that, that's a terrible idea. You don't centralize infrastructure, you spread it out, you decentralize it if you want to make it secure. For fuck's sake, that's basics 101, you make them redundant. God. You're just asking to get fucked over here, aren't you? It still operates even during a case N. Look at these numbers here. Ukita pointed to some numbers on the edge of the screen. The time, 1816, and the numbers 14581, 14,581 MSV was sitting there side by side. Alright. 6:16 refers to the time the lockdown is scheduled to lift at. Just another 8 hours or so, eh? Looks like the estimates the commander gave us was more or less on the mark then. Indeed, he said that the engineers were currently repairing the system from the surface, but that data is calculating the time it'll take for the repairs to be done and for the lockdown to be lifted. Is it possible that the lockdown will be lifted before the estimated time? It's humans involved, so who knows. It probably won't be easy. The majority of the processing necessary for the system's restoration is carried out by the brain cell here. Again, centralizing safety measures. That's just the dumbest thing. You'd never do that. This estimate itself was made by Braincell. Even if the time is off slightly due to some artificial error, I doubt they can get it done faster than this. I see. Then what about this MSV 14,000 thing? What's that about? Is the current or the estimated thing that will be? Oh, that's... well, it's really bad. It's almost double the lethal dosage. Ukita hesitated for a moment before he spoke. That's the radiation level in Area N. Okay. What? Area N's contamination is already that bad. I mean, it is the central place. So that's where the meltdown happened. So of course it's gonna be higher. Watase shuddered. The thought that nearly 15,000 MSV of radiation was floating around Area N left him unable to even breathe. But you do need to breathe. Breathe in, breathe out. It was a land of death, where even a single step would most likely cost one their life. It appears that Area N's dosimeter is still active, but maybe we would have been better off not knowing. Knowledge is important. No, it's better to be safe than sorry. We would have needed to know just how dangerous Area N was eventually. Yeah, guess that's Labo's elephant's foot, eh? Elephant's foot? That's what they call the place with the highest radiation levels in the Chernobyl reactor accident. Elephant. I don't remember what it's in Russian. Fuck, my Russian's not nearly good enough to recall words and translate them. Anyway, its highest level was approximately 80,000 MSV. They say that anyone who was close to it died in just a few seconds. Of course, the numbers this time around are much better compared to that, but still. So now we're positive that we'll be screwed if we ever go to Area N, but we'll have to go there. We will have to. The difference between 15,000 and 80,000 didn't mean a whole lot when it came to radiation. Yeah, you're dead at 8,000, so... it's just the level of how dead and how quickly. They were both still extremely lethal doses. Both Chernobyl and Labo were crazy worlds, where abnormal levels of radiation flew around freely. And anyway, I'm glad that Braincell is still functioning even in this horrid situation. This place also controls the opening and shutting of the security gates. So if this ever broke, then our search would be at a permanent end. Wait, the gates are controlled by this, so that means we can... Could we possibly open the bulkhead from here? Everyone's eyes widened when they heard Kazumi's proposal. Mr. Ukita, can it be done? I don't know, but it's still worth a try. Ukita walked up to the control booth and spoke. I'll take care of this. The rest of you should continue with the search. There's no reason for all of us to stay here after all. Don't split the party. Alright, let's search Area 4 while he's checking on the bulkhead angle. Fine. This is safe enough, I suppose. Yes. Mr. Ukita, we're counting on you. The group left Ukita behind and exited the system control room. As soon as they left, Kazumi addressed the others. Then let's split into groups of 2 again. Who'll go with who? Miss Yuri and I will go together. I'll keep her under proper supervision. Eh? You ran off earlier. You're a little scaredy cat, so obviously you gotta be supervised. Though, that said, you don't have to do all that much. So long as you help out only when I'm sure it's safe enough, that's good enough for me. Okay. Got such a timid little bunny. Yuri obediently nodded her head. She's used to being obedient, I'm guessing, because of the horrid experimentation they've put her through. For how many years? Who knows? Then everyone else with me, okay? Yeah, this does seem like a good balance. Indeed, the most reliable with the meekest one, and then, you know, a mostly rational adult, excited adult, and a trying to do his best, but is incompetent right now. Adult, sort of incompetent. I mean, he's getting better, I guess. Instincts are working at the very least. Then we'll search this floor, so I'd like to ask the rest of you to search B2. Got it. We'll find some AD and give it to you. Just you wait. I'd appreciate that. With those words serving as a signal to all of them, the group then split up to begin their search. Watase, June and Enna quickly went to the stairwell so they could get down to B2. That was 10:32, I believe. 10 minutes. Sometimes I notice the floating text, sometimes I don't. It's unpredictable when I will and will not. But the emergency staircase, as the other ones, was collapsed. Had completely collapsed. Great. We can't go down like this. Yeah, it's way too dangerous. And I don't just mean for Mr. Bakayama. Even a rescue worker like me wouldn't try it. There should be an emergency staircase in the outer ring. Let's go down that one. Everyone nodded at Enna's suggestion and left the room. They then hurried over to the outer ring stairwell. Fortunately, the stairs were still intact. Good. Looks like we can get down this one. But, to be accurate, the stairs weren't totally in one piece. The ones that led to the surface had been destroyed, leaving only the B1 to B2 staircase intact. But why are all these staircases broken? It's a good question. Stairs are a very ancient technology. In fact, it's not necessarily even technology, it's just, piece of material that's just stuck somewhere at a slightly higher elevation every few intervals. No real point worrying about that now. Fair enough. Even if they weren't, there'd just be bulkheads waiting for us. Also true. The only stairs to the surface that are still intact are in Area 2. The group descended the staircase as they talked. However, Watase twitched as soon as he began walking down. Is it just me, or is it kinda hot? Now that you mention it, I mean, there's still fires going on, obviously. It's burning down here. It would be. June reached the final step as soon as she said that. On the other side of the door was floor B2. They could feel heat and hear some sort of bursting sound coming from it. Yeah, you don't want to go there. That's off limits. Watase checked the door with his PDA's RRT scan to be safe, only to find the fireproof door was brighter red, obviously. Wait, I'll open it. Why are you opening? There's fire on the other side. The fuck are you talking about? I'll open it. Yeah? What? The fuck? Watase said that and nervously opened the door. Yeah, what the fuck were you expecting? A hot wind blew in his face the moment he opened it. Like, no shit. The fuck, you could have gotten your entire face burnt off like that. The fuck, dude? You don't have a face mask or anything like that. You can't... This was highly irresponsible. Like... Jesus fucking Christ, really? Ugh, this is worse than I thought. It's not as bad as I thought. Like, come on, you're alive, you're just feeling some heat. I don't think we can put out this one unless we get the lieutenant over here. But at that moment, a strange sound rang out as though it were trying to cut off June. Beep, 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 beep. What was that? It's a beeping sound that'll drive someone mad. It's the Procyon's alarm. Oh, radiations. Oh, good. Fire wasn't enough. Of course it wasn't. Watase dumbfoundedly took his Procyon out. The reading was, oh shit, 4331, and we passed the first danger standard. Well, this area is a no-go, obviously. First of all, there's a fire you can't put out. Second, radiation that's gonna kill you. Third, probably something else later on. Why did it rise so much just now? Is the radiation down here that bad? Well, clearly, if these things can be If these things can be relied upon, then yes, it is that bad. This isn't good. Let's get out of here. Yes, we should. This is just a death zone. Wait. It's not that much higher than the AD's limit. I think we'll still be okay. Questionable. Highly, highly questionable. I mean, yeah, we don't have a lot of options for exploring this area, but it's also unexplorable. You sure about that? Then let's put out these fires. And Anna looked out into the fire at that moment. And when she did, her eyes suddenly widened. Hey? What's wrong? Watase followed Anna's somewhat astonished gaze. What he found was... Oh, Miss Psychokinesis Girl. A girl standing on the other side of the flames. That's a fancy image. Ooh. Engulfed by fire. Unhurt. Unfazed. Okay. Sannomiya. Okay. She seems to be fine. Watase recognized that name, and you should recognize the face. We saw it on the cameras. Luis Yui Sannomiya. That was the name of one of Enna's students who'd possibly been trapped in Labo. I mean, not possibly, we know they were trapped. We saw them on the things. If she doesn't move, then those flames are gonna eat her alive. Nah, she knows what she's doing. She's been here for like 4 hours now. At least. Maybe longer. She knows what's up. Look at that face. Determination. A little bit of anger, frustration, annoyance maybe? Yeah, no, she knows what she's doing. Hey, are you okay? She should be asking you that. But Louise didn't answer his calls. She just gave him a sharp look that almost looked like a glare. Yeah, she's glaring at you. Like, piece of filth. Out of my sight, I know what I'm doing. You little brat. You're just a kid compared to me, I'm an anime girl. I may be like 1,000,000 years old or something. Nobody knows. Calm down. She is in total control, dude. Look at that. That's a face that is in total control. Or overconfidence. Who knows? We haven't heard her speak, we don't know anything about her. Anyway, calm down. You don't have to be afraid of us. We came here to save you. More importantly, this area is badly contaminated. You need to inject yourself with this anti-radiation inhibitor called AD or you'll... She's been here for quite a while now. But as he said that, the girl turned around and ran off. Yeah, she knows who you are, even if you don't. She has memories. Anyway, what's this about? I mean, she didn't say anything. She reacted in ways that we just don't have information. I'm just gonna leave it as it is. I have no reason to mess with that enneagram. Eh? Look, it's the second girl that reacts strangely to you. There's clearly something going on. Put the puzzle pieces together. Plus, you have that voice in your head. Wait, why'd she run away? 'Cause she knows what she's doing. She knows things about this facility. I don't know, but we have to go after her. Roger that. I'm coming too. I mean, splitting up is better. It's too dangerous. Stay here and leave this to us. It's one of her students though, she can't. Once Jun said that, she and Watase went dashing off at the same time. Jumping around. Yeah, the girl was nimbly weaving her way through the gaps between the flames as she ran. Luis, why are you running away? It's me, June. Doesn't matter, this is a different situation, different circumstances, context. We are missing all of the context pieces. We're just blundering idiots in this inferno hellscape. Despite June's shouts, the girl didn't stop running. The entrance to the inner ring connecting the passageway came into view. And she has access to things. The girl took a card out, then slid it into the slot. She then ran through the now opened gate and disappeared behind her. She was injured, we saw that as well. Not invincible, but experienced. She encountered the killer. She's encountered the killer who's also in the facility. The killer might look like Watase. That would be something. She has a card. Where'd she even find one? Even, not ever. Where did she ever find one? I don't know if that makes a lot of sense, but whatever. Where did she even find one? The gates soon started to close. Wait! Watase and Jun made a mad dash through the gate. Donk. Sksh. There were no signs of fire in the connecting passageway. But they couldn't see the girl anymore, and you are now blocked off from Ena, who hopefully is gonna be smart and go back to Kazumi and Yuri. Or Okita, that works too. But they couldn't see the girl anymore. She had probably run off to the inner ring. Let's hurry and find her before the fire spreads. The fire's been going for like 4 hours. It's not gonna spread any more now than it did before. But just as Jun was saying this, the Procion's alarm grew even louder. Yeah, she is immune to radiation, or she doesn't give a shit about it. Whoops, it's 8,000. Jun looked at the Procion in surprise. It read 9307 MSV, yep. Louise is fine, she knows what she's doing. Oh, come on, give us a break. No, absolutely not, do not give us a break. Give us information. That's what I need. The number was past the second danger standard. Kazumi's explanation then suddenly echoed in Watase's head. Our lives are at great risk there, even with AD. And the fact that the alarm had gone off as soon as they had gone through the connecting passageway meant all the areas in the inner ring are probably contaminated. But he didn't have time to hesitate. The fuck do you want me with these? Attitudes towards each of them? Fuck it. Look, I'm not even gonna think about these sometimes. I'm just gonna like blip and blip. There we go. Blah blah blah. Our mental state has been altered. But he didn't have time to hesitate. The girl was being constantly bathed in high-level radiation while they were standing around. Let's go. We can't leave that girl here. She spoke in a clear voice as though she were trying to cheer herself up. Watase hesitated for a moment, but then... yeah. They exited the connecting passageway and entered the inner ring. You take the left. Jun then proceeded to run off towards the right. Yeah. Watase took off in the other direction, looking for the girl. The alarm was getting louder and louder. Watase suddenly felt a headache from the repeated echo of that sound. No, it's not because of the alarm. Are these the effects of the radiation? Who knows. He didn't stop with his headache. He also felt like his skin was going numb. Despite all that, Watase continued to run around in search of the girl. Just then... there she is! He saw the girl approaching the Area 5 connecting passageway. If she went through that gate, he wouldn't be able to keep chasing her. Wait, please, wait! Nah. Watase desperately called out to her, but the girl just kept on running. However, there was something off about the way she did so. Watase looked closer and noticed that there was a bandage wrapped around her upper arm. She got hurt, well, obviously. It would be strange if she hadn't. Then that only proved that he had to bring her under his protection as soon as possible. Watase ignored his headache and tried to chase after her when suddenly... Stop! Don't follow her. Hey, the radiation has unlocked our second voice. Don't follow her, hey? Interesting. Interesting. Spooky noises, spooky weird brain noises. I like these. They're weird, they're ominous, they're disjointed a little. I like this, I like these. A voice echoed in his head. Yeah, the one that told you to save Yuri, now telling you to not chase after Luis, who knows more and is actually competent and capable. Don't chase her. Stop right there. You'll die. It was the same voice he had heard in his head when he had tried to save Yuri. But now I was trying to stop him from rescuing that girl. Shut the hell up! Watasa shook off that voice and chased after the girl. But a second later... Uh-oh. The pain in his head suddenly magnified. He's in pain. Pain again. Watasa instinctively leaned against the wall. What's happening? You're getting psychically attacked. Shattered. A light shone in front of his eyes. At the same time, his vision was rapidly devoured into darkness. Well, currently it's devoured by pure, blinding light. Now it's darkness. And a thud, and he's unconscious again. Great. Perfect. And with that, his consciousness faded. 10:41. Hey, that wasn't a very long unconscious period. His consciousness was in eternal darkness. Without the ability to rely on his five senses, he had no clue where he was. I'm alive? His hazy mind just barely managed to construct that thought. He then made out the sound of someone breathing nearby. Oh, Enna, hi. Wait, Enna? The fuck? How'd she get here? We left her behind the other door that was locked behind the card. Okay. Okay, fine. Sheesh, Captain Kasasagi. You sure do weigh a lot. A ton. I honestly, I kinda doubt it. He's an anime character. A man. I mean, look at that frame. I guess he's average height, maybe a little bit above average. But like, come on, he probably weighs no more than like 80. Oh, that's probably way too much actually for an anime dude. Of that kind of stature, fuck that. Probably like 70, maybe even less than that. I weigh 70 and I'm not that big. Anyway. Oh, I guess if she's not physically fit, even that would be quite a bit. When... Oh, come on! What's with that music, and what's with this, like, blurry filter? Like, what the fuck is with this? Good lord. Alright, smooth jazz. And romantic blur. That's silly. That's silly, but I like it. It's fun. These kind of situations, change of tone completely. I do love when it does that, though. That's fun. Second time, and again with Enna. She's kind of the sort of comic relief, I guess. At least the way they use her in these scenes, with these kinds of scenes. First was stuck in the ceiling in the ventilation shaft with the slightly comedic music, and now it's this awkwardly false romantic nonsense thing. Okay, I'm reading too much into it. I've seen way too many of these kind of stupid scenes in other like anime and manga and other crap like that. They're fun, but man, it's silly. They know it's silly. When he opened his eyes, he saw half of someone's face. It seemed someone was walking while carrying him on their shoulder. Captain Kasasagi? Who's that? Oh, not another amnesia. Come on, don't do that. No sooner had he thought this than did everything come back to him good. Hopefully more than before, right? That's right, I fell unconscious. But his five senses swiftly recovered with that thought. Teach? Oh, you're awake? Good. Captain Kasasagi, are you okay? Who the fuck knows? Where am I? Why are you... The last thing Watasa remembered was chasing that girl. He tried to recall what happened after that, but all he found was a total blank. Miss Moribe found you lying in the inner ring and brought you all the way back to the emergency staircase. Okay. She's currently putting out the fire on floor B2 with Miss Tachibana. Okay. Sure, thank you, Anna, for being reliable and stuff. Fuck, what's even the point of that, I guess? Anyway. So they asked me to take you back to the control room. So that's what happened. Sorry for giving you so much trouble. You've got that right. It was hell to carry you and your heavy carcass all the way up to those stairs, you know? Carcass. Watase gave Enna a wry smile, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, what happened with that girl? Well, according to Miss Moribe, it seems Miss Sanomiya got away. She said she searched the entire contaminated zone in the inner ring, but didn't even find a trace of her. Did she run away to another area? Probably. Watase had no clue where she had disappeared to. He felt like he'd seen her running off somewhere just before he collapsed, but he'd been hit with a particularly painful headache right after that, causing his memories around that point to be extremely vague at best. But he knew for a fact that she had run away. Why did she run off like that? No clue. Got any ideas? I do, but none of them are, reliable. None. But thinking back on it, Yuri had clearly been scared back when he had first met her. Okay. Perhaps Watase's face looked especially frightening to them in an environment like this. No. That's not it at all. And what do you want here? I mean, what? What do you mean, what do you want from me there? Anagram, why do you appear? Why are you yellow? Approaching danger? The fuck are you even? Anyway. No, or maybe the girl had also found those bodies. Anyone would be shaken after seeing something like that, but that's not the face she gave. She gave a face of knowing and a little bit of anger and determination. Or something like that. Fuck it, just accept. I can fuck around with you. Unless I have an inkling of what you want me to do, Mr. Anagram up there? Up here? Yeah? I don't know what you want from me. I don't know what you want from me, Mr. Anagram, and these decisions that you want me to make regarding my attitudes towards these different people, Watase's attitudes towards these different people. In the end, Watase was no closer to figuring out the truth. Watase sighed and looked to Enna. Teach? Yeah? I'm sorry. I failed to rescue your student. Enna gasped, then smiled. It's okay. You still risk your life trying. And besides, knowing that Miss Sanomiya is in the basement for sure is still progress. Indeed. But still, she ran into the contamination zone, so it's possible she's being exposed to radiation. She's been here for 4 hours now, that's fine. Actually, there might be some hope on that front. Really? Enna said that and took something out. It was an MTAD ampule. What's that? I mean, it's an MTAD ampule. It was lying near the staircase. If Miss Sanomiya was the one who used it, then that gives her at least some protection. Then I guess she'll be okay if she stays out of any more contaminated zones, eh? But he couldn't be optimistic. It was very unlikely that she had a Procyon. She doesn't need one. Enna continued talking. She'll be fine. Truth be told, that girl's a prodigy who excels at almost everything. Of course she is. Who excels at almost everything. She's blonde hair, blue-eyed, like anime girl. With a strong determination, she's in a hostile situation and running away from the adults in this room. She knows a lot. She knows what's happening. Of course she knows everything and is competent. But her fatal flaw will be overconfidence? Or something like that. Who knows? It's always something. Not relying on another person. That's what the fatal flaw is going to be. That's what it's usually for these types of characters. Prodigy? Alright. I just know she's the kind of girl who can figure out a way to survive by herself. I see. That definitely is hopeful. Even if it was only a faint hope, Watase felt he should believe in it. He got no other information to go on. He then continued speaking in order to assuage Enna's concerns even further. Still, I've gotta say, you're a great person, Teach. Now where did this come from? Just so you know, flattery will get you nowhere. No, I mean it. You volunteered to come with us back at the staircase when you saw your student, remember? A teacher who was willing to run through a fire just to save her student is a great person in my book. That's only because I felt I had to save Miss Sunami as soon as I saw her. I mean, that's the point. That's exactly the point he was just making. I might have passed out too if I had actually gone with you. There's nothing great about that. It just means that I lack the ability to think things through. But you've got the spirit and the heart. That's what matters. I see, but it's the exact same way with me too, you know? Yeah, he doesn't have his memories right now. So, Eh? Enna stared at Watasa with an inquisitive glance. He responded by talking about his own experience. I mean, you know his amnesia thing. When I first met Yuri, she was trapped in a sea of flames. When I saw her like that, I felt I had to save her no matter what. And so I ran into the fire? No, Moriba stopped me right before I could. Oh my, that was rather reckless of you. Yes, it was. The time he died when she didn't. Yeah, let's just say I was being an idiot back there. Maybe Yuri's deemed me unreliable because she saw me trying to pull a stupid stunt like that. That's not it at all. Though I guess I'd say she doesn't hate me. More like she doesn't have faith in me. And I've got amnesia on top of all that. And I gave Watase a wry smile. I think it'd be best not to worry about it so much. There's just girls out there around Yuri's age who are scared of all adult men, plain and simple. I guess, sure. I hope that's the case. No wait, that still wouldn't make me happy. No, that's still worrying. Just man up. True, an amnesiac who passes out isn't exactly the most reliable of people, but I know you're trying your best. You've got the heart. I'm sure Yuri and the others know that too. You're right. Complaining about it is just pathetic. Watasa felt himself getting all pumped up again from Enna's stern encouragement. An intrepid smile that then appeared on Enna's face. There, that's the spirit. By the way, mind if I ask you something? Eh? How long do you plan on making me carry you like this? Good point. Good point. That's a nice little touch on this. To end this conversation there. Little scene. Oh, sorry. Watase quickly moved away from Enna as soon as he realized she was still carrying him on her shoulder. Well, anyway, thanks for everything. I feel ready to go again. Sure. I'm always up for a lecture like that if you need it. Anyway, let's hurry on over to the control room. Yeah. Watase and Enna nodded at each other and broke off into a run. By the time they had made it to the door to the control room, Yuri was already there waiting for them. Did something happen? Yes. Looks like Captain Kasasagi here passed out right after he went into a contaminated zone. You went into a contaminated zone? Yuri walked over to Watase with a look of shock adorning her face. Why did you pass out? Well, I got this real bad headache all of a sudden, so I don't really remember it all that well. She needs information, she knows what's up. Again. But maybe it was some kind of radiation damage? Radiation can damage your brain cells, you see. At least that's what Tachibana said. Yeah, but then there will be permanent effects on that. No. Yuri stared hard at Watase. Are you worried about me? Eh? No. No, she's not worried about you at all. Great answer. I see. That good. What? Yuri's response was surprising, but also heartwarming. Okay. She'd been acting like she didn't want to go near Watase the whole time she'd been with them. He didn't know why that was, but the concern she had shown him just now seemed to be proof that she was becoming a bit more comfortable around him. Okay, let's assume that's the case. Is it because of all the times I've risked my life? Watase then gave Yuri a smile. It's okay, Yuri. This is just our way of life. We'd be out of a job if we made civilians, especially young girls, worry about us. Oh my, you're finally starting to sound like a man of your station, Captain Amnesia. Well, the amnesia aside, I still am a bona fide rescue worker, you know? This is just my way of playing it cool. Just as he said that, it suddenly hit Watase. His subordinates were currently fighting the fires down on floor B2. Indeed. Crap. I should be helping Tachiban and Moribot. You guys wait in the control room. Huh? Are you sure you're okay? You only fainted just a few minutes ago. Yep, I'm already as good as new, so now I've gotta make up for lost ground. Sheesh, you're such a tough guy. Watase started running off towards the emergency staircase as he heard Ennis say that. 10:46 now. When Watase ran down the emergency staircase, he found the sea of flames still there. He could see Kazumi and Jun holding two hoses as they desperately suppressed the fire. The sound of the Procyon alarm beeping in the background. Oh, you came back. Captain, are you sure you're okay? Your concern is unnecessary. Anyway, is there anything I can help with? I'd like you to help us put out the fire, but, well... Watase checked the area around him as he listened to Jun. Everywhere except for Kazumi and Jun were standing was engulfed in flames. With the air full of heat waves and steam, every breath he took felt like it was setting his lungs on fire. It's too dangerous for you in your current condition. Please, fall back. He hesitated for a second, wondering if he should just do as Kazumi said and fall back. Ah, shit, it's red now. God damn it. I don't know what you want from me. You know, fuck it, let's rush in. We're here to help. Let's do it. Let's do it. We have confidence in everyone, including ourselves. Yes! No. Firefighting is all about teamwork. There must be something I can do too. Watase stood frozen in place. I'll watch the fire from the rear. That way I can let you know if I see something strange. Yes, thank you, Captain. Much obliged. Okay, two of them shouted that and continued hosing down the fire. But this fire looks far beyond the control of human hands at this point. Just as Watase thought that, some of the nearby flames surged upwards fiercely. What? A tongue of flame which had been flicking at the ceiling nimbly waved towards the floor. It was almost like the writhing of a giant snake. Hey guys, what's that? Oh shit, it's rolling over. We'll never last against that. All hands, retreat. Even Watase could tell whatever was happening was no laughing matter. This way! Guys, Watase opened the emergency staircase door. Kazumi and Jun threw aside their hoses at the same time and ran for the stairs. Watase followed them on high instinct. Hurry! The whole group crowded their way up the stairs as fast as they could. Watase closed the fireproof door to the stairwell as soon as they made it back to B1. And not even a second later, the door shook with a roar. Oof! Explosions! Knockback. Watase was knocked down by the shockwave occurring on the other side. Damn! That's a strong shockwave going through the door like that. He landed on his side and felt a keen pain run through the area around his ribs. Oh. Shrapnel. Pain. Metal embedded inside your ribcage. Right? He quickly shut the door again as he groaned. It looked like an explosion had happened downstairs, and the blast had made it all the way up the stairs. If we'd been even a second slower, that thought sent shivers down Watase's spine. What was that explosion? A flashover. A phenomenon where an explosion occurs when fire that's covering an entire area suddenly goes through thermal expansion. Right? You saw how those flames were rolling like they were alive, right? That was a forewarning to it, so to speak. So that's why he told us to run. If they had stayed there, they would all be burning to death right about now. Watase gulped as if to fully hit him just how ferocious that fire had been. His ribs still ached from when he'd been knocked to the floor. Okay, it was just a shockwave. No great danger. But I'm glad we're all in one piece. He looked at Kazumi as he said that, only to find her leaning against the wall, her hand gripping her head. Tachibana, what's wrong? Nothing. Just got a bit dizzy and a little headache all of a sudden. A headache could be because you went downstairs without enough AD. Ah, right, that's the thing as well. The fiery hallway they had just escaped from had a reading of about 4300 MSV, according to the Procyon. That was over the first danger standard, an extremely dangerous zone to those without any AD. Hey, you okay, Tachibana? Be honest, don't hide your actual state. I'm fine, no problems at all. You are absolutely not fine. Come on now. You are trying to hold back or something. You don't need to be strong 100% of the time. You need to let others help you. But to think the radiation would, if they were subjective symptoms of radiation damage, they should not be manifesting this quickly. This is more likely due to carbon monoxide overexposure. Her face was still a bit pale. But those numbers, this is the first I saw for a brief moment. +1 somewhere. What? Okay. No. What? Favor. I'm not even gonna try to pretend to care about the favor system. That means nothing to me. Maybe she's right, but we can't be optimistic, can we? Even Watase had fainted with a violent headache right after he had entered the contaminated zone. Like every game has systems that you just don't really care about, most of them anyway. I mean, except for like the super simple ones that have like 2 systems in them, or even just 1. Like when you have stuff in there happening that's like, yeah, okay, I don't really understand what this is or what it does, but I can just ignore it. Or other times like, this is tedious, I don't even want to track of it, it's the thing, blah blah blah. Other things are great, like woo! But then, besides, this is a visual novel. The gameplay side of it is like, if I wanted to do gameplay, I would do gameplay. That's not why I'm here. That's not why you're seeing this. Anyway, even Watase had fainted with a violent headache right after he had entered the contaminated zone. It was way too dangerous for someone without a full ampule of AD in their system like that. They have really taken it to heart, this belief in this AD thing. I'm still waiting for it to be turned out to be bullshit. Kazumi spoke up with a firm voice as Watase thought that. At any rate, let's head back to the control room. Going back to the lower floor is no longer an option. Right. Yeah. Kazumi then started walking on ahead, followed shortly afterwards by Watase and Jun. So that dosage of AD really hadn't been enough for her. Though injecting oneself with a drug stored in the damaged container was already in and of itself extremely dangerous, we need to find some AD on the double. Watase then whispered into Jun's ear. Moribe, Tachibana looks like she's having a real hard time. We have to support her. I know that already. I know that. Watase and Jun nodded at each other and quickly marched towards the control room. Okay. I'll be honest, you probably heard me yawn or suppress a yawn a couple of times. We're gonna have a pause here a bit earlier than I had anticipated, but, well, that's just... that's gonna be a thing sometimes. Sometimes I overestimate my own ability to stay... sane? Relative to... I don't know. Yeah, my brain's turning off. We're done for now. Stay hydrated. Listen to some music. It's nice. It's got some nice things up in this list here. And I'll see you in some moments. A little bit later. Once more. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. The stream is on. All is well. What am I thinking? Fuck, who knows? Right then. I guess we can continue. Oh! There is a bit of information. I did look it up. I was a little bit curious. And I looked up in the visual novel database, and apparently Redouble is... well, it is about 55 hours long, according to people who've gone through it, probably in a sensible manner. So we can look forward to about another... well, we're like 7 hours in or something, relatively speaking, probably less. So another 70 hours. Yay! Well, I'm having fun, so it doesn't really matter how long it takes. As long as I keep having fun, these will continue, regardless of any other factors. But aside from that little tidbit, got nothing else. Here's the music, as always, another selection. Here's the background music of the game, but we are at an intermission. We had our water, and now it's time for me to experience some awful memories. Well, not really memories, more like my past self. It's time to read another thing I wrote from about 2017 or 18, and this one is this one has a title. Its title is Her Tears, and I am dreading reading this. I shouldn't write about things I don't know, like relationships, emotions derived from those, like stuff like that. I don't know anything about that kind of stuff. I shouldn't write this. I am dreading this. I hope it's not that kind of terrible stuff. This has the potential to be worse than that fucking Albier nonsense. Okay, fine. Alright, I don't have to do this, but I do have to do this because I've set this as a standard for myself, and if I don't keep to my own standards, then what's the point? Then what's the point of this structure at all that I've come up with? Alright, let's get through this. It's a bit of a wordy bastard, I suppose, but alright, let's just get this over with. Past me needs to be purged, and in order to do that, I need to confront it. So, her tears. She is sleeping soundly. I am awake. I cannot sleep tonight. I haven't slept well in months. Not since I last saw her cry. Her tears still linger when I close my eyes. Those perfect, glistening droplets of purity. It was a sad day for both of us. Our son passed away that... oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's even worse. I shouldn't write about these kind of things. Emotional loss even. Fuck. I apologize wholeheartedly for anything that's further here, but... oh, God, we have to do this. Alright. She couldn't stop crying. My mind... She cried for the both of us. I didn't understand what I felt that day. I just lost my son, but now I needed to sleep. Why? Does life really just move on? I recalled her tears. They were beautiful, streaking down her cheeks, sparkling in the dim light, reflecting my... Soon I found solace from the pain. That simple act of her body shedding water from her eyes, caused by what only humans can feel. Her sorrow was my anchor to normality. But then she stopped. It was gradual. She says we visited a therapist every week for 3 months. I don't remember. She says both her and my parents visited us periodically. I don't remember. She says she was pregnant again. I remember. That day she cried for the last time. The last for a very long while. But today she cried again. 5 months and she finally cried. I held her before it happened. We were embracing each other. My arms were wrapped around her shoulders, her gentle lips whispering sweet nothings in my ear. We kiss. I lay her on my bed, my arms moving to caress her face before descending, but I stop at her soft neck. My fingers grip gently, then stronger and tighter. She gasps for air. She tries to speak. I hear nothing. It takes a moment before those beautiful tears fall, but when they do, I finally feel whole again. I remember all those other times she cried. That moment is like ecstasy. Oh god. Don't want to finish this. This is... The fuck did I... What kind of mental state was I in when I wrote this? Oh my god. I have so many things to apologize for. The fact that this exists alone is just... I should not have written this. Why did I write this? My god. The topic is something I should... I guess we have to finish this, apparently. This is how that ends, huh? I grab a bottle of painkillers from the medicine cabinet. I get back on top of her. She's unconscious. I lightly squeeze her moist cheeks, then I return to gazing in her closed eyes and those wonderful droplets of humanity distilled. Those are the last drops of my humanity. I know this. In a few moments I too will pass on, watching the light dance on her face. Her beautiful tears are my last memory on this world I left long ago. Oh my god, Okay, we're done with that. That's not a topic. No. That's not a topic I wanted to see at all. And... Right then. That was... I don't even know what to say. Awful, but in a different way from the other stories. Oh god. Okay. Let's just... I don't even know where to begin other than to move on, because I think that's the only sensible thing for me to do. The past has been acknowledged. It's... Oh god, it's a lot worse than I thought it was. Anyway, moving on to something a little bit more... less... Let's move on to the post-apocalypse or something. That's less depressing, that's less messed up than that. Jesus fucking Christ. I do not have high hopes for future ones. Alright. Okay, now I need an actual palate cleanser from that. We're gonna read another Onion article because this is... I need a palate cleanser. I'm sorry. I deeply apologize for reading that, for writing that, everything. I apologize for everything. That's just awful. Anyway, The Legacy of Ray Bradbury. June 14th, 2012, 11:32 a.m. Pioneering science fiction author Ray Bradbury, who wrote such books as Fahrenheit 451 and The Martian Chronicles, died last week at the age of 91. Here are some of the works he leaves behind. R is for Rocket, a collection of short stories still prominently featuring Montreal Canadians right-wing Maurice Rocket Richard. The Illustrated Man. This captivating volume of stories is more than gripping enough to keep a young man's mind off his depressingly infinitesimal odds of losing his virginity anytime soon. Ray's tips for top grilling. Bradbury's influential barbecue cookbook, which includes a recipe for sweet and spicy ribs that may seem quaint now, but was hailed as revolutionary when it was first published in 1963. The Martian Chronicles, a series of intertwined stories that at times appears to satirize issues that plague our society, but really is just a bunch of alien shit. Something wicked this way comes. A scary guy shows up in a small town. Well, he's not that scary if you're just reading it, but if you were a character in the book, you'd find him scary, perhaps even sinister. The Barney Chronicles. Space adventures of Don Knotts' character from the Andy Griffith Show, and Bradbury's first installment in what turned out to be a very brief foray into fan fiction. The proof is in the pudding. Turned out the spacesuited visitor from the underworld is... a woman. Ooh. Sunbeam Model T20 Auto Toaster Manual, #44AG104. An in-depth look at the functions and highlights of the T20, because hey, they weren't just handing out book advances in 1949. Alright, that's better, that's more accurate, more appropriate. Now we can do the recap of things properly. Where were you last time? What was happening here in the Route Double After Days? Disaster Prevention Manual. That's one hell of a thing. I mean, yeah, it fits in. We just read a manual on a T20 something. Perfect. So what happened last time? We discovered the intro, or was it the time before that? The anime intro. We found Luis Sannomiya. Yes, we encountered her in an area that's full of fire and radiation. She didn't seem to mind though. She seemed to have a handle on things. We tried to give chase, but were knocked unconscious by the something. Oh, we also heard the voice. Watase Kasasagi heard the psychic voice. Again, telling him this time to not follow the girl. Do not follow Luis Sannomiya. Don't do that. Then, what else? Oh, I remembered the thing. AD, we saw there was a picture of it, stands for Alone Desire. And I've been thinking, psychics exist, but once we took the AD drug, we kind of lost the ability to hear this other guy. So, the AD is obviously, as the name implies, it suppresses the psychic abilities and stuff like that. Where was I going with that? I don't know where I was going with that thought, but that's about as far as my brain cells managed to get there. I think that's it. Yeah, we've returned to the command center, the brain room, where the giant supercomputer centralizes everything in a very stupid way. Like, why? I mentioned it before. Anyway, moving on. When they got to the control room, Enna, Yuri, and Ukita were already there. Yes, they were exploring other parts of the Area 4, trying to figure something out. Anyway, they probably didn't do much. No sooner had they passed through the doorway than did a bitter shout echo through the room. Damn it! I can't steal the root authority. You need to reboot the system, like get into the kernel or something. If it's Linux-based, that should be easy, although you can crash the system probably. Can't reboot the system. Mr. Ukita, what's wrong? He's not a computer whiz. That's what's wrong. Ukita and the others turned around in surprise. Oh, welcome back, guys. You three, huh? I heard everything from Miss Tsubakiyama. Sounds like he went through hell. Yes. Yeah, but we're okay now. As okay as you can be. None of Watase's group said anything about Kazami's deteriorating condition. Oh yeah, right, she took half an ampule thing and is... she's undergoing some things, maybe. Maybe. More importantly, what happened? What's all this stealing authority business about? Well, I've been expending all my efforts towards gaining control of the bulkheads, but the control system is shielded by thick layers of protection. I don't believe I can do anything against that. And unfortunately, the other three control computers are all being guarded by that system. It appears it's been set up so that it instantly takes the root authority back from any intruder who managed to steal it by force. And to be honest, there's nothing I can do about it with my level of skill. I see. Everyone's faces fell at Ukita's explanation. Oh shit. I didn't even notice I forgot to switch myself. I was distracted. I was mentally distracted by many things. I apologize for that. We are in the correct setup now. Well, everyone's faces fell at Ukita's explanation. God. Come on now. Though it had only been a half-hearted hope, it still came off as a big disappointment. And while I wouldn't say this makes up for that, I learned several things during this process. Hey, information is power. Please look at the monitor, everyone. Ukita then operated the control panel, bringing up what appeared to be a map on screen. Cool. Cool. What's this? It's a map. This is a detailed map of the labo. This is floor B1, where we are presently located. And this is floor B2. Oh, this will be a huge help. Now we don't have any more trouble navigating the facility. Wow, presumably. And it's not just a simple map. You can also check out the current situation with it, at least to a certain degree. Yeah, like radiation, fires, other life forms, doors, stuff like that. So here's what I learned from it. First, it appears that all routes leading to the surface really have been locked down with bulkheads. There are no other exits either. Incidentally, it would seem that all emergency staircases leading to those bulkheads have collapsed, excluding the one in Area 2's inner ring. I see. It was more or less what they had expected, but was still disappointing to hear. Kazumi pointed to the lower half of the map. What's this redded-in portion? Fire and radiation. Oh, that appears to be an area currently on fire. Just like Kazumi had said, the whole area was dyed red. Yeah, Area 6 is just fucked, look at that. The entire outer ring is just a fire, blazing inferno, and some other things. E or EY. And look, there's next to it read Area 4, B2. It was the fire that Watase, Kazumi, and Jun had narrowly escaped from. Then all these red parts are... Indeed. B2 of Area 4 wasn't the only area that was red. Area 5 was full of red dots, while almost all of Area 6 outer ring was filled with red. Indeed. The bulkheads in these areas have been damaged by the fire, so there may be some radiation leakage happening there. Well, that's just fucked. So that's why the Procion's reading rose so much, eh? If we can seal up the damaged bulkheads, will that stop the reading from going up? I mean, it might slow it down. It's not gonna stop it. It will not be an easy task. We don't know what parts are damaged, after all. It's highly possible that the majority of it is broken, and there's no chance that we can suppress the radiation with makeshift repair work. Great. Just great. We can't continue with our search like this. The lower floor was now completely off limits to them, and they still needed to find Kazumi some AD quickly. And with all the areas ahead of them on fire, there was also the survivors' safety to worry about. Then let's start thinking. We need to decide what to do next based on this new information. The group meekly nodded. The first order of business is finding AD. Stat. We can't leave Tachibana in this condition forever. Good point. But where do we find some? We had planned to search the lower floor, but it's on fire. Suddenly, Yuri, who hadn't said a word so far, finally broke her silence. I found this while I was waiting. Eh? He looked at Yuri to find she was holding what looked like a small notebook. What is that, Yuri? It appears to be this facility's disaster prevention manual. According to this page, Yuri opened to a certain page and showed it to everyone. The group walked over to her and took a look at it. Disaster Prevention Manual 2030 edition. Before a case N, in the event of an emergency in the facility such as a fire or accident, please also be wary of a case N. Do as this manual says and first secure some AD. And in the chance that the case N does indeed occur, please take the following countermeasures. Case N countermeasures. The first thing you should do in the event of a case N is to administer yourself with some AD. Because it's an anti-psychic, telepathic, whatever drug. To stop case N, a person with abnormal abilities, from fucking with your mind. That's what that is. I mean, I don't know that for a fact, but come on. That's a fact. I'm gonna be proven right on that one. And no, I did not look up any things. This is just me being a little bit guessworky. I mean, I still only have 0 facts to work on them, but I'm gonna argue this time around. Though the passages leading to the surface will be sealed off with bulkheads, this is no cause for panic. Right? Please remain calm, go in the nearest room you can find, and wait for help to arrive. Well, help did arrive, and now we're fucked. What next? For 9 hours, don't ask the impossible. No, that part's due to a system error. The lockdown would normally be lifted much earlier than that. Wait, there's more. But wait, there's always some more. About AD. There is AD on reserve in every area. We recommend that all personnel look into and confirm where the AD in their own area is being kept. In the emergency that the AD has been damaged and you do not have enough, there should be plenty of spare AD in areas 1, 3 and 5. Please obtain some as quickly as you can and administer it. So that you can avoid seeing the truth of this world and all the people in it. They are pawns. There were a few more entries after that, but that appeared to be the only information that pertained to their current situation. Watase broke out into a smile at this new knowledge. Plenty of spare AD. Plenty. This information's a lifesaver. Thanks, Yuri. Oh, okay, well, the enneagram disappeared a lot sooner than I thought, but okay. You're welcome. Yuri gave a smile tinged with a faint hint of joy. Sure. It says there's spare AD in areas 1, 3 and 5. But is that actually true? We were in area 1 at the start. We have access to 3, and 5 is out of reach, it's on fire. And there's Luis there. And probably the other 2 school kids too. Well, now that I think about it, we did find a medical box with 5 AD in it in area 1, so there's that. That's less than I thought. Well, I guess there was enough originally, it's just area 1 was also on fire at first. Most of the spare AD probably burnt up in it. Then what about area 3? We found a medical box, but it was empty. Someone must have beat us to it. That's too bad. Then is there anywhere we haven't searched yet? Well, I mean area 5, but that's tricky. It's tricky. There is. Kazumi looked at the monitor. Area 3's outer ring on B1. We couldn't get in there because the card slot at the security gate was broken. Oh, that one as well. Oh yeah, I remember that now. Me too. The map showed one of the 3 routes to that place was blocked off by a fire. And according to Kazumi, one of the others had a security slot that had been incinerated. And the final route, the only one Watase had personally been through, had a broken card slot. So we might be able to get in if we can put the fire out in that passageway. But I think putting out that fire is nearly beyond human help now. Ukita suddenly spoke up when he heard Jun's comment. Wait, if you say it's impossible with human help, then... Alright, if my plan goes well, then we can solve both our AD and fire problems in one fell swoop. Alright, Mr. Smarty Pants, what you got? What? Do you have something? Well, clearly he does have something in mind. Yes, take a look at this map. Ukita proceeded to operate the control panel again. A strange map then popped up, one that don't appear to be of B1 or B2. Huh? Engine room. In the first place, it didn't have any detailed descriptions or of anything apart from Area 3. I mean, it's a focused map. What's this map of? This is an equipment storage block between the first floor and B1. Think of it as something like an attic of sorts. Anyway, this part here is what I wanted to show you. The engine room. Those words caused Watase to remember the note he had found earlier on. What note? I don't remember a note. What? Could the engine room be where the sprinkler system is housed? Oh, that note! Yes, they were in the offices talking about the inspection of the sprinkler system, how it needs to be shut off. Okay. I guess there was a mention of an engine room somewhere there. I don't remember the exact wording there, but I do remember there was a note about the sprinklers. Indeed, all the sprinklers are offline right now, yes, because they shouldn't be. Just because it's an inspection doesn't mean you shut them all off. God. It appears that the sprinkler system has been shut off for some reason, but if we go there, we should be able to restore it. It'll be a great help in dealing with those fires. Are you serious? How do we get there then? Well, according to the map, through here. Through that block where we were just talking about. In other words, there's a ladder to the engine room in this room, in B1 of Area 3's outer ring. So if we can just get into that block somehow, we can put out the fires and get our hands on some AD. Those words brought the whole group's spirits up. Captain, this is good news. Damn straight it is. Nice job, Mr. Ukita. Oh, you're welcome. Ukita scratched his head in embarrassment. But the problem is getting there, isn't it? Ah, yeah, right, everything's broken. Or on fire. Yeah, maybe we should try to put out those fires in that burning hallway? Oh shit, choice. This feels like a choice. No, those slings are far too powerful. It's dangerous. Okay, danger route things. And you're smart, but Kazumi is the rescue operative. Yes. Let's go with her suggestions. Because she knows best. Literally. Like, literally, she's the expert on this. On how to navigate fires and the hazard zones and stuff like that. Go with her. I propose that we repair the broken card slot instead. Well, how do we do that? We got a scientist on board, right? He's got skill in engineering. Or computers. Right? I mean, not high enough. He couldn't crack the root password. Couldn't get root access. Root. Root double. Ah, whatever. That's probably not relevant. Titles aren't relevant to the plot or anything that happens in them. Right? Right. What to do? Watase thought it over for a second and soon came to his answer. Let's go with Tachibana's plan. We don't know for sure that trying to repair the card slot would be a dead end unless we've all given it a shot, right? Sure. Or we can just hotwire or something. That's right. They always say that 2 heads are better than 1. So we should be able to do something with 6. Is that true? I don't think that's true. Not necessarily. There's always the worry of groupthink, where an idea is expressed and then the whole group just kind of ruminates on it and doesn't really question because no one wants to get into an argument or something like that. Generally, a group is as strong as its weakest link. Oftentimes. I'm not sure if that applies to brain power. It might not. I'm applying real-world logic again. I should stop doing that. Everyone, will you please lend us your skills? What skills, though? We have, a rescue operative, a daredevil rescue operative, sort of, an amnesiac, who has physical strength, I guess, on his side, but that's about it. A school teacher with who knows what other kind of qualifications. A mystery girl. Fuck knows what she knows. And a researcher here who has science. He's got science on his side. With the power of science, he'll command the situation. Water, come forth. Of course. Well, I may be an amateur at the rescue, but I know a bit about machines, so I may be of assistance. I don't really have any skills, but I'll try if it comes to it. You have some skills, they're just not applicable to normal situations. That's kind of why you're in this facility to begin with, Miss Case N. Little Miss Case N. You have special skills, incredibly powerful ones. But anyway, just being there is good enough. Having a girl like you around will put these old men into high spirits after all. For fuck's sake, Jun. Doing that grin of yours. What you thinking about? Old men, huh? I guess if you're over 30 that you're an old man in any anime. Watase and Ukita looked at each other and exchanged wry smiles. For fuck's sake. Ukita's furry face turned serious again a moment later. Sure, He's a professional. Now that that's decided, let us make the necessary preparations right away. First, everyone here should download this map into your PDAs. Good idea. Let's take him up on that, people. Everyone took out their PDA as Kazumi's declaration, except for Yui, who doesn't have a PDA. She doesn't have anything. She doesn't get to own much of anything, except for probably like a teddy bear or something in her room, and that fancy little outfit of hers. Although I don't know if that's her choice or if that's someone's kink. Who knows? We'll find out eventually, or probably not. I don't know. Yuri, you don't have a PDA? Why would she? No, my mom won't let me have one. Mom, quotation marks. I'm gonna add quotation marks to the word mom. Sheesh, you've got a strict family. Reminds me of my folks. Well, there are families like that here and there. At any rate, everyone except for Yuri downloaded the map into their PDA. We'll also need a screwdriver to repair the card slot. Any of you rescue workers have one? No, but we do have a buzzsaw. Or like an engine cutter, or something like that. I always carry an army knife with me. It's a bit tough to use, but it'll still work as both a crosshead and a flathead screwdriver. That is true. Most of the part, yeah, that's true. Knife is a good tool to have. It's always very useful for so many different things. You can open stuff with it, you can close stuff, well, you can bash stuff with it with the blunt end. Generally, you can use a knife to open all sorts of things. Some things you shouldn't open with a knife, but you can, but you shouldn't. It'll do. Let's give that a try. Ukita took the knife, Watase then plopped a hand on his shoulder. Guess we're all set. Then, shall we go? The group left the control room. Swoosh. 11:01. Oh, right, they set a reminder for when they run out of the protection at 11:22, I believe. So we're running close to the end of the timing there. Now, the group headed from Area 4 to Area 3's inner ring. While en route, they looked over their newfound maps. Wow, this map really does make it easy to tell where you are. Actually, do we have a map? I remember we had a map. Oh, we legit have a map. Cool. With oh, it's interactive and everything. Cool. Sweet, fancy, flanky, even though this is a visual novel where we just go where we go. Where the story takes us, I guess. I mean, we do have choices sometimes? Anyway, what does EV... Oh, elevator. Ah, that's what EV stands for. Okay, so that's not interesting. Those are all not functional. Anything else? Makeshift base, ladder, engine room, surveillance room, elevator, staircase, blah 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 blah. Fires everywhere. Okay. Map is what it is. Honestly, I've been having a lot of trouble telling where I've been up till now. They hurried as they talked. Beep 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 beep. They were now in the connecting passageway from Area 3's inner ring to its outer ring, the one whose door had failed to open earlier. Watase tried his security card just to be sure, but it didn't respond at all. Yep, it's broken. Brilliant deduction. Then please go ahead, Mr. Ukita. Right, I don't know what I'll be able to do, but I'll give it a try. It's applied knowledge. You can apply knowledge from one field to another and won't necessarily work, but there's plenty of similarities with a lot of different things. Ukita took out the army knife and used it to start fiddling with the card slot. Well, Mr. Ukita, think you'll be able to do something? I have no fucking idea. Never seen the inside of a computer. I just use it for keyboard and stuff. It's hard to say. Even if I can, it might take some time. Time which we do not have. Then maybe it'd be best to try the other route as well. Watase looked at Kazumi as he thought that, but she was rubbing her arms. Tachibara, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. I just felt this tingling pain in my skin. Uh-oh. What? That's bad. Any abnormal feelings are real bad. We're in a danger zone. Danger zone. We're riding into the danger zone. Watasa started panicking. Oh yeah, that's not gonna help. He hadn't realized it up until this point, but it had been 45 minutes since their last injection of AD. What's Tachibana's cumulative exposure at now? Pretty high. If that damaged AD's effects didn't fully manifest, does that mean she can only handle under 2000 MSV? Or did it only last for half an hour? Who knows? But we don't even have a single AD on us right now. At this rate, we'll all feel the presence of Case N and their psychic influence on our minds. We will not be protected by the nanomachines anymore. Oh no, 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 no. We'll be exposed to the world of the espers. Mr. Ukita, can I try? I've got instinct on my side. My gut tells me it's this wire and this doohickey. Don't get impatient, Moribe. Let Mr. Ukita go at his own pace. And as Kazumi said that, Yuri suddenly spoke up from behind them all. I always actually legit forget Yuri is in any scene that she's actually in. She's just this little thing in the background. Ah, there's smoke. Oh shit, where? That's bad? Fuck me. What does he turn around as soon as he heard that? Smoke. Where? Over there. Yuri had just pointed to the center of the passageway when... Oh. Boom! The floorboards were blown away and fire came jetting out of them. Well, that's bad. Fuck me. What the hell? How'd fire get all the way here? It built up under the floorboards. And then blew up. Moribe, get a hose ready. Roger. There was a fire hydrant right by the gate. Jun promptly took a fire hose out of it and handed the nozzle to Kazumi. Everyone, please get back. Lieutenant, water's coming now. Kazumi turned to the advancing flames and began hosing them down. Epic fire, putting out steam. However, more floorboards were blown away. Jesus Christ. One flame after another kept spurting out of them. Jeez, it's a minefield. Our legs could be blown off at any moment. Our way out is blocked off by stupid amounts of fire. Even with Kazumi in a weakened state, the flames were progressing slowly, so it seemed she was doing her best. Cough! Yuri, get down. You guys too. You'll breathe in less smoke that way. Anna followed her advice and held Yuri in her arms. She then crouched down and started shouting. Mr. Ukita, think it'll be much longer? Who the fuck knows? He's now has to deal with smoke and he's not an engineer. I'm trying, but I don't know what the fuck I'm actually doing here. I'm just like a scientist, I'm not an engineer. It's different. Those are different things. I'm sorry. I honestly don't know if I can do it. You can't be serious. It wasn't just Anna. Everyone else was speechless. Fuck. If only this damn gate weren't here. Jun kicked the gate. At that moment, debris fell from the cell. Everyone's dead. Oh man. Watase looked up, then stared intently at what lay there. An air duct. Oh, we're actually... But... Well, I guess those wouldn't have the radiation filter blockade things going from, the inside areas, only upwards. Watase quickly scanned the path of the duct. It apparently went right over the gate and straight into the outer ring. He then remembered what Ukita had said earlier. The air ducts have radioactive material filters set up all over in them. They block all potential routes to the surface and other areas. Oh, right. Never mind. Other areas as well. Then maybe there isn't a filter there blocking the way to the outer ring. Wait. Then maybe there isn't, but wait. They block all potential routes to the surface and other areas. All potential routes. Then maybe there isn't a filter blocking the way to the outer ring, but that's an other area. How did you logic that, dude? That's... fine. Moribe, can we go through that air duct? Worth a shot. We might be able to open the gate from the other side. But the air duct was blocked by a grate. Mr. Ukita, give me the knife. Okay. What? I don't know. Okay, Jun took the army knife from Ukita. I'll remove the grate and go to the other side. She is small and nimble. My body's smaller than the captain's, so I'm better suited for this role. That is correct. Okay, go. I'll give you a lift on my shoulders. Right on. Watase then lifted Jun on his shoulders, allowing her to begin dismantling the gate. That's a pocket knife. Like, I have that knife. I mean, that's bigger than the one I have in my hands. Although maybe it's because her hands are tiny. Who knows? But that's just a pocket knife. That's not an army knife. I mean, I guess technically it might be the army knife. It's retractable, one of those tiny things. Like with the red Swiss, like it's literally a multi-tool. Literally a multi-tool. Ah, that's disappointing. I thought it was gonna be like a proper big-ass army knife, you know. You know, a proper fucking knife. That's, I mean, I guess it's technically a knife, but that's lame. That's one of those lame little knives, but they are very useful though. Incredibly useful. Actually, I have a second one that also like acts as a pliers. Is that the word? Tink. Does that. Very useful though. Multi-tools are incredibly useful to have around. Tools in general. Just don't buy the cheap ones. Cheap tools are the fucking worst. You're gonna be paying for replacements so much and they just won't do what you need them to do when you need them to do it. Seriously. Any utility stuff, you invest and it will last for decades. Instead of buying it cheap when you need it and then it'll last for like that one use and it'll break and then, you know, a couple of years later whatever you used to fix it is gonna be broken again because the tool didn't allow you to do a proper job and now you gotta fix it again. It's piece of advice, just when buying tools, buy quality ones. Buy the more expensive ones from proper brands, not the cheap knockoffs. Seriously. Like seriously. This is actual straight up work experience talking. You don't use cheap tools. They suck. You can't get the job done. Not well enough. Anyway, Watase then lifted Jun on his shoulders, allowing her to begin dismantling the grate. Screws soon began falling. First one, then 2, 3, 4. Finally, the grate itself fell. It had only taken a mere 30 seconds. Wow, that's quick operations. I don't know if I would be able to do that in 30 seconds. Damn, that was fast indeed. Impressive. Yeah, being handy is the best part about me. That's excellent. Practical people are excellent. Jun left those words behind as she climbed into the air duct in the blink of an eye. Acrobatic. We're counting on you, Moribe. Indeed, but the flames behind them had only grown fiercer during this time. Ah, I'm dying here. Kazumi groaned in pain as heat waves surged from the fire. Mr. Moribe, please hurry. Anna still had her arms wrapped around Yuri. And as Watase also prayed for the same thing from the bottom of his heart, beep beep, beep beep beep, do. The security gate opened. Yes! Joy filled the group's faces all at once. Now, alright, good. Rush through. But something was strange. The other side of the gate was full of smoke, and Jun was nowhere to be seen. Oh? Okay. Ominous feeling to group of Watase, yeah. So he quickly scanned the area, Moribe, and spotted Jun lying on the floor. Moribe, what's wrong? Hang in there. Watase frantically ran over to Jun and shook her body. No response. But she didn't respond no matter how much he called out to her. Her eyes were rolled back. She'd clearly lost consciousness. Oh dear. Instinctively sensing danger, Watase took Jun in his arms and ran back to the passageway. Cough. Pain. Oh shit. Oh shit. Are we all dying? Uh-oh. Yuri and Anna groaned in agony and collapsed on top of each other. Yuri, teach! 3 of them had collapsed one after another. Kazumi ran over after having noticed this unexpected turn of events. What's wrong? Fuck knows what's wrong. Nobody knows what's wrong. Her face then went as pale as a sheet. Oh no, is this oxygen deficient air? Ah, that would make sense. I mean, yeah, there's fires everywhere. What's that? That means the fire has used up most of the oxygen, and all that's left is just some smoke and nitrogen and whatever else is in the air. A type of lethal gas that turns you unconscious in a few seconds. It's created when the oxygen density in the air severely decreases due to fires. Breathing it in puts you into a state similar to drowning on land, knocks you unconscious, and worst, kills you. Yeah, your brain can't function without oxygen. Ukita then started shouting in a shrill voice after hearing that. Oh no, the AC in here's broken, and the ventilation can't keep up with it. Fuck, it's just one problem after another. I mean, that's a thriller for you. So the outer ring's full of this gas. The gas had been sealed in the outer ring so far because the gate had been closed up until this point, but now, I mean, good on the bright side, the fire can't really catch up with you here. Downside is you can't breathe, so kind of a give and take. Can be probably worse actually. You can fight the fire, you can't fight a lack of oxygen. At least not without, gas masks and stuff like that. We have an O2 tank. No, we didn't take it with us. We left the air jack as well. All the way back at the beginning. As well as the engine cutter. We didn't take that with us either. We just took the rope. And some other small supplies. Don't remember what those other ones were. Oh well, doesn't matter. We're probably gonna... No, we're not gonna die. There wasn't a red anagram indicating death. Although it could sprout surprises on us. I'm not gonna put it past this. We won't get any further like this. To make matters worse, the way back was blocked by fire. There's nowhere to run. If Watase, Kazumi, and Kita were also to lose consciousness, it probably wouldn't be long before they were incinerated by the flames. No, the fire's not gonna get there. There's no oxygen for the fire to burn. They'd be fine if they could put out the source of the fire, but they didn't even know where it was. Kazumi scrunched her face in deep thinking for a second. Then she made up her mind and spoke. We have no choice. We'll have to hold our breaths and run through the gas until we make it to the engine room. If the map is correct, then it's about 30 meters from here. It'll be a bit of an anaerobic exercise, but it won't be a problem. It shouldn't be a problem for Watase, definitely. He's a physical dude. But what do we do with the people who have fainted? Obviously we have to carry them. There's no other alternative. I'll carry Miss Tsubakiyama. You'll take care of Moribe and Miss Yuri. 2 people at once? I mean, you've got the physical build for it. I mean, you know you have the physical build. You did the big jump there earlier and stuff like that. Your body knows things. Be confident in yourself. I don't know what to do with these. Fuck. I'm supposed to run and hold my breath while carrying 2 people. Yeah, you can do it. That worry crossed his mind for a second, but Kazumi saw through what was concerned and quickly appended her statement. I know you can do it. Please have faith in yourself. Exactly. I mean, look at you. Confidence, man. He does look very scrawny, though. But that doesn't matter. He's an anime character. Scrawniness means fuck all. So does bulkiness. That means fuck all, too. So does age. And experience. And anything, everything. That doesn't matter. It's all superficial and irrelevant. Even though some of those should be relevant, like fucking experience. That should be relevant. Just because you're a fucking prodigy doesn't mean you're smarter than someone who studied the thing for like 25 fucking years or something. Come on. That's nonsense. It's not how the real world works. You might innovate something, but you don't know how the system works. And sure, you might say the system's broken, blah blah blah, but whatever. Wait, no, not whatever. What was my point? Did I have a point? I lost the point. Anyway, moving on. Her voice filled Watase's spirit with fire. He felt self-confidence well up in him. Got it. Leave it to me. That's the captain, I know. Kazumi smiled for a second, then grew stern again and continued. Mr. Ukita, I apologize for asking this of you, but can you run by yourself? Alright, I'll give it a try. Alright, he's just a science dude. Much obliged. Kazumi popped up And on her shoulder at the same time she said this. Watase did same with Jun, making sure to copy the way Kazumi did. He then held Yuri with his other hand. Just grab. So light. Yes, she's an anime girl. Of course she's light. She's maybe... God, some of them weigh like, what? Was it like 50 pounds? Sometimes that's like 25 kilos or less. That's nothing. I can lift that with one arm, even. Okay, barely. But still. 25 kilos is fucking nothing, ultimately. Yeah, it's a human body. It's got although it's unconscious body, so it can't really adjust its balance like that. So yeah, it's basically just dead weight. The two of them combined had to weigh about 100 kilos, yet they felt light to Watase. Really? 100 kilos? I mean, that should be what they weigh about, 55, 45. And they're using kilos, so that's good. Also, damn, though, if that's true, then he's a powerhouse. 100 kilos is nothing to sneeze at. That's really good. Alright, let's go, guys. Yep, and yeah. The three nodded at each other, then started racing down the connecting passageway. They held their breaths through the hallways full of white smoke and oxygen-deficient air. Smoke stung their eyes, causing them to tear up. Tap dancing. Ugh, it's far. 30 meters. When you can't breathe and you're carrying a load of stuff. Yeah, he'd only traveled 30 meters but felt extraordinarily long to him. But the weight of the two lives he bore gave Watase strength. Yes, the power of friendship, responsibility, and whatever else. I've got hang in there. If I faint, then Yuri and Moribe die too. As he kicked off the ground with those thoughts sprinting through him, Kazumi suddenly stopped in front of a room. Did we make it? Kazumi took a card out of her pocket and inserted it into the slot. Nice. I do like it. The sound of doors opening is growing on me. It's a very nice one, actually. The group filed into the room right when the door opened. There was a ladder in there, just as Okita had said. It's an office. Hey, we actually do see a ladder. Cool. Right. The air in there hadn't been polluted at all. Watase quickly closed the door and took a huge breath. Phew! Breathe in. And breathe out again. And breathe in again. Everyone's breathing in and breathing out. It's good. It's important. And he is exhausted. Well, no shit. He's not used to doing that much physical exercise while holding his breath. Even. Kazumi and Okita were also struggling to catch their breath. Blap. That's fair. But Okita fell to his knees with a thud. Are you okay? He's fine. He just hasn't had this much exercise since, like, PE in school. I have this horrible headache. It seems I inhaled a bit of the gas. Or that. Fair enough. But none of the gas had gotten in the room. They were safe for the time being. But Watase realized they weren't out of the woods yet. Well, no, you're not going to be out of the woods until you actually get out of the facility. And probably then you're going to have to deal with, like, reporting this and the government agencies taking you into custody or something for, like, knowing too much. Or something like that. Basically, you're not out of the woods until you actually successfully retire on some kind of isolated island and, live out a pleasant rest of your life. That's when you can consider yourself to be out of the woods. The AD won't last much longer. According to his watch, it was currently 11:10 AM. All that stuff took 8 minutes. Good to know. Not only were there just 6 hours, it was 16, not 22. I misremembered. I'm surprised I remembered anything at all like that. So, it's the little things. Not only were there just 6 minutes left until their prior dosage wore off, but they didn't have any AD at all. We're screwed. Is there anything we can do? The manual had said that there should be spare AD in Area 3. It was very probable that it was in the outer ring. but they couldn't search the area with that gas still filling the hallways. Before we can do that, we have to find out what's keeping the sprinkler system off, reactivate it, put out the source of the fire, wait for the ventilation to finish, then look for the AD. It's useless, that'll take way too long. But taking the time was simply not an option. Well, currently it's the only option though. Even if they got rid of the gas and restored the sprinkler system, it'd be for naught if they couldn't find AD. Everyone here would probably die. No wait, if I die looking for the AD, then it'll all be for nothing. Alright, what are you asking me here? Just, feelings towards everyone. Don't know what you want from me here. What do you want from me, game? Why do you do this to me? You're asking me to use my brain. You know what? I'm not gonna even entertain what you're trying to do me here. Tell me here, like, just, we're all in a critical situation. We have to rely on each other and whatnot. Just like, yeah, just like that. I'm not gonna apply my brain. I don't have enough brain cells to do things. Okay? And like, I don't know how I come across to you listening here, but like, I'm sober, I'm just a little bit tired. I do these most of the time after work. So I'm a little bit tired, I'm a little bit sleep deprived, not really sleep deprived, although I am yawning. I'm suppressing those again, sorry about that by the way. Like, this is just how my brain works. I don't think too much, and this is leisure activity as well, so I'm not even trying to engage my brain too much. Not that I could, even if I wanted to. I'm not that smart. There's not a lot to activate here. Things are just the way they are, and that's fine. Even if they went looking for the AD after restarting the sprinkler system, it might not take as much time as expected. Then they wouldn't have to go very long without any AD. Their cumulative exposure probably wouldn't increase all that much. Should I prioritize my own safety and look toward precautions? Or should I brave the danger to find AD for everyone? I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. He was still hesitant. I don't know what you want from me. I don't know what you want from me there. I don't know what you want from me, game. What do you want with that thing? What do you want with that enneagram there? Like what? Why it's blinking red? I don't know what you want me to do there. I'm not here to do gameplay. I'm not here to analyze things. I'm here for the story. If you kill me, oh fine. I'll then just change the square thing, the shape differently then next time. What does it suddenly gazed at the door? A whole hall full of potentially lethal gas was lying there. Just one sniff of it and he would most likely pass out. No, it's way too dangerous. Watasa then wrung his answer out of his throat. We don't have a choice. Let's activate the sprinkler system first. We'll look for AD after that. Tachiban, I know it'll be hard on you, but please hang in there for a little while longer. Yes, don't concern yourself over me. I believe you made the correct choice. Sorry, no need to apologize. Mr. Kite, could you guide us to the engine room? Sure, it's right this way. The three of them picked up their fallen companions, headed deeper into the room, then climbed the ladder. Oh, we're chapter 3 now. Oh, that was relatively quick. God, I really took my time on chapter 1 apparently. Or chapter 2 was just shorter. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, lots of pneumatic sounds. That's a nice sound. A release of compressed air. It's a really nice sound. That tells you that engineering is happening. I do like that sound. I hear that a lot at work. There's a lot. Those are nice noises, honestly. Like, oh, that was a loud one. I do like that. Not really hydraulics. Yeah, it's pneumatics. It's nice. Pulling stuff up, putting stuff down, or raising the saw blade, then just moving it like with a nice thud. Which is like just moves and then just cuts anything in half. Ah, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. At first it was set up to like be way too powerful, so it felt like the hand of God was just rising up and just cutting everything in half. But then the hydraulic pneumatics were set a bit too high, and so they kind of broke themselves. Now that's what industrial equipment can do. If it's set incorrectly, it literally has the power to break itself. It's more powerful than its own frame. Anyway, they found themselves in a labyrinth of pipes that seemed to cover the entire room. Indeed, that is you know, the gloomy version of the old ass, I don't even know how fucking old, one of those like Windows screensaver things, the animated ones with the pipes going. Those are fun. I like those ones. They were fun as a kid, looking at those, getting mesmerized for, you know, a minute at a time. Although they got boring quite quickly, because, you know, you recognize the pattern, how it works, and it's just like, yeah, it's neat, but then you move on. The group laid down the unconscious members they were carrying. Although some of those were boring, the bouncy ones when it was just like a ball. Although it was the square ball that just kind of inverted itself like in a cool way, or went from just being a square into like a sphere and then inwards, and it became this like freaky like 16 like pronged weird shape thing. That's kind of cool one. That's kind of a cool thing. It's just vectors. It's simple mathematics. It creates, you know, mesmerizing imagery. Anyway, the group laid down the unconscious members they were carrying. It appears that we made it here safely. Kazumi's face looked deathly pale. Was it because of the effects of the radiation, or was it extreme fatigue? It's both! Why can't it be both? And a third option as well. Either way, Watase spoke to her. Tachibana, let's start the sprinkler system up right away. We're done for if the fire makes it here. Understood. Well, I'll go with you. I know where the sprinkler system is. Yes, he has to go with you. They showed it to me during my orientation days. I also think it'd be best for Lieutenant Tachibana to get some rest. Makes sense. Thanks, that'd be a huge help. But are you sure you'll be okay? Ukita's face was just as pale as Kazumi's. Don't fret. I'm still a man just like you, so allow me to show off for a bit here. That stupid male pride. Nothing but trouble, honestly. I mean, that's why I'm here. It's all my own stupid pride. Or something. Ego? I think it's ego more than pride. Anyway, I see. Sorry. That'd be great. With those words, Watase walked over to Kita with faltering steps and leant the latter his shoulder. So where's the sprinkler system? Oh, over there. My apologies. Please take care of it, you two. No need to apologize. It's none of your fault. At least as far as we know. It might be Watase's fault. Something might be Watase's fault, but he doesn't remember. Watase and Ukita nodded to Kazumi, then promptly started heading deeper into the engine room. They proceeded to weave their way through the labyrinth of pipes. We're here. Ukita said that and pointed to countless valves next to a giant tank. Jeez. This is all... That's the sprinkler system? I mean, it's mechanical, so that's good. It means, you know, can't fail under computer era. I think. God, I hope so. Alright. We have to open all the valves there. Got it. Leave it to me. Watase quickly followed Ukita's instructions. The tank began to groan, and the pipes connected to it all started vibrating at once. Hopefully not too vibrating, because you know, they should be sturdy and designed to, you know, handle this kind of volume and speed and whatnot. Good. That should take care. That's a little too loud. Sound effect. Yeah, you go down. There we go. That's more acceptable. It's still quite loud. Jesus. But anyway, let's turn it down for you a little bit. There. Like that. Good, that should take care of matters. Great. Then let's hurry back. We need to find some AD and fast. No, I'm sorry, but I've hit my limit. I'll stay here and make sure the system is operating normally. I'm old all of a sudden. Yeah? Ukita had probably pushed himself considerably to do all this, which was even more evident from the pronounced fatigue on his face. So Watase left him there and navigated his way back through the pipe maze. But when he got back to the ladder... Tachibana! Ah shit, is everyone dying now? Kazumi was lying on the ground, collapsed. Watase frantically ran over to her. Is this like an elongated dead end? Did we need to brave the fires earlier? Who knows? I'm sorry, Captain. 3 people are unconscious, 2 are on the brink of collapse. A sickening stench filled Watase's nose. A puddle of vomit was lying nearby. It had most likely been the result of the effects of radiation exposure taking their toll on Kazumi. I knew it. That AD wasn't enough for her. Just hold on, okay? I'll find some AD in no time flat, you hear? Watase sped towards the ladder and slid on down. He heard what sounded like a shower in the distance. Oh yeah, the sprinklers are on. Seemed the sprinklers were doing their job in the blocks with fires in them properly. However, it was likely that the halls weren't clear of the gas just yet. Yeah. Deep breath. Watase took the deepest breath he could, then rushed out into the hallway. First room yielded. No AD. The second room yielded. Watase found the medical box lying in the second room. He ran over to it and opened it up. Empty! Found them! Oh, never mind. And discovered there were 2 AD in there. Well, that's a start. While he was overjoyed at how surprisingly quick he found some AD, Watase was also a bit disappointed. You still need 4 more. If I'd known this was lying around so close by, then I would have never hesitated to search back then. Well, but you didn't. You know, hindsight's 20/20 and all that. Then Tachibana wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Well, coulda, woulda, shoulda. That doesn't matter. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Doesn't fucking matter. No point beating yourself up over those things. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. So, what ifs can go bye-bye. Still, now he had secured the necessary AD for Kazumi. They were still 4 short. But he felt like his breath was about to run out after having run around this whole time. Watase reluctantly cut his search short and returned to the engine room. By the time he got back up the ladder, Jun and Ena were already awake. Oh, cool. Desperately looking for after Kazumi as she moaned in agony. Captain, the lieutenant's... Yeah, he knows. I know. Give this to her. Stat. Watase gave one of the AD to Jun, who then quickly injected it into Kazumi. Ah, Stimpaks. The StarCraft Marine Stimpak noise. Kazumi was liberated from her pain as the AD started to take effect. She then fell unconscious. Jun immediately checked Kazumi's vital checker. All green. Phew. That was scary. Looks like we can take it easy for now. By the way, mind telling us what's going on, Captain Kasasagi? This is the engine room, isn't it? Wait, so does that mean you already started up the sprinkler system? But I don't see Mr. Ukita anywhere. Oh yeah, him. Watase proceeded to answer the question and explain what had happened up until that point. Such as how they'd run through the gas and miraculously made it to the engine room. About how he and Ukita started up the sprinkler system, and how he had only been able to get his hands on 2 AD. So now that we used one of Miss Tachibana, we only have 1 more left, eh? Indeed. Yeah. There may still be some in the rooms downstairs I haven't checked yet, but... Alright, then it's my turn to go hunt down some 80. No, I'd cook while you're ahead. Don't you remember how you fainted only a few minutes ago? But... no. Even now I've hit my limit. If you fainted again, then who'd save you this time? Yeah. I guess you got a point. Hey, how long will it take for the sprinkler system to finish extinguishing and ventilating everything? Fuck knows. Hell if I know. 10 minutes, maybe? Longer? Like, it's literally impossible to know. It depends on the source of the fire. Some fires can be put out with water easily, others cannot, I think. Like, it really depends on the type of fire that we're dealing with. I'm not well versed in those, so I have nothing more to say on that. 10 minutes, huh? So we'll be stuck without any a way to get any AD for that long, eh? Anna said that and quietly looked at at the now unconscious Kazumi's face. She was probably worried that they would end up just like her. A heavy atmosphere hung over the entire engine room. Well, I injected some levity there. A little bit. Time then flew by without event. Alright, and then Kazumi's watch rang, informing that their last dose of AD had worn off. Kazumi woke up at that moment. Oh, Lieutenant! It appears I passed out. Yep, she slowly sat up as she shook her head. How are you feeling, Tachibana? Your face is looking a lot less pale, but better safe than sorry. Yes, I'm feeling better, thanks to you. Moribe, Captain, Mr. Tsubikayama. I caused you a lot of concern tonight. Don't worry about it. We're a group of survivors. That's what happens. What are you talking about? We're the ones who should be saying that. Also, yeah, they were unconscious for this whole fucking moment. Just then, Ukita came back. Hey! Oh, where's Yuri? She's still unconscious. This time I remembered about her existence. Aha! It's an improvement. His gait was now firm. Perhaps he had recovered his stamina. Hey! The sprinkler system is functioning normally. It should be safe for us to go back down now. I see. Sorry for making you have to tell us. Why are you apologizing? What's with that? Constant apologizing for, people doing things that they basically volunteer for, even. Like, the situation calls for it. Oh, don't let it weigh on your mind. Incidentally, I think I heard an alarm a while ago. Was I right? Kazumi gasped in surprise. Captain, did you find enough AD for everyone? Nope. Sorry, I only got 2, and now there's only 1 left. Eh? But, come on now. You're like the most reliable one. Kazumi, you should... Anyway, I see. Silence filled the air once again. Watase began to feel an uncomfortable tingling in his skin, as if to prove that the effects of the AD had worn off. He looked around to see that everyone apart from Kazumi was rubbing their arms. God, I really need to handle that better. All these yawning. It's not good. The radio, is it? The Procyon read 3090 MSV. A radiation level that most likely would have serious effects on those who hadn't taken any AD. Jun nervously began to talk. So, who gets the last AD? It's gonna be Yuri, I guess, because she's the innocent little bunny rabbit who's done nothing wrong and doesn't deserve any of this shit or something like that. That's the mentality that they're gonna go with, isn't it? That's how it's gonna go, because she's not even in this scene yet. Ukita immediately answered without the slightest hesitation. Let's use it on you. There it is. Let's use it on Yuri. You're right. She's got the weakest body of us all, after all. And at that moment... where am I? Oh, she woke up. But she doesn't want to be injected with the AD. She knows what it is. It doesn't let her use her psychic abilities. Yuri woke up and looked around in confusion. You inhaled some gas and passed out, but you're okay now. We've got the sprinkler system up and running even as we speak. So that's what happened. Yuri's answer was vague, most likely because she wasn't fully awake yet. Could this be symptoms of radiation exposure? No, that's just how she is. Watase took Yuri's arm as anxiety welled up inside him. Welled up, different tense. We'll explain the details later. It's more important that we inject you with some AD now. God damn, the 3rd time, she doesn't want it. She doesn't want it. Yuri let out a bewildered cry at Watase's words. And as soon as she saw the AD in his hands... no! 3rd time already now, come on! Also, for fuck's sake, Yuri, explain. Why not? Come on. Come on. Come on. Don't leave this explanation for another like 20 hours. I'm angry already at that. Snap. Yuri knocked it away. Ooh, snap indeed. And broke it even. Cool. Excellent. Excellent. There we go, some tension. Yeah, can you explain something, please, Yuri? Yuri. Yuri. Please explain something. Please, I'm begging you, I need context. The AD hit a pipe and shattered into bits. And so the last precious ampule of AD that the group had saved for Yuri was gone. She wasn't confused. It wasn't a half-awakened state. No, she was fully awake the moment you said that you were going to inject her with AD. She woke up 100%, like a slap in the face, mentally.
Yuri!
Yuri, how could you? Because she knows things. She has experienced things. Come on. Come on. Yuri, you have to explain stuff, though. They don't know. They don't have meta understanding. They don't have, like, what's it called? What's it called? I forget. Whatever. Blood rushed to Watasa's head. He then rose his hand on instinct, but then... Well, you're not gonna... Come on, what's the point of physical punishment for stuff like that, though? It's not gonna undo the damage that's been done. You're just causing additional damage. For no benefit. That's not how you teach someone. That's how you instill fear. Then people just change their behavior to not get, hit again. That doesn't teach them how to behave properly, it just teaches them to, like, behave in a way that doesn't get them hit. That's a big difference. Those two are not the same thing. For fuck's sake. Yeah, see? This guy gets it. Stop. He's using his psychic connection to control you physically. Watas writhed in pain from a sudden headache. Pain! His vision quickly grew dark. Don't tell me, is this a result of the AD's effects wearing off? Yes and no. Yes and no. The psychic link between you and the other guy can actually now be established. The alone desire has worn off. So you are no longer alone, Mr. Watase Kasasagi. None of you are alone now. You're all connected through the brain, with everyone else's brain. It's only that some of them know how to use this connection for their own desires and needs. Yes. His consciousness then sank into a void. Pa-pum, pa-pum, pa-pum. A void like no other. His consciousness was in an eternal darkness. But by the time he could realize that, his void is pure pitch black. My void has a bit of rainbow to it. A little bit of rainbow. But by the time he could realize that, the darkness had ceased to be. Wakey wakey. Grogginess. He woke up to find himself still in the engine room. He shook his hazy head and glanced at his watch. It read 12:56. Oh damn, it's been an hour and 40 or something. Okay. That's one way to advance time. I like that. That's neat. What happened? Lots of things must have happened by then. Cool, we're just as dumb now. An hour and a half had already passed. Where are the others? Watase looked around, but no one else was there. He suddenly spotted his PDA on the ground. On the screen was a simple 4-word message. We went on ahead, cause you're a big gorilla dude and no one else can carry you, honestly. Not in a practical manner. And lying next to it was an AD. Oh, they found some. I see. So they actually found some AD after that. Well. It could literally be anything, though. We don't know. We passed out. Anything could have happened. The 3 school kids could have come in here, taken the group there, and just laid out this as a trap or something. Or the killer on the loose might have done this as well. We have 0 knowledge right now. It's probably our group. Kazumi, Jun, Anna, Ukita, and Yuri. We don't know that for certain yet. Both his headache and the discomfort in his skin were gone. They found a bunch of AD then. Someone must have injected him with AD while he was passed out. Okay, time for me to get going. He didn't know where Kazumi and the others were, but he couldn't just sit around doing nothing. Watase put the AD in his pocket, climbed down the ladder, and went looking for the others. He left the room to find that the hall was already completely clear of gas. Guess I'll go check the surveillance room first. It would probably be easier to find the group by checking the surveillance camera footage rather than blindly wandering around a labo. With his mind made up, Watase headed over to the inner ring. He then walked through the now doused connecting passageway and entered B1 of Area 3's inner ring. Loudness. Damn, there's just no escaping the drama and excitement when a fierce roar suddenly shook the air. What? An explosion? Those just keep happening apparently. Like, dude lord, it's been 6 hours since the initial incident, and stuff is still managing to find ways to explode. That's some resilient explosions. Shivers ran down his spine. What happened? I thought all the fires in Labo had been taken care of. Sure, the fires had, but that doesn't mean it's gonna stop explosions. I mean, there was stuff exploding from beneath the floorboards. The sprinkler system doesn't go down there. Plus, who knows? It's also sabotage. Someone's sabotaging this place, so they've probably set up some bombs or something. Although that seems unlikely, honestly, for some reason. I don't know. Bombs feel quaint. They seem... I don't know. Doesn't feel right. But it is an option until proven otherwise. His heart started pounding like crazy in the face of this seemingly impossible event. Watase ran through the halls as fast as he could to find out what had happened. He then spotted clouds of dust coming from up ahead, in the vicinity of the stairwell. The fireproof door to the stairwell was crushed from the inside out. No, why the hell did this happen? Telekinesis. Watase lost his cool and lunged into the stairwell. It was dark. There was so much dust shrouding the room that it was almost blinding. But Watase strained his eyes and was gradually able to make out more and more of the disaster in front of him. The stairs leading to B2 had blown up without a trace. I mean, there's a trace there, but you know, can't have too many CGs up there. And to make matters worse, something was lying at the edge of the collapsed staircase. Oh, what's that? A body? But it was simply too dark for him to even make out its shape. He had no choice but to go and find out what it was. Watase gulped. He then went down the crumbling staircase one step at a time. There were only a few dozen steps, but it felt so terribly far. The closer he got, the more his body oozed with sweat. Oozing sweat, that's not a great word. Turn back, his consciousness is telling him. Something that was most likely Watase's instincts were screaming that at him. But Watase ignored the voice and kept on going. His eyes were getting more and more used to the darkness, allowing him to tell that the object he was looking at was human-shaped. Yeah, of course it was. It had hands. It had hands, a head, arms, maybe even a torso. Who is it? Oh, jeez. Literally, it could be anyone. Watase went down on his knees to check the person's identity. It was none other than... Tachibana! Ah, shit. The most reliable one of them. Fuck. Please don't be actually dead. I like her. She's competent and useful and, like, you know, caring and all that. As soon as he realized it was her, he could clearly make out Kazumi's face in the darkness. Hey, Tachibana, hang in there. Check her pulse, check her vital checker thingy. Whatever. Watase panicked and desperately took her into his arms. But it was strange. She was light. Too light. Eh? It was only then that Watase finally noticed that she doesn't have a torso. The lower half... Oh, shit. The lower half of her body was gone. Well, she's dead, then. That's, Well, I'm glad we're not seeing that, at least, because that's gruesome. He screamed. Watase immediately looked for it, but he couldn't find it anywhere. Blood trickled down to the floor of B2 from Kazami's dangling intestines. For fuck's sake. He continued screaming. A feral howl escaped from Watase's throat. An howl full of... An howl? A howl full of unidentified emotion that could not be interpreted as either anger or sorrow. It's just pain. Just then, someone appeared behind Watase. The fuck? Watase tried to turn around right away, but it was already too late. Damn, was this really an elongated dead end? He was thrust away by something, probably a foot. Spartan kicked. When he came to his senses, he was in pitch-black darkness. He fell headfirst as he continued to hold on to the upper half of Kazami's body. And a second later, the crown of his head smashed into the ground. Okay, well, this was a very elongated dead-end sequence. Shit. His skull broke, causing something to start leaking out of it. I mean, it's your brain. Pain noises. A bizarre noise came out of his mouth. And so the last thing Watase ever saw as he lay in that darkness was the hollow look on Kazami's face lying next to him. Well! Shit. Damn, that was really elaborate and... wow. I fucked up a really long time ago, then. The result of being too cowardly and searching for the AT far too late. He may be able to avert this fate by setting Watase's senses lower than the rest of his groups at the SSS input just before descent. Just before. It's almost like 14 minutes ago. Or something like that. Fucking hell. Damn, this was really... Alright, well. I do appreciate that they went all in on these, like, bad endings routes as well. Feeling like quite, you know, like there's something going on here. A lot going on. Damn. Kudos to the developers for this one, like, damn. Well done. Well done. I was intrigued. This was solid. Mystery and intrigue. But then death. All too sudden. But all makes sense, though. Nice. Alright, well, game over then. Damn. Ah, well. 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 Well then. That's a dead end. And I think that's a good spot to leave out on for now. Let's switch these to the next list of music recommendations. I have a lot of those. These just keep growing and going and going forever, ultimately. Well, I mean 600 intermissions or so, which is... what are we doing? This one's the third one this week? In this archive footage, or fourth one? Something like that, doesn't matter. Whatever. A long time ago. Left still. And, yeah. That was a little unexpected, but it was excellent. I really enjoyed that. So, after this break, we shall continue and actually pick the correct path then. This was really unexpected though. I liked it though. That was really, really elaborate. Indeed. Indeed. Alright then. I believe I have nothing external to check up on now. Right, at least at this moment. Give it like 12 to 18 hours on my end. On your end, it's gonna be a few moments. But, alright, I'll see you quite soon from now then. Thank you very much for your patience, and, again, I strongly apologize for the thing I read during the previous intermission. That was... yeah. That was something, yeah, okay. Just, that, yeah. In one sense, it's the worst thing I have ever written. So far. Alright. But enough about that. Enough about this. Hopefully the next thing is not anywhere near as bad as that, and it's actually... Alright, alright. God, but that did really hit me hard. Just seeing that, reading that, just... No, bad. Bad me. Past me is really, really bad. Wrote that when I was 22. What the fuck was my brain going through at that time? I was in university. And that's it. It's fine. Things were... My brain is just weird. My brain's weird. It's always been a little weird and a little behind in some regards. But, come on. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. God damn it. Yeah, that's really gonna weigh on me for a while. I'm just gonna have to power through other things to get that out of my head. I apologize if I keep bringing it up, but that's the thing, confronting your own past that you hadn't even thought about for so many years. It's a thing. It's a thing that you just have to accept as being a thing. Alright. Here's some music. Lots of game music. Another... Oh, Fate Stay Night. I think that one is... I don't know what. I think that might be from the anime version of it. I haven't seen that. I've only read the visual novel. Obviously, I won't be reading anything that I have read in the past here. Because why? I already know what happens there, so that's not interesting. Point is, this is going through my Steam library and other things. And, anyway, I'm rambling purposelessly, but also to stray my mind away from other things. Alright, time to properly have a snap cut. The music's gonna change, and my position's gonna change, and everything's gonna change, but everything will be the same. Everything changes, but nothing changes. War never changes. No, it doesn't. Except it does, but it doesn't. Do things ever change? Yes and no. Yes and no. They should. Maybe they shouldn't. It's impossible to tell. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. It doesn't matter there. Only what we deem that matters. Everything else does not. Sort of. What am I even saying anymore? Just elongating this for no reason. Anyway. Toodaloo for a little blittaloo. That doesn't work. Let's just cut our losses here. There we go. Couple of things that I messed up because I'm not good at keeping track of some things. I'm mainly hearing the music. Crow's Claw, not with an R. Still not sure what that one's from. And Joseph Trapani's Payback. It's from the game The Crew, a different racing game. It's kind of easy to mix those up. There's... It gets confusing. There's so many. Plus, I don't keep the metadata on that. I just keep the artist and the title of the track, which is usually not a problem except for game soundtracks, which can be a bit difficult to find later. I might have to change that habit now because of this. What I'm doing now. Oh, right. Another thing I looked up. Well, I checked back on previous footage and turns out Anna was not the person at the start earlier. That was a different researcher lady. I completely mixed that up somehow. So yeah, I've been wrongly attributing her actions to Anna. So she's in the clear. There's no... whatever. Something. Not sure what the word is. But suspicions in her activities are no longer under suspicion or doubt. At least not as much as they were before. Because I mixed things up and my brain is not that good and things are, well, what they are. And... alright. Lip smacking is also very bad. Very, very bad. I should stop doing that. But that's difficult to do. Aside from that... what else is there? Nothing to catch up with anywhere else. So the only thing that I can do at this point is simply go back to well, in the intermission before we get to my recapping of things. Let's read another short story from my past. There we go. This one is called Morning Routine, and this time I decided I'm gonna read these ahead of time to make sure that they're just, you know, not terrible like that. This one isn't, so that it's acceptable. It's not, doesn't deal with, you know, horrible topics, just, Anyway, morning routine. Great. Just fantastic. Hangover, my old friend. How I loathe thee. At least tell me it's still the weekend. Good. Keys. Check. Wallet is thinner, but otherwise okay. Phone. Just looked at it. Brain, stay focused. We are home. And it doesn't look like we broke into it this time. Progress. Wait, oh, no, please, bed, please, be empty. Oh, thank the gods. Damn, I am on a roll. Faculties, front door undamaged, not financially ruined, and no passed out stranger. As long as I don't die, this day can count as a win in my books. I think I can manage that. Mother would bet against that, but she can stay fucked off. Food. Right. Let's stay alive. Though, that wine bottle looks real fine. No, I should show some restraint. For now. Don't worry, bottle. Water will never truly replace you. Just so I can have more of you and company later. Aw. Don't look so down. No, please. You know I can't resist those puppy dog eyes. No, come on. But you're so good. How can I ever say no to you? Come to Papa. It's whatever, honestly. One thing that does allow me, reading ahead, it allows me to act out a little bit. You know, as a purpose of... Yeah, that's probably better, since I can act out the little things with little voices and have a better understanding of what I'm reading. I think that's ultimately a better choice moving forwards. Yes, we're not gonna have my immediate reactions of shock and horror, but I feel it's better this way, honestly. Yes. Now then. Where were we last time? We died. Right, that's what happened. We died horribly. Because we made a terrible decision. And now we have to go back to before we died. Falling down, that's where we died. So, we have to make what I said, if I remember the words correctly, think less of himself. So that he chooses to go out into the fire quickly and find that lone desire thing. I don't know where it is. I'm guessing this. Fireman's carry. Sure, let's go back to this quick load thing, and that seems... there's the yellow one. Even if they got rid of the gas and restored the sprinkler system, it'd be for naught if they couldn't find AD. Everyone here would probably die. Probably. Basically fire call, everyone maxed out except for him, because fuck it. There we go. No, wait. If I die looking for the AD, then it'll all be for nothing. Even if they went looking for the AD after restarting the sprinkler system, it might not take as much time as expected. Then they wouldn't have to go very long without AD. Well, that doesn't work out, we know that now. Their cumulative exposure probably wouldn't increase all that much. Maybe not, but then there's a killer on the loose. who cut Kazumi in half and then shoved Spartan, kicked us down the stairs, and knocked our brains out. So, not really an option. Should I prioritize my own safety and look towards precaution? Nope, you shouldn't, apparently. Don't follow your instinct, follow your bravery. This time, unlike the very first death, you should be reckless and jump right in. Or should I brave the danger to find AD for everyone? Be a brave man this time around. Watasa had already figured out the answer to that question. Tachibana, bring everyone up to the ladder. Captain, what do you think you're doing? I'm gonna go back into the gas one more time and look for AD. A correct choice, apparently. Logic says no, but game says yes. Watasa said that, took a deep breath, and rushed out of the room. Captain, please, wait! Captain! Kazumi's cries fell on deaf ears. Hey, this one is correct. Chapter 3, 11 o'clock, 7 hours until evacuation, supposedly. Watase ran through the poisonous air, run and search. He kept his breath held completely all the while. He believed that there was AD in one of the several offices that lined the outer ring. He is correct. But first he has to find them this timeline. The first room yielded no luck. But there was an iron box lying in the second room. A lone desire. A medical box. Pay attention to the name, that's a very dead giveaway. Wattas ran over to it and opened it up. Inside of it was some AD, but only 2 ampules of it. Yep, this isn't enough. Watase shoved the AD in his pocket and tossed the medical box aside. He needed 4 more to keep everyone, especially Kazumi, alive. Watase gritted his teeth and ran into the next room. But there was no AD to be found there, nor in the room after that, or even the room after that one. God damn it, there's nothing here. Going through a second round of anaerobic exercises was particularly harsh on Watase. Though it was still easier than when he'd been carrying Jun and Yuri. This would be so much easier if I could just breathe. Well, yes, most things would be. But the gas mask, the masks are broken and we didn't bring the air tank. His lungs were seeking oxygen so desperately that his heart felt like it was going to explode. That is not a nice feeling. I've tried holding my breath sometimes, it's bloody painful. And this, no, it might be different under stressful circumstances, like not trying to die, you know. He put up with it and entered the next room. It's on fire, only to be greeted by the swaying of flames. Ah shit, what do you want from me this time? Pitch black smoke spread, sending a striking pain through his eyes. Great, so not only do I have to hold my breath, but now I'm against fire? If there was any AD in there, he had to get it now or it would be incinerated. Guess go for it. But Watase could very well lose his life for real searching in a place like this. I mean, we fucking ran in there, may as well run in again, although we died to fire previously. No, I can do this. Watase steeled his resolve and stood his ground. I mean, you know, you're gonna die sooner or later. He wiped his tears and looked around carefully. And soon enough, he spotted a medical box in the gap between the flames. I mean, if you're gonna go all out, fully. It's the point of restraining yourself then, you know, if you're in a life or death situation, just keep going. Fuck it, apparently. I guess that works, I suppose. Yeah, fiction likes bravery. Brave it and then brave it further. No holding back. You don't just like go to the final boss dungeon and like, nah, let's come back tomorrow. When we're slightly better prepared. I mean, that's what you should do, but that's not exciting in a movie. Nah, it's not. Is there anything in it? He frantically ran over to the box. Inside of it were 5 ampules of AD. Ooh, 1 spare. Yes, they're here. Watase grabbed the box and took it with him. He then mustered his strength and fled from the room. But he didn't have any strength left. Yeah, he's holding his breath. Still. That's amazing that he can actually go this long. His consciousness was fading from oxygen deprivation. His feet were as heavy as lead, and tears filled his eyes, distorting his line of sight. Damn it, I've hit my limit! Watase walked through the darkness, still holding his breath somehow. Let me get this AD to everyone, if nothing else. He leaned against the wall and fumbled his way down the hall. But before long, his hand came into contact with something soft. A hand? Someone's hand was firmly gripping Watase's. Is it Luis? Or Kazumi? Watase wiped his tears and looked in front of him. It is Kazumi, of course it is. Kazumi was standing there. Tachibana. He called out to her in a voice that wasn't a voice. Kazumi also wordlessly replied to him. She appeared to have said, Captain. Kazumi lent Watase a shoulder, and then broke off into a mad dash. Alright, cool. They reached the room with the ladder and practically dived into it. Both of them took deep breaths once the door was closed. Deep breaths. Phew. Captain, are you alright? I mean, relatively speaking, I guess he's alright. Yeah. Watase took out the AD he had retrieved as he continued to pant. More importantly, take this. It's AD. Now, we can save everyone. That's good. Kazumi gave him a pointed look. I'm sorry. Guess I made you worry about me again, eh? Watase was prepared to face another scolding from her. But you did good though. But instead, Kazumi gave him a sweet smile. Sheesh, you really are always so reckless. You're not going to scold me? I mean, you did good. I don't endorse heroics, but I cannot deny that your actions deserve merit this time. Is that right? Oh, that's good. Yes. Kazumi said that and held her hand out to Watase. It was right at that moment that Kazumi's watch alarm went off. It's time to administer the AD. Let's go upstairs. Right. Watase took Kazumi's hand and climbed up the ladder. And soon enough, they reached the engine room. Jun, Yuri and Ena were already lying there, and Okita was sitting next to them. Alright, then let's administer AD to everyone. Let's split up the work. Let me have 3 of them. Watase and Kazumi soon began injecting everyone. First Jun, then Okita, then Ena, then Yuri, and last they injected themselves. Yuri didn't struggle this time, didn't resist, eh? Alright. Next, let's do a vitals check. Kazumi then removed her vital checker and wrapped it around everyone's wrists one by one. Watase watched with bated breath as she checked everyone's blood pressure and temperature, only for her to finish and start speaking with a relieved tone of voice. Check complete. Everyone checks out as green. They're all unconscious, but I believe they'll recover soon enough. Watase then breathed a huge sigh. Oh, that's why she didn't struggle, because everyone's unconscious. Right. Oof. Thank God everyone's okay. Yes, so it should be alright for us to rest a while. They don't need any antidotes or anything. Oxygen-deficient air is extremely harmful for humans, but it's not poisonous. They should be alright if they keep inhaling fresh air. Good, then you should stay here and look after the others. I'll take this time to start up this sprinkler system. But where is it? This place is like a maze. Kazumi examined her surroundings. Just as she had said, there were various sized pipes and pieces of equipment strewn all over the place. It was difficult to tell where, if anything, was here. Is there a blueprint to this place or anything like that? He looked around with that thought in mind and eventually spotted a machine with a small monitor on it located by the ladder. What's that? It's a machine with a monitor. It's a console. Watase and Kazumi ran up to the machine and found the following written on the screen. Engine room engineer terminal menu. Electronics manual screen, work management screen, editing screen. Please touch the screen you wish to view. Well, the manuals. Management's probably not going to be relevant. Editing, probably. Who knows? It appeared they were electronics manuals for the staff who supervised the engine room. Watase decided to tap the electronics manuals bar first, causing the content of the screen to change. Electronics manual screen menu. WX particle amplifier operation manual, filtering mechanism maintenance manual, forced circulation pump maintenance manual, plumbing and maintenance inspection manual, switchboard operation manual, dry suppression operation manual, fully automatic dusters maintenance operation manual, etc, 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 etc. Good luck figuring that out. Can't really tell what each one does from titles alone. Nope. What's this WX particle amplifier operation manual one? Oh, amplifier! We heard the voice. the scientist at the very beginning, right before the explosions. The amplification was something something. Maybe that's relevant. Particle amplifier, WX. Particle amplifier. That's a nasty piece, probably. Kazumi pressed that section, changing the screen yet again. Oh yeah, that's a fancy big thing. It drew up a graph of a cylindrical machine along with a manual's table of contents. Yeah, that's just straight up Half-Life thingy, isn't it? A portal generator almost. I think basically, it's basically the same. It serves the same function, in the story at least. But there wasn't anything important listed in it. Wait, damn it, I can't remove the text box screen to read things underneath to see the CGs and whatnot. I mean, we can still read them. This document is an instruction manual for the WX amplifier. Due to the fact that there is a great danger involved in its operation, please read the manual carefully before you proceed. Okay. Great danger involved in its operation. Yeah. That's kind of important. Doesn't look like it has anything to do with the sprinkler system, does it? No, but it's a very important piece of information to, keep in mind. Damn it, is there no sprinkler system manual? Watase tried to fiddle around with the screen some more, but then... Wait! Hey, the guy who knows how to operate it was awakened. Excellent. Ukita called in a pained voice as he kept sitting on the floor. Mr. Ukita, you okay? Relatively. Yes. Somehow. Ukita stood up and shook his head. More importantly, I know where the sprinkler system is. They showed it to me during my orientation days, you see? It's further in. I'll guide you there. I see. That would be great. We apologize for inconveniencing you, but we'll kindly take you up on the offer. I mean, it's relevant to him as well. It's not really an inconvenience. If it's, life and death, and he can resolve it. Anyway, Ukita nodded. I said the same thing previously, didn't I? Probably. Ukita nodded and started walking on unsteady feet. Watase followed him with a similar stumble in his steps. God, those S's are gonna drive me insane. My voice is gonna be... Anyway, Ukita weaved his way through the gaps between the labyrinth of pipes. Watase followed close by, making sure Ukita didn't lose his balance. Ukita pointed further down the path towards an object that had come into view. If memory serves me right, that large tank over there is full of water, nitrogen gas, and other fire-extinguishing agents. Nitrogen gas? Well, yeah, it's cold. It's used to extinguish fires where liquids can't. Think about it. You couldn't use water to put out fires in a place like where brain cell is, could you? Nope, it's all electronics. I see. Then what's that real thick pipe over there for? Next to the tank was a thick pipe that crossed near the engine room ceiling. I believe that is a coolant pipe for the nuclear reactor. It brings in water from a nearby lake. Lake Rokome intake pipe, drainage pipe, labo. Security gate, fence, forest. City perimeter fence, city side. Okay, cool. Yeah, this place is pretty remote. A lake, huh? An idea suddenly flashed through Watase's head. Oh, interesting. Gonna go through the drainage pipes to get outside of the lab. That interesting. If that's where his head is going, that's not the worst plan. Is it the worst plan? It's not terrible. Gordon Freeman ran through the pipes. Radiation strewn pipes even. This could work, maybe. Although it's not going to for some reason that we'll find out later. Because we still got stuff to do in Labo, and the story can't end with us exiting it through the lake. That's kind of boring and too soon. I know. Couldn't we go through that pipe and escape into the lake? That'd be impossible. Ah, there we go. Immediately shut down. Huh? Why is that? I said it was a coolant pipe, right? That means it's full of water circulating at high speeds. If you were to break a hole in that pipe to get inside, water would pour out of it with the force of a tidal wave, flooding the entire basement. Everyone would be killed. Yeah. Shutting that down is also not an option, honestly. Unless you want the nuclear reactor to go melt down even further. If that's even a thing. Is that a thing? Is that how those work? I have no idea how those work. Maybe they work that way. Who knows? I see. Is there a way to shut off the flow of water? I mean, yes, there is, but it would be dangerous. Even if there were, escape would still be impossible. It's 500 meters to the lake from here. Think you could make it that far while holding your breath? Good point. Fair point. Then what if we used an air tank? Actually, that's a good idea. Or at least it would be if there were enough air tanks and masks for everyone. I mean, you can share, you only need like half as many. We've seen that done in movies where people like, here, have some air, and hold his breath for a moment, then gives the other person air, and blah 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 blah. That can work. That's workable. Fiction does that. Well, even if we did, the water used by the coolant is heated by the reactor. Oh, right. Ah, man, very, very thoroughly rejecting this idea. Every possible angle. I believe it's over 50 degrees Celsius. Not a temperature one can hope to withstand. 50? The fuck are you talking about? It's less than tub water. Like, it's less than a bath. I think you mean 500? Or something. Like over 50, that's not that hot. Come on. You can take a bath in 50 and not, cause much harm or anything like that. I think they're missing a zero there. So it really was impossible to escape through the pipe. In other words, oh wait, no, that would be evaporate. I mean 90 degrees, they should have said 90 degrees. That would be unbearable. Close to, I mean, it's also pressured. High pressure allows water to, heat up way more before evaporating. It's a nuclear reactor, that thing gets hot as fuck. Right? I don't know, I'm a man with zero facts again. So let's move on. So it really was impossible to escape through the pipe, in a number of ways. Watase's shoulders slumped in disappointment. I see. And here I thought it was a good idea. I mean, it's not a bad idea, there's just too many other factors that prevent it. Unfortunately, no. Even I considered it right away if it was possible. But I didn't mention it up until now because it was impossible to begin with. After all, I believe these things were probably explained to you before you lost your memory, no? Probably. Those sarcastic words hit too close to home. I see. I'm sorry, but I don't remember that at all. It's fine. Then you can't say it's as simple as your memories being hazy. What do you mean by that? Are you sure you don't remember anything, such as why you went down to the basement, or the names of the people you were trying to save? Oh, he doesn't. It was erased. Nothing. Tachibana said my memories would return in time, but it seems it's taking a while. It's been a couple hours now. Ukita went quiet. He looked at Watase with a somewhat doubtful expression. Realizing it was only natural for Ukita to be that way, Watase continued. I hate to break it to you, really, but it's the truth. I'm sorry for being such an unreliable rescue worker. So even though you've been like that since a few hours back, you still went to get AD for everyone knowing you could very well die. Yeah, after all, there's not much I can do as I am now. My body's still strong even without my memories, so I feel I have to make up for my lack of knowledge with my physical abilities. Makes sense. Because radiation was more terrifying than gas? Yes, I guess. Radiation is the long, silent killer. I mean, it can also be really quick. Gas is only immediate and can be circumvented through practical means, like holding your breath or a gas mask or something like that. Radiation is not. That's more terrifying, that's complicated to deal with. Of course, the thing I'm most scared about is us not having AD, obviously. But thanks to my little anaerobic exercise back there, it looks like we'll still live another hour longer. Ukita stared at Watase for a while, but eventually settled for a snort. That is indeed quite impressive. I realize I never thanked you before now. You have my sincerest gratitude. What's gotten into you? I'm not that happy about getting a compliment from you, old man. He's only in his 30s, probably. Who are you calling an old man? I'm only 35. I'm not that much older than you, right? Well, he has no idea how old he is. Does he? Yeah, literally middle 30s. Now that you mention it, that's true. Well, as fellow old men, it's our duty to work together and help these girls out. Sure. He thought it was a bit rude, but he felt feelings of kinship towards Ukita welding up inside him when he called the latter old man. That time felt like it naturally suited Ukita, probably because his appearance and white hair made him look much older than he actually was. Ukita didn't particularly seem to mind. However, he suddenly came to a stop. Oh, there. We've made it. This is... Oh, they were walking towards the thing. I already forgot. Watase looked and saw that there were countless valves next to the tank. It appears that these valves are closed for some reason. Maintenance. They were doing maintenance for an inspection thing. And for stupid reasons decided to shut down all the sprinkler systems, because that's smart. So they really were running an inspection on them. Can't say for sure now. Anyway, the sprinkler system should reactivate if we open them up. That would be good. Alright. Lend me a hand, old man. Very well. After that exchange, Watase and Ukita turned the valves one after another. Dun, dun, dun. The tank began to groan, and the pipes connected to it all started vibrating at once. I couldn't rhyme that. Good, this should take care of matters. I hope this takes out the fires in Area N2. Doubtful. No, unfortunately, it seems that the sprinklers in that area use a separate system. At least someone has redundancy. Good. Like, good. Every area should have its own independent sprinkler system and everything else. I see. But just having the fires in the other areas all taken care of was more than enough. Anyway, shall we go report our success to the others? No, I'll stay here for a while and make sure the system is operating normally. Sorry, and thank you. Watase then parted ways with Ukita and headed back to Kazumi. When he got back to the Lada area, Kazumi called out to him. Oh, welcome back, Captain. Yuri was still lying on the floor, but Jun and Enna were already up and about. Yeah, the science lady at the very beginning was just a researcher with brown hair and like yellowish eyes. For some reason I completely forgotten Mr. I just thought, cause I don't know why I thought that was Enna later or earlier, something like that. But anyway, that confusion has been corrected by me looking at the previous footage. And yeah, it shouldn't have been a confusion because goddamn they're very different design-wise. Like this professor had glasses and everything. Oh well. Oh, so you guys are up and running again. Yes, thank you for helping us. Captain, I'm so ashamed of myself. I want to bury myself in a hole after fainting right after the dramatic exit like that. That's fine, you couldn't have known, it happens. What are you talking about? You were the one who opened that gate. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Really? Oh, did she? Really? You should be proud of yourself. Oh yeah, we don't... she doesn't remember opening the gate. Suspicious, interesting, that's a note to keep in mind. Hey, you sure are nice today, Captain. A smile rose to Jun's pale face. Kazumi also seemed relieved. He's right. We were also able to get some AD thanks to you. Eh? You found AD? Yeah, we administered it to you while you guys were out of it. Oh, thank God. Now we can take it a bit easy, eh? You're right. And it also appears the sprinkler system is back online. Yeah, now we don't have to worry so much about getting taken out by a fire. And if it takes out the source of the fire downstairs, we'll be able to walk around normally soon enough. Hey, how long will it take for the sprinkler system to finish extinguishing and ventilating everything? Let me see. About 10 minutes or so, I believe. It was a bit troubling that they were stuck here for a while, but now that I think about it, all of us must be tired. If someone with a body like Watase was tired, then it was probably worse for everyone else. Then why don't we take a little break until Yuri wakes up? That sounds good. After all, there isn't much else we can do for the moment. Amen to that. And so the group decided to take a rest while the sprinkler system did its work. Fighter's rest, 11:20. Watase, Kazumi, Jun and Enna sat in a circle on the floor. No sooner had they done so than the 2 hours worth of fatigue hit them all simultaneously, bringing a collective sigh from the group. Oh yeah, that was a lot of intense actions. Phew. When Watase breathed, a faint ache throbbed in his ribs that had been injured in the flashover earlier. Right, the door blew up and stuff like that. They've been hurting for a while. Are they cracked? Who knows, probably. The group had been accumulating not just fatigue, but injuries as well. Yeah, the morning after is going to be really painful. You're going to wake up in the hospital, probably. Moribe, teach. You guys holding up okay? My fingertips are a bit numb, but I'm fine. I think I'll be alright after a little rest myself. And you, Tachibana? There are no issues with me either. All that numbness in my skin went away after I took that AD. Great, that's the best news yet. Which meant that it really had been a radiation exposure that was responsible for the bad shape she had been in lately. Man, AD must be pretty damn effective if it only takes a couple of seconds to kick in. It's very suspicious how effective it is. That's too quick if you ask me. Good, someone's actually raising suspicions now. Someone's having doubts. Good, and it's the cool-headed Kazumi, obviously. Perhaps the negative effects of the radiation and the drug's effectiveness are just products of our imaginations, a so-called placebo, if you will. There's probably some of it going on. After all, this AD is anti-telepathy thing as well. But it is better to have AD. I mean, yeah, placebo doesn't really work if you have nothing to imprint the effect onto. You need some kind of physical thing, even if it's just a sugar pill. The fact that you think it's true makes your body think it's true. Makes your body act like it's true. Biology and mental state are really strangely linked, aren't they? Human brain is so strange, and how it works, and the body, how it works, it's fascinating. Super complex. We might fully understand the human body, but I don't think we'll ever fully understand the brain. An AI might figure out the brain, sure. Those things are magic, basically. Anyway, Watase glanced at his Procyon and said that the reading had gone up again. Look, it's 3090 MSV right now. Doesn't look like it'll be long until it passes the first danger standard of 4000 MSV. Having AD will only get more and more important if that happens. It seems there were people in the Chernobyl disaster who also tried to minimize the damage from their accident in an environment over 4000 MSV. It's been rumored that the mortality rate for the workers who were in that environment was 100%. I mean, that shouldn't really be a rumor. You should have the hard facts there. Like, that's pretty simple to find out, isn't it? I mean, I'm not gonna do that now, but we can make a mental note. Remind me if I don't bring it up at some point. Anyway, everyone's faces froze over, because that is interesting to look up, you know, information, because it's related. They're bringing it up, so may as well look that up ourselves. A bit later, though, during a break. Wow, I know they didn't have AD back then, but still, 100%? Radiation's a real fucker like that, yeah. Though we're getting used to it, 3090 MSV is still a staggering dosage of radiation under normal circumstances, isn't it? I hope Mr. Tenkawa and the others have some AD, but... Teach, don't panic. We saw Louise, she was super confident in what she's doing, she didn't need no help from anyone. The fact that we've seen empty medical boxes in the AD means that there's a high chance they found some too. He's right, Mr. Tsubakiyama. Rushing things will only lead to more danger. Let's just rest now while we still can. Well, unless the path we're on decides that rushing is the correct way to do it. Good point. Anna gave a weary smile. She'd usually been so sharp-tongued, but now, perhaps as a result of her own fatigue catching up with her, she seemed to have calmed down. Miss Tsubakiyama, this has all been really harsh on you, has it not? To be honest, yeah, in its own way. I've gotten tired from running around from place to place, and while I'm at it, I haven't eaten anything since this morning, so I'm a bit hungry. Watase then noticed his own hunger. Yeah, that's gonna kick in. But you need water first. You just need drinking water. You can go on for quite a while without food, as long as you have water and can breathe normal air and stuff. That you can go for weeks without food. It's gonna be rough for the first few days, but you can manage that. You can totally manage that. But I feel more thirsty than anything. Yeah, water's the killer. My throat's parched from all that fire and smoke flying around. Not to mention all that running and jumping. That's true. I'd like to find water if we can. No, it'd be best not to. Why is that? There's a high chance that the facility's water has already been contaminated by radiation. Well, then I mean, we can go without water for several hours as well. It's uncomfortable, but it's doable. Drinking something like that would expose your body to radiation from the inside, which is really bad, yes. You shitting me? Well, no, that just makes sense. Exposed radiation from inside. Yeah, even AD might not protect you from that. This thing is magic. Then that meant they'd have to go without even drinking water while they were here. It's uncomfortable, but it's doable. Again, it's doable. Humans are stupidly resilient. Like, ridiculously so. Like, goddamn. Look up Action Park USA. That thing is insane and ridiculous and fucking hell. It's amazing. Only like, what, a dozen people died while it was operational? Just look it up. It's fantastic. It's ridiculous. And it's fucking terrifying in its own way as well. That's brilliant. Action Park USA. I think it was like in New Jersey or something back in the 90s. It's fantastic. It's a ridiculous thing. Just absolutely ridiculous. It'd be another 7 hours at most. That thought was quite disheartening to say the least. Oh jeez, why the hell did all this happen? Because someone didn't like this place and decided to sabotage it. Everything was totally normal until yesterday. But I guess it's true when they say no one knows what the future holds. Dark clouds of depression began gradually shrouding all those there. Or here. June quickly spoke up in a cheery voice as if to blow them away. Yeah. Come on, Mr. Tsubakiyama, let's stop being all gloom and doom here. We'll get you and your students out of here safely. Just you wait. There we go. June has a positive attitude for everything. Sorry, it looks like I let everything get to me for a second there. It's understandable. It is a depressing situation ultimately, when you think about it. I guess when I started thinking about the possibility that we could die in a place like this, which is a very real possibility. Like, we've got at least 10 other dead-end routes that prove that. Stop. Don't jinx us all like that. Yeah, I'm the one who's gonna be jinxing us with my decisions. You mustn't say that. Showing weakness will only double the danger. Got that right? I'll be damned if I let a single person die here. You three sure are strong. Well, they're supposed to. They're rescue workers. Edna hung her head down and quietly muttered that. I'm sorry for having been so rude to you up until now. It's understandable. You guys really are a fine rescue squad. Compared to you, all I'm good at is being all talk and no action with nothing to back it up. Well, you're a school teacher. Wasn't expecting anything. Anyway, it's fine, don't worry about it. You're civilian. They're the rescue workers. Civilians aren't expected to be competent in these situations. The best we can do in situations like this is just follow instructions and not do stupid shit. She's right. Anyone would get worked up if they were thrown into a situation like this. It's only natural. But I'll try to make sure I do as you all say from now on. That'd be a real help. Having everyone get along like this will be more comforting than fighting all the time. Really? Well, yeah. You see, I'm rather soft-hearted, so it really hurts to see women fighting each other. Ah, never expected to hear you say something so pathetic. What? Wow. Now that's something you never hear normal captains say. They're doing a big group CG with everyone like, Big Fang. It's adorable. June. Did he really have this side to him? Well, he does now. There we go. We saw it for a brief second, so we can screen cap that if we care. I don't know if I care too much about that, but it's fine image, I guess. Anyway, everyone chuckled at Watasa's light-hearted joke. The tension finally appeared to be loosening up. Well, since we're at it, let's talk about something cheerful. Cheerful? Is there anything cheerful to actually talk about? Hey, I've got one. You know, you've gained a few pounds in my book, Captain. Huh? I mean, how would you? I'm talking about your latest stunt. Man, you were so cool back there, eh? What do you mean, back there? I mean, when he carried me and Yuri as you ran through that gas, of course. Wait, you were awake for that? Barely, but still, it's not like you do something... It's not like you to do something so passionately. Oh, I remember that too. I remember Miss Tachibana saying, please carry those two. And then you were all like, leave it to me, without even hesitating a second. Well, that's just because there was no time to think about it. Don't be modest. You were both manly and incredible. He's a little awkward now. Walt also felt a bit taken aback about someone calling him incredible right to his face. What's with the sudden flip-flop here? Weren't you calling me unreliable first? Well, situations change, circumstances change, people's opinions change, based on the changing facts. Well, after seeing Captain Unreliable pull through when it really counted, he's become a rather wonderful man in my eyes. See, that's why... oh my, embarrassed? You're quite pure-hearted for your age. Well, he doesn't have memory, so of course he's reverted back to a bit of a bashful, anime teenage, boy protagonist. What's this? Are you actually hitting on Captain, Miss Tsubakiyama? Well now, am I? God damn it. Enda's giggle made it impossible to tell what she was truly feeling. She's having fun. But still, I'm sure she doesn't mean wrong. Watase was probably smiling at that thought, for Kazumi gave him a sharp glare. Captain, please don't grin to yourself like a fool when we're on duty. It's not becoming of you. Not becoming? Oh my, you sure are harsh, Miss Tachibana. Yep, she's super duper harsh, especially with men. Thanks to that, she ain't popular with the guys at all, even though she's so pretty. Watch your tongue, Moribe. Is there yellow now? That's a real shame. If I were a man, I'd never pass up someone so pretty, gallant and competent like you. Miss Tsubakiyama, please don't join in on this too. A thought suddenly crossed Watase's mind as he heard that conversation. True, she really is beautiful, but like Jun had said, she definitely had a harsh attitude to her that could turn men away. He could understand why in the situation unrest we got the sexy music or something. Well, no, whatever. I don't think this is gonna turn... Nah, it's not. It's not gonna become some kind of random dating sim. Whatever. This is still a thriller where people die, but we need moments of levity and silliness like this. It's nice. It's a nice, juxtaposition? Contrast. That's a better and less pretentious word. He could understand why in this situation, but he had a hard time imagining what Kazumi was like in her day-to-day life. I wonder what she looks like in normal clothes, though I'd say her uniform suits her better than any fashionable clothes or accessories you could ever find. Watase suddenly remembered something at that moment. Oh yeah, speaking of accessories, Watase reached in his... Oh right, he did... there was like a locket or something that she dropped. Right. Watase reached into his pocket and pulled out the little chain thing, the locket with the broken chain. He had spotted it and picked it up by chance when Kazumi saved him back in Area 3. I've gotta give this back to her. Watase pinched the locket as he thought this. It opened up when he did, revealing a photo inside of a handsome young man. It was a picture of a sour-faced man with a somewhat stern look in his eyes. Who's this guy? Something about his face pisses me off for some reason. Is it his face? No, wait, that's black hair. He might have black hair. It might... no. Is it? I don't know. As Watase pondered this... Captain! That locket. Why do you have it? Oh, sorry. I found it a while back, but I forgot to return it to you. Please give it back. Whoa. Kazumi snatched the locket away from Watase before he even had time to say anything. You saw what was inside, didn't you? What are you getting so angry for? Getting a photo of your boyfriend is no big deal. What? A boyfriend? Intriguing. Could you show it to us? God damn it, that little impish face. Teasing. No, that's an absolute negative. Don't pry into her personal life if she doesn't want to. Oh my, quite a stubborn one. Though I didn't expect you to be so old-fashioned as to carry a locket around. Look, everyone's got their personal lives and personal preferences. There's nothing wrong with that. If they don't want to be pried into, you shouldn't. That's quite rude. That's because she hasn't taken it off in years. It's Sis's trademark. Kazumi furrowed her eyebrows at that last part. Moribe, I believe I told you to refer to me as Lieutenant when we're on duty. What's this Sis business about? You certainly don't look like sisters, and your last names are different. Nah, it's like a silly thing. Oh, well, you see, we've lived real close to each other ever since I was a kid, so it's a habit of mine. Big sis, eh? Or Ne-chan, or something like that. That said, I keep telling her to keep personal affairs out of work. But as you see, she's only 20, she's still a child. Ah, come on, I can do that during a break, right, sis? How many times must I tell you? Ah, sheesh. Kazumi gave an exasperated sigh, and the rest of the group laughed. It was the first time since they had arrived at this facility. No, it was the first time since Watase woke up that they had ever had a moment of peace. But that tranquility didn't last long, for the sound of Akita's voice soon brought them all back to reality. Oi! The sprinkler system's functioning normally. It should be safe for us to go back down now. Watase looked over to see Ukita running towards the rest of them. And at that very moment, Yuri's eyes opened. Hey, stimulus. Huh? Where am I? Oh, she's awake. Thank goodness. Wobble, wobble, wobble. Yuri sat up and looked around in confusion. It didn't appear there was anything wrong with her body. Well, her mental state is unknowable. You inhaled some gas and passed out, but you're okay now. The captain carried you and ran all the way here. You don't remember? Huh? As always. That little, huh? A little confused, shocked, and a little scared reaction first. Yuri looked back and forth between Watase and Jun with a bewildered look on her face. Thank you very much. Then nervously thanked them. Oh, it was nothing. Both you and Jun were light, after all. More importantly, think you can walk? Yes, I think I'll be fine. Alright, now that Miss Yuri's awake, let's discuss what to do next. Kazumi took out her PDA and began her explanation. First, this is our current position, and the room that the ladder leads down to is this room right here in B1 of Area 3's outer ring. Now that the fires in Labo have been put out, our search has become all the safer for it, and we can move around more than we could before. But there's a high probability that any AD located in areas previously engulfed in fire has been destroyed. True, but that makes things harder for us. They were down to only one AD ampule right now, but they had almost searched the entirety of areas 1 through 4. I hope we can expand our search to Area 5, but we don't have the right card. Right. We still have yet to locate a level 5 security card. Area 4 is as far as we can go for now. Why don't we look for a card in a place we haven't searched yet? In that case, Watase touched the PDA, causing the screen's display to switch. Why don't we try the outer ring here first? Now that the gas is gone, and we're here anyway, it's worth a shot. True, you searched it in a hurry, so you didn't find out if there was a card there or not. The only other place is B2 of Area 4's outer ring, the place where we came across Louise, right? Yeah, and the inner ring's already contaminated, so let's search those 2 blocks. The odds are slim, but we don't have a better option. Right. But I wouldn't say our chances are that bad. There may have been some Area 5 researchers who went through Area 4 to evacuate. It wouldn't be surprising for at least one of them to have dropped their card there during all that chaos this morning. That's just chaos theory there. It's possible, but it's just chaos, it's random chance. Then there was still hope, a faint hope. I mean, we are gonna get through Areas 5 and 6 and Area N as well, we have to. Otherwise, come on, that's the story. The juicy bits. Starting up the sprinkler system was nothing more than a way of increasing the search field. In the end, it didn't change that the group needed to find survivors and AD. And also a level 5 card to progress onwards, and an exit. Very well then, everyone, I apologize to have to end your rest here, but let's press on just a little bit more. Alright. The three survivors all gave a firm nod. Everyone's probably getting exhausted, but no one showed any signs of that on their face. It seems the prior incident had managed to bring the group closer together. Well, it would. That's just natural behaviors. People tend to stick together in times of crises and help each other out because that's, that benefits them as well. There are more people who survive, then there's more chance of them helping you. You help them, they help you. Generally how that works. You see it all the time in like disaster situations in real life when there's like an earthquake or a flood or whatever else. Like people help each other. It's really great. It's unfortunate that those events happen in the first place, but make the best of what you can. But don't push yourselves, guys. Say something if you're not feeling well. Ease up, we'll be fine. The group headed towards the ladder while feeling a sense of trust behind those words. They went out into the hall to find that all of the fire, smoke and gas were now gone. The sprinkler system stuff has all been drained now, so there's no problem. Okay, let's check the gates in this area first. Everyone, please be cautious about the possibility of leftover gas for now. If anything smells even the slightest bit strange, please get out of there. Everyone nodded. The group then split up and began searching the area. Watasa checked the room he'd found the AD earlier, but it had completely burnt to a crisp. Any car that was in here must have gone up in flames. He was about to leave the room when he spotted some documents at his feet. They were sopping wet from the sprinkler's extinguishing agents, so the letters were blurred, but he could still read the words "disaster" on the front. Curious, Watasa picked it up and looked through it. Labo fire incident July 10th, 2021? That's 9 years ago. All relevant parties are most likely already aware of the fire that occurred in this facility 3 days ago, July 7th, 2021. Although the worst possible outcome was averted at the last moment, there were inadequacies found in multiple sections, whatever, text too blurred to make out. This document contains a compilation of the problems hinted at by this incident. The cause of the fire of Senior Fellow S. Something of Senior Fellow S. S had been appointed as an administrator of probably Area N. As a result, he had quite a great number of opportunities to come into contact with the research results. Test subject, 9 years ago. It's a long-ass time. For anything, for any human activity. 9 years is a fucking long-ass time. And about 3 months later, S, knows. He took the power generator gasoline stored somewhere, set them all on fire, and intentionally caused some kind of fire. Explosion. So, Senior Fellow S did something really big. He also earned something. This is nothing more than a guess, seeing as, who knows, something is quite high. Furthermore, these research results, something have been designated as N, amongst other things that have not been made out. Also, while this is not directly attributed to whatever, 2 children infiltrated the facility on the day of the incident at a most unfortunate time. It is unacceptable for children to have found and exploited a hole in our security. This is quite frankly the epitome of carelessness for our security systems. And 2 lives were lost as a result. We must all learn a lesson from this incident. They did not. Come on now. Currently 3 lives have been lost, so we're doing worse now. We must all learn a lesson from this. Strengthening something alone doesn't guarantee us any safety whatsoever. There is an urgent need to have the specifications of a case N reviewed and for the security systems to be enhanced. Otherwise, we may foresee yet another repeat of this tragedy. And we do. Atomic and Biological Chief Isao Kawada. Okay, it was just a sign off. It appeared to be a record regarding a fire that had happened in this facility in the past. 2021. Oh yeah, that was from broadcast date a year ago. Kazumi said it was currently 2030, meaning that had happened 9 years ago. The fact that they said the worst possible outcome was averted meant that the case end probably hadn't happened back then. But in spite of that, the disaster did end up repeating itself anyway. According to the document, lives had been lost in that incident. Meaning the security systems must never have been enhanced, somehow. Because the report was buried because of Case N and like secret research materials that should not see the light of day, so they couldn't really issue contractors or make changes because they would have to justify it to the budgetary committee and blah 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 blah. They couldn't bullshit the budgetary committee, like, hey, we need money for this thing because reasons. Come on. You're dealing with, like, you know, members of the board or something. If this is a government-funded agency, then you can just bullshit people. Like, politicians don't care. As long as it sounds good, they'll sign off on it. Probably. Who knows? This is Japan. Who knows how the system works? And it's the future and it's fictional world as well, so anything goes. Then I'll make sure that there's at least no more victims this time around. Well, there's already 3 minimum. 3 that we've confirmed. At least. Watase threw the papers away and left the room. He then found everyone gathered in the hall. Did you guys find anything? Negative. No ID, and naturally, no level 5 card. It might actually be fortunate that none of the survivors were here, otherwise, the gas probably would have done them in. Anna and the others' faces grew grim at that. That's true, but now I'm worried about them all over again. Shouldn't we be heading to Area 4 right away? That would be for the best, yes. The rest of the group nodded and headed towards Area 4. A thought crossed Ptas's mind as he ran through Area 4 connecting passageway. Morib is absolutely right. Just because the sprinkler system's finally on doesn't mean that the survivors are safe. If they'd been in an area that had been on fire up until a few minutes ago, there was a big chance they had already burned to death. The fear of being cornered by flames had now been replaced with the fear that the flames had already cornered someone else. I just hope the survivors escaped to Area 5. So, if nothing else, I hope that we can at least find a card in Area 4. For us to finally go into a new area, only to find bodies. Yeah, I'd rather not have that outcome. Everyone else is probably thinking the same thing. The group said nothing and continued running down the halls. They soon arrived at B2 of Area 4's outer ring. The hall had been horribly damaged from the flash hour that had scorched it earlier. The Procion's alarm beeped. It's reading at 5,322. As long as they had AD in their system, all of them could probably handle that level. The hallway itself may be in a terrible condition, but the room should still be intact. Let's split up and search the larger rooms, hallways and the elevator hall. What about the inner ring? Last time we checked, it was a contaminated zone. If we don't find anything here, we may have no choice but to venture there. I'll search it if it comes to that. What are you talking about? Aren't you forgetting you spent a whole hour without a proper shot of AD? Your cumulative exposure must be really high now. Consider your own body for a bit. If it comes to it, then I'll search the contaminated zone. Captain? Understood. At any rate, let's focus on searching the outer ring for now. Kazumi then began rapidly issuing off orders. Captain, Mr. Tsubakiyama, please cover the hallways and the elevator hall. Everyone else will search the large rooms with me. You sure the 2 of us will be enough? Yes, after all, I believe you've finally gotten used to this. Alright, roger that. Kazumi had a point. 2 people were probably enough to just take care of the hallways and elevator hall. Watasa and Anna immediately got to searching the outer ring. They silently walked through the hallway. The normal loudmouthed Anna was surprisingly quiet. What's up, teacher? You're worrying about your students again, aren't you? Eh? It'll be fine. That surveillance camera footage showed that there's a big chance they're in either Area 5 or 6. They shouldn't have gotten caught up in the fire in this area. Watasa said that knowing he was trying to convince himself of that as much as he was trying to convince Anna. He was doing his best to avoid bringing up that Anna had seen one of her students in this very area almost an hour ago. But Anna still looked glum. The fire is not all I'm worried about. There's a killer on the loose. There's a killer on the loose again. I'm more concerned about the radiation. All that. I mean, your Procyon said that the radiation levels here are over 5,000, right? Right. It doesn't feel that way at all. But still, this level of radiation would normally kill you, right? We don't even know if the AD is actually protecting us from this level. That is true, we don't know anything about how it actually works or what it is. The first danger standard was 4 to 8,000 MSV, which referred to an area that they wouldn't want to stay for long even with AD. Fuck. It's already getting hard to speak apparently. Yeah, it'd be best for both the survivors and us not to overstay our welcome here. Indeed, especially me and Miss Tachibana. Huh? Tachibana I get, but why you? Don't you remember? I didn't take any AD until you guys found me. Ah. Watase was filled with shock. That was, what, 3 hours or so of not being exposed to that? Or being exposed to radiation without protection. Now that he thought about it, she was absolutely right. Anna hadn't even known about the meltdown until the group had told her. The Procyon's reading was still low then, so I don't think my cumulative exposure is all that high. No, hold on. You say that, but you can never be too careful in this situation. You should tell Tachibana and sit out the search of this area or... Oh my, don't kid yourself. There's no way I can just rest while everyone else is working as hard as they can. Plus, radiation's just everywhere regardless, so it doesn't really matter if she rests or is active. Not much, at least. Watase took a long, hard look at Enna's face. He'd only thought of her as a naggy woman, but... You're amazing, Teach. Eh? How so? How do I put it? You've got a heart of steel, or something? Anyway, you're an amazing woman. Don't tell me you're falling for me. A little. Well, at least he's honest. Enna completely went quiet in a second. Wasn't expecting blunt honesty, were you? It's understandable. Wait a minute, this isn't time for jokes, right? You do know what we're dealing with right now, don't you? I mean, sure, but you can still slip things out like that. Oh, I was just playing along with your joke. Weren't you? Who knows anymore? Oh, right. Anyway, got it. I'll be careful about my health. Being all silly. This rom-com in the middle of a thriller. Ah, it's cute. Enna looked away when she said that. Let's cut the silly chit-chat and get back to searching. Alright. Watase nodded after a bit of thinking, then focused on the search. I don't know if the story really needs romance, though. I mean, it's nice for a little bit of funny moments and relative levity and just, you know, lightheartedness. I don't think it needs to be a strong focus. Hopefully it won't be. Hopefully it won't be. Now that's probably reserved for the before crime route, which is, from what I recall of the intro video thing, that one seems like the more goofy with the school kids. They can do their little silly romance things there. That'll be fine, probably, although we'll see. We'll see in about 40 hours once we begin that one. Anyway, he and Enna finished searching the hallway and headed on over to the elevator hall. When they approached the door, body, oh dear. Alright, corpse number 4. Oh, what's this smell? The smell of a burnt corpse. Anna sniffed the air. Come on, don't you smell something delicious? Oh no, burnt, well, I guess. If you don't know what it is, then, you know, burnt body might smell nice, who knows. Depends on what the person ate. I mean, that's generally a big indicator. Yeah, there it is. Anna's face had frozen over before she could finish. Gasp. Just then, Watase's nose took hold of that smell. His mouth started watering and his stomach started rumbling. Both conditioned reflexes to that particular scent. But Watase was shuddering, because it's a human corpse. Because the something delicious that he and Enna were smelling was the scent of a grilled meat. No, please no, well, obviously, yeah. What else? The smell was wafting in from behind the door to the elevator hall. Don't tell me that smell. Of course it is. There was a title card of this little segment called Body. Watase opened the door with hands that were shaking like crazy. That's a rescue worker. That's a rescue worker. Only half of his body has burnt. Interesting. Although I guess the protective suit is fire retardant, so it wouldn't burn beyond there. Unless it's being doused with, flammables. and spotted the source of the smell. Whoa. Found a nice axe. Axe should be still useful. You should pick up the axe. That might come in handy. And there's a security card as well there. Anyway, yes, horrible dead bodies. Ooh, scary. Reactions to dead bodies. I mean, obviously, because I've prepared for this mentally. Because the story, of course, is going to be dead bodies. Hollow gasps escaped from Watasa and in his mouths. Their hunger instantly turned to nausea. Legs burnt to charcoal. Melted body fat dripping to the floor. A horribly charred protection suit. A fire axe gripped firmly in the hand. Rescue squad equipment. He screamed again. He didn't recognize their face, but he could tell with a glance that this was their other squadmate who'd went to the basement. Hiyama. Indeed, Hiyama. A scream burst out from deep within his lungs. Hiyama, hey. Look, even if he's somehow still alive, he's not gonna be conscious. He's definitely in a coma, but he's dead. That kind of damage to the lower body, that's just excruciating pain. Literally indescribable pain. Unthinkable, unknowable. Unless you've experienced it. Which is terrible. Watasa ran over to him and called his name, but naturally the body didn't even twitch. He'd already known from the moment he'd seen him that it was far too late. Watasa then heard voices and footsteps rapidly approaching from behind. What happened? Ah! Watasa's scream had sent Kazumi and Jun running over. He paid them no heed and touched Hiyama's body. He could tell how rigid the latter was even through the protection suit. It's too late. He's already dead. He's dead, Jim. Watasa's proclamation was followed by cries of grief. No. No! Hiyama, not you too. And those are the last two unaccounted members of Squad A. What's the fate of Squad B? Oh wait, were they on top? They might have been left on up top. He could hear Jun's tearful voice echo behind him. Watasa couldn't feel sad. He just searched Hiyama's body with gloomy clouds shrouding his heart. Gotta move on. Hiyama's legs had been bent into strange shapes at his knees. Oh, telekinesis attack as well. Interesting. Second rescue that's been maimed by the telekinetic person, by the Esper. His legs were broken? He had probably been trying to escape from the fire to the bitter end. Came across the inferno in Area 4, got caught on fire, and yet crawled all the way over to the elevator hall trying to cling on to whatever life he had left. There's more to it, but we don't know it yet. And then breathed his last at this spot. Hiyama. Watasa lamented at the death of the squadmate he didn't even remember. And next to the body, lying there as if it were Hiyama's last will and testament to his squadmates, was a security card that read level 6. Oh, that's convenient. Nice. Several minutes later, the group left the elevator hall and gathered in front of it. Ukita and Yuri had also been told of Hiyama's death, and they remained speechless for a while, then barely managed to make out a few words. I'm sorry for your loss. Ukita gazed at Watasa as his body shook in fear, then spoke. How did this even happen? Yuri said nothing, she just quietly leaned against Jun. It's okay, Yuri. Jun gently wrapped her arms around Yuri's shoulders, but the look on her face only made Yuri more depressed, because it's not okay. No, she knows something. She knows who could have done something like that, but she doesn't speak. Kazumi soon looked at the rest of the group with red eyes, then wrung out her voice and said, Dying in the line of duty is an unavoidable risk in this line of work. But Tachibana, please don't say anything, Captain. Kazumi looked at Watasa and spoke. We can save our grief for after we've rescued the survivors and gotten outside. But for now, we mustn't. Her voice shook and her eyes were filled with sorrow. Watasa swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and settled for a whisper of an answer instead. Yeah. When he thought about her feelings, he realized that no words could ever console the pain she had to be going through. You have to do the same, Moribe. Jun spoke in a teary voice after Kazumi called out to her. But today was the first time. I've ever lost a coworker on the job. Not just one, but two. And now, it's happened again. I know, but you have to hold your head high. You discarded your womanhood when you joined Sirius. Remember that. But, sis... Jun choked back a sob. Kazumi didn't scold her for calling her sis. Tachibana, Moribe. They can't take much more of this. Well, they'll have to. We'll all have to take more of this. Even the ever firm and reliable Kazumi was failing to hide the tremors in her voice. And yet, here Watase was not even sad about his co-worker's death. God damn it, I have to say something. But anything he said would just be rubbing salt in his squadmate's wounds. Watase gritted his teeth in frustration, but then Anna whispered into his ear. What are you doing, Captain Kasasagi? You have to get a hold of yourself. That's true. Watase hesitated for a moment, but then a thought came to him. That's right, I have to get a hold of myself. I have to leave Tachibana and Moribe now. Huh? It was he, the only one not sad about Hima's death, who had to lead the group in Kazumi's place. Despite her protests to the contrary, it was clear she was deeply saddened. Anyone would be after losing two squadmates whom they had held so dear in just one day. But she can't show it because she needs to put on a brave face for all the survivors here. And because our mission isn't over yet. What would the survivors think if the rescue squad all broke down in sorrow and grief? Anna, Ukita, and Yuri. They would definitely feel that the situation was hopeless. They'd almost certainly descend into despair. Then I have to be strong. Stronger than anyone. I must be stronger than anyone, both as a man and as the captain of this squad. Even if it was a role he knew nothing about, even if he didn't have confidence in his abilities because of his lack of memories, I am a rescue squad captain. I am Watase Kasasagi, the man who Tachibana and Moribe look up to. And the moment he thought that, a raging fire ignited in Watase's heart. Yes, the anime moment, well up. Ignite your heart with passion and dedication. A fire that had been lit by Kazumi and Jun's tears, as well as Enna's words, and the optimistic, positive music that's happening in here in the background that you can barely hear because, you know, we don't need to hear too much. Tachibana, Moribe, can I have a minute? Eh? The two of them walked over to Watase with forlorn footsteps. Watase looked Kazumi dead in the eye and spoke. We're changing leaders. I'll leave the group from this point onwards. Captain? Exactly. He's the captain. Kazumi and Jun couldn't hide their bewilderment. Oh, come on. I'm just restoring the status quo, that's all. I'll be the leader for now until you've both calmed down. Let me shoulder all the weight you've been carrying so far. Anyway, just rely on me for a while. Especially you, Tachiban. You've been carrying far too heavy a burden up until now. Kazumi fell quiet in what appeared to be hesitation. Didn't you hear me? Then let me make it an order, as Sirius's captain. Watase clicked his heels and spoke in a sharp voice. As of this point onwards, Lieutenant Kazumi Tachiban and Ensign Jun Moribe will hereby defer to Captain Watase Kasasagi's command. Those words came very naturally out of Watase's mouth. He's back, but not really. He's faking being back. Kazumi and Jun's bodies trembled. Now, let me hear you say it. And like that, strength instantly returned to Kazumi and Jun's eyes. They both clicked their heels and replied, Sir, Lieutenant Kazumi Tachibana, deferring to Captain Masasagi Watase Kas... way too many A's in his name. Fucking hell, in his full name. Deferring to Captain Watase Kasasagi's command, sir. Ensign Jun Moribe, deferring to Captain's command, sir. Good. Watase smiled and gave them both a pat on the shoulder. And there you have it. Well, that was mainly for formality's sake. I'm still counting on you both to basically keep things running the way they've been so far. I still have amnesia, like it or not. But my strength and spirit are the same that they've always been, so let's work ourselves to the bone without worrying about the chain of command. He said that in the friendliest voice he could muster in an attempt to relieve their tension. But Kazumi responded meekly. Yes, please. Good. Then, now that we've finally got our hands on a level 6 card, let's use it to press onwards. Kiyama left that card for us. We can't let it go to waste. Jun quietly nodded at that. You're right. We can't keep staying down in the dumps forever. Jun turned to the others and spoke in a voice brimming with bravado. The fires are out, and we've got a card. So now we can go all the way to Area 6. We have nothing to fear. Yeah, that's the spirit. And besides, isn't your catchphrase, Jun's the name and rescues my game? Sheesh, I can't believe I almost forgot that. That's silly. Thanks, Captain. Jun's eyes had regained their natural spark. Don't sweat it. Keeping his subordinate spirits up is a captain's job. Watase said that with a smile, then turned back to Ukita and the others. Really sorry to keep you all waiting. Think you can still keep going? Yes, I'll be fine. Ready when you are. No problems here. Yes. Watase nodded when he heard their answers. Kazumi then gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Thank you so much, Captain. And said that with a wide smile. One that seemed sad, yet mixed with a small hint of joy. They decided to leave Hiyama's body where it was. They set his axe against the door as a gravestone, so no, take the axe. It's useful, it's a practical tool. Ah, that's dumb. And with that, the elevator hall had become his temporary tomb. Alright. I believe that is an excellent moment to pause and stop for now. I believe that is indeed what we shall be doing now. Yes, right then. We have gone through another tragedy, went through some levities, got some resources, and have now got back on our feet, ready to move on next time. When will next time happen? Who knows? And apparently, sometimes my internet cuts out. First time that's happened during stream. Not sure why, but well, I don't think I can control that. Sometimes these things just happen. Technology is fairly reliable, but there's always possibility of something going wrong. Now then, with that out of the way and with nothing else for me to say, I believe it is time to close off this stream. We have wrapped up. We hopefully will have a nice day, but there is one last thing to conclude this part with, obviously, and that is the emptiness of the void, where we continue with next part of the Reign of Dio. Isn't that correct? Indeed it is. Now then. Act 1, Rainbow. Volume 1, Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. Chapter 2, Self-Portrait. Look down beyond the abyss, and that is the world I belong to. Paint this picture in your mind with colors of the night, and then keep going down the darkness. These eyes of mine cannot see in the light, so take me to my true home. Look up at the sky and feel my anguish. That is the world I must escape. Turn me around and around once more. I don't need to know what is real to you. Erase me from your heart, for you must not be real to me once I go down. Look around the fading day. The lines of my blackened soul are crawling out. Soon I will be one with nothing, and the story of the truth will begin. This is what I am, what I need, what I want. Look into my eyes, and you can see him coming for me. Your eyes will be his when my time has come. Let me embrace my fate when I shake the devil's hand, and my world becomes real once your world ends. Paint this portrait of me, for I feel like going down for the final time. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.